So yeah, Toru's rolling with a so-called S-rank hero party. You know the routine: save people, punch monsters, and grind your way through another isekai life. He's got an entire squad of childhood friends in his corner, ready to back him up. At least that's what he believed until life proved him wrong. But one day they drag him aside and drop the bombshell: you're expelled from the party. Bro's just staring like, what? They warn him he should have seen it coming. His so-called best friend, Sane, suddenly starts bawling, claiming he's just in the way, and begging that he doesn't want to watch him get clapped. Then his own fiancée, Lisa, twists the knife. She straight up says he's way too low level, shows off a brand new ring, and it's one he never even gave her. Oof. Toru is just completely stunned. He whips around and there it is. The entire party is in on it, smiling like they planned it all along. Nope. Suwata sweeps the whole room. Suddenly, Sane shatters the nice guy mask and flashes that insanely smug, super punchable look like he's daring someone to throw the first hit. He basically admits that Toru's been cramping his style, getting in the way of his fun. And by fun, he means getting super comfy with Toru's fiancée. Yeah, bro straight up got NTR'd by his own damn party. This guy had the nerve to tell Toru to get lost, then still demand he keep cheering for them from the sidelines. Our boy snaps completely, like something inside him is rotting to the bone. Finally, some payback. But the rest of the party barrels in, stomping him down and spitting scum for daring to lay a hand on their precious hero. The hypocrisy is going nuclear, bro. So Lisa hurls the engagement ring onto the floor like it just burned her. Or hurling screams at him, begging him to stay away from them forever. And just like that, it's all over. Our MC is stuck wandering alone through the pouring rain. And it's basically every sad protagonist cliché stacked into one heartbreaking scene. He locks his eyes on the ring and lets the memories hit, like a time when everything was actually good. Back when she wasn't a backstabbing snake. Then he snaps, screaming his guts out and hurling the ring deep into the wild. A full-on emotional collapse that hits like a gut punch. He's completely shattered and just laying into them with non-stop curses. Bro is down bad. Plunged to the very bottom, he sprawls in a field, staring into the emptiness like, okay, what do I do next? He checks his stats and instantly understands why they labeled him useless. Because his abilities are nothing but strange passives like damage reduction and this mysterious experience savings that sounds helpful but just does nothing. Seriously, an expert couldn't even read what that skill was supposed to do, and they just trashed it like it was useless. With his level 20, he might as well have shown up to a level 40 and 60 party with a punchline. Everything about him felt like a joke. Right then, some random demon dog bursts onto the scene and Toru just goes, perfect, a stress ball. He blurts out an apology to the dog, but honestly, he's got to get all that anger off his chest right now. Now he surges forward to smash it out of existence. The second he triggers it, his whole world detonates, boom. A massive system notification slams onto the screen. His EXP saving skill cashes in every last stored EXP at a 100x multiplier, and suddenly he's not just leveling up, he rockets straight to level 300. And on top of that, his whole race just got upgraded to Dragon Man. The power surge hit him so hard it split the ground beneath his feet like thunder cracking stone. And it shatters the very skill to pieces. He stares at his brand new status, totally stunned, level 300. Are you serious? So that's what was going on. His skill was an automatic X-piggy bank, gulping down every coin he ever earned just to keep him from leveling up. It all clicks now. He wasn't weak at all. He was running some long game strategy the whole time and didn't even realize it. That cruel irony hits him like a truck, and he erupts into laughter, full-on maniac mode. After getting a fresh shot at life, my guy throws his hero party days in the trash and sets out to conquer the whole world solo. Now that he's ridiculously op, nobody can stop him from finally stitching his broken heart back together. First thing, he heads to the neighboring country. He bursts into the border town of Arment, way more lively than he ever expected. While he's roaming around, his eyes catch a slave store. Right after every person he trusted turned on him, the slave who's magically bound by his own loyalty sounds like exactly what he needs right now. Now he strolls in like he owns the place, hunting for a brand new battle buddy. The owner whisks him to the premium stock, then unveils a 30 million gold lizardman, or a 25 million gold elf to keep you company every night. Our boy's wallet isn't quite that fat. He tells the dude his budget is 1.5 million. So the owner takes him to the bargain bin, filled with the sick and untrained slaves that are worth less than a mil. Basically, it was the clearance rack. But then boom, he spots her, a tiny girl curled up and trapped inside a cage. She's basically free for being sick, yet she somehow senses his ridiculously high power and snaps out in panic. Then the owner casually says she's only worth 110,000 gold. Toru leans in and asks her name, and she drops it like a secret, Cade. And right there in that moment he slams down the choice, I'm buying this kid. The contract snapped shut, sealed for good. And because she's too weak to even stand, he scoops her up and carries her on his back, straight up true gentleman energy. He hustles her straight to a doctor, and the moment they examine her, the truth drops: she's from a rare beast race, and she's got a super rare disease. Our boy leans in and blurts out what the cure even is. The doc says they've got to brew a potion using the heart of a dragon, only not any dragon, a civic subspecies. And yeah, the RNG is about to be brutal. But Toru leans in and tells Cade, "Don't sweat it, I've got this." He tells her she has to get better so she can be useful to him, and yeah, it's a weird way to pretend he cares, but at least he's making an attempt. She's blushing hard, like this is the very first time anyone has ever shown her kindness. After paying the doc, our boy ditches the town and storms straight into the woods to hunt down a dragon. No time to waste, move now. He wanders for a few hours, spots some goblin mobs, and he can't help but stare around, wondering where the boss has vanished to. Right on cue, a colossal dragon crashes down in front of him. He squares up to the 10-meter-tall beast, eyes locked on it, and wonders, can he really pull this off? This thing is absolutely massive. But then Cade's waiting for him, and that's all the spark he needs. He raises his sword, roars, and demands, "Fight me." The dragon exhales, and a roaring torrent of fire blasts out like a living apocalypse. But our level 300 Chad just slides out of the way like that, attacks nothing. As it lunges forward like a nightmare breaking loose, he declares loud and clear that unlike his old party, he'll never leave his people behind. Then he whips out one epic slash and absolutely wrecks the dragon in a single shot. Somebody slices the whole thing up into tiny pieces. He detonated a shockwave that flattened the entire forest in one brutal blast. Toru just stands there, stunned by his own sick level of power. Yeah, this is what level 300 looks like. He gets the potion brewed and ready, and he barrels back to hand it to Cade. She's stunned he really did all of this just for her. He stays by her side as she drifts to sleep, and he can already feel the medicine kicking in. He takes a moment to reflect on his new power, realizing he has to be way more careful from now on. Next morning he yawns and sits up, only to spot Cade passed out on the floor right beside his bed. He storms out and hauls back a giant slab of dragon meat for the local chef. The chef's jaw drops when he realizes he's about to cook red dragon meat. He slams together a 5-star feast, dragon steak and a dragon hamburger like he's feeding kings. Toru takes a bite, and his mind basically explodes with shock. That's the moment you realize this is full-on gourmet monster hunting. He slides a dragon burger to Cade for breakfast. Then she tries it, and her eyes instantly light up with sheer, unfiltered delight. Now that she's finally feeling better, Toru takes one look at her and realizes her clothes are basically rags. So he decides it's time to upgrade her wardrobe pronto. Alright, let the shopping montage go wild. She finally grabs 2 massive iron fans as her weapon choice, and it's a savage move. Because coming from the beast race, she doesn't just talk big, she's got the stats to prove it. While he's out, he spots his ex and his old best friend being all lovey-dovey. Awkward doesn't even cover it. Katie, totally clueless, offers him some of her food. And she's grinning like she owns the world, scarfing food down nonstop. He tells her to eat to her heart's content, then right after he snaps, "Can you stop calling me master?" This jolts panic straight into her. She's convinced he's furious and about to ditch her. And man, that poor girl is fighting heavy trauma. Our boy shuts it down on the spot with a soft head pat. He vows loud and clear that he'll never abandon her, and he begs her to stay by his side for the rest of his life. He admits he's no perfect master, but he's putting everything on her. Kate gets so overwhelmed she just flips into full waifu mode, shouting that he's the best master ever, and swearing she'll do anything for him. He panics hard, blushes, and quickly tries to dodge the moment by offering to cut her bangs. And right then, inspiration hits him like a brand new power just unlocked inside his head. My dude is just trying to chill when, bam, his system UI loses its mind, blasting him with notifications like he somehow just hit the lottery. His skills didn't just level up, they straight up broke the game's code, and now he's got brand new cheat codes, magic lending, and an experience multiplier. So yeah, my guy's walking around with a permanent EXP booster. He's freaking out as power surges through his veins, probably thinking, wait, can I actually punch a god now? Now Cade's new fluffy waifu barrels over to check on him, but my boy just waves it off. Nah, I'm good. He'd only had a casual gigachat earlier, and that's it, no big deal. He yanks up his stats, and yo, he's level 300 now. Every one of his skills is sitting at level 50, like that's just casually insane. He's locked onto the screen like, hold up, something's not right. These skills are supposed to cap at level 10, but his are wrecking past the limit. His build is officially glitch broken. Trying to prove he's a real master, he leans in and asks Kate if there's anything she wants. She blushes hard, mutters it's nothing. But my man won't let it go, he pushes until she finally admits it. After all that, her only wish was wild soapy. Not some legendary weapon, not gold, just plain old soap. Nope, so they head off to the bathhouse. Cade gets all flustered asking, wait, we're bathing together. Our MC, still a little dense, goes, "What's the big deal? It's not like I'm into guys," totally forgetting she's literally trapped in a guy's body right now. Smooth. She's trying to act like a proper servant, but he's like, "Nah, sit down, I'm washing your hair first." When she hesitates, he yanks out the "It's an order" card, pure dominance, no questions asked. Hold up, my boy is sweating through his nerves, because this is completely new territory for him, and you can see it in his whole face. As he washes her hair, he leans in and asks what kind of beast person she is, and she grins, telling him she's a fox. Fresh out the bath, he's running clippers through her hair, and it hits him right there, she's insanely beautiful. Bro's finally waking up fully. He clocks that she's got both human ears and fox ears too. So yeah, the god who made the beast race was obsessed with animal ears, but he still demanded the humans keep theirs too. They both agree there's no way the god who birthed her race didn't have a seriously twisted fetish. They kick back for the rest of the day, trading chores and lazy laughs like the ultimate couple. Kate is practically glowing, grinning as she tells everyone she had the best time ever. Right now he feels it too, he's praying for more days like this. And she swears she'll stay by his side forever. Man, that's so wholesome it hurts. But yeah, peace can't stay for long. By the next day my dude looks totally wrecked, like he just got the life punched out of him. Turns out the blacksmith totally ripped him off while fixing his sword. Kate throws him a confused look and blurts out, "What do you mean?" He tells you that while he was cleaning his sword yesterday, his brand new op strength wrecked it. Now he's basically suffocating from how powerful he got, my guy. He stormed into the weapon shop and snagged the toughest sword they had. He barely touched it and the whole thing immediately crumbled into dust the moment he tested it. LMAO. So he got pinned there weaponless with no way out. But don't sweat it, Cade's got the hookup. She's basically a pro, and I know the perfect place to snag you a weapon. She drags him straight to these jaw-dropping ancient ruins, like something legendary is about to ignite. This ain't just any old ruin, it's the legendary Temple of the Sacred Arms. These are basically Excalibur-level weapons, only the chosen heroes get to lift them. He's riddled with doubt, but she's got unwavering faith in her master. The temple's inside is absolutely enormous, like it was ripped straight out of a video game. Kate tells everyone there are two tests: open the locked door, then yank the weapon off its pedestal. And she swears she already knows it all from a friend, which is definitely not suspicious. They finally reach the first test, a massive door with no handle in sight. He reaches out and taps it just like that. And boom, right as it hits, the door swings wide open. Test 1 cleared, and honestly that was way too easy. They stride into the main chamber, and the room hits them like pure majesty. And there it is, Sacred Arm just sitting there on a pedestal like it owns the place. Cade points out that the weapon will reshape itself to match its owner. Then it hits you how insanely cool that is. He grabs the hilt, gives it a good yank. Then a brutal shockwave detonates off the platform, ripping the air apart. The blade erupts into the air, and the light that follows hits like a punch. He did it, our boy just pulled a legendary gacha weapon. He hands all the credit to Cade, swearing he'd be totally weaponless without her. She shrugs it off, smirks, and says someone like him. Yeah, the chosen one would have found his way here sooner or later because the hype is real. That thought hits him hard, how his old party, especially Lisa, never once threw him a single compliment in a whole year. And yeah, that group got absolutely wiped out here. But that's behind them now. At last, he and Cade can tear into real adventures together. Once they roll into the next stop and hit the city, they'll hook up a party and finally go public as official adventurers. Then the real grind starts. Alright, back to the drama. Because the guy who betrayed our MC is on full villain monologue mode. This total clown sane brags that he's got a rare power called demonic lure, and yeah, it's basically trash-tier brainwashing that ruins people. And wouldn't you know it, the second he locks eyes, every girl at that party is totally caught in his spell. So yeah, this guy always tried to play the Chad card, but somehow every girl kept going for Toru. Meanwhile, Saint's ego couldn't swallow the loss, and he went full super salty. Jealousy had him so down bad that the moment he stumbled into a random cheat skill, he used it to rip Toru's entire party, then tried to fix the mess like nothing happened. Bro's a walking red flag. He's rambling about this demon lord, the huge disaster that keeps crawling back every century, and yeah, sometimes it even shows up as a human. Spooky as hell. This dude is literally living it up, thinking he's on top of the world. Wait, plot twist. Before they could even start hunting the dragon, someone already clapped it. His face flips from "I'm the main character" to pure horror in 0.2 seconds. Then the guards laugh, he rushes over to check, and they find it already dead with zero clue who did it. Sane's out here absolutely molding and punching a tree like some Kyle who just escaped a monster, trying to act calm like, "Nah, I'm not mad. But come on, you're not fooling anyone." The girls are trying to figure out who could possibly be op enough to solo a dragon, while Sane just wants to rage quit and do something fun at the inn. He scrambles to salvage things, like fine, the city's safe, so we'll ditch the old plan and run with a new one. But the hits keep raining down. He lunges for the next quest item, the sacred arms, and just like that, poof, it's vanished. Then he snaps completely. He starts screaming and threatening his own brainwashed party members, and honestly, yikes, dude, breathe, calm down. Then it hits him like a punch to the gut. Toru slipped out of the party, and everything starts falling apart right after that. There's no way it's not him, is there? He starts piecing it all together. Dragon Slayer and Sword Thief, could they be the same guy? And then he swears, if I ever run into this mystery Chad, I'm ending him. Big talk from someone whose whole quest log just got erased. Alright, here's the new game plan. Yeah, we're storming the Lantata dungeon, and once we come out of there, we'll be famous, he declares, pushing confidence like it's armor. He asks a local for directions, and the dude just puffs on his pipe, points straight to the dungeon, and disappears. Yeah, that whole moment happened here last month. Sane's entire party is totally lost, because the guy straight up tells him to just keep walking, like there are no directions for a place that's basically gone. Sang is completely stunned, like he can't even process what he just heard. Then he spots it right in the heart of the city where the dungeon used to be. A gigantic crater has ripped open the street. What in the world is happening? 1 month back, when the city was still standing tall and the dungeon was still lurking in the shadows. Then we cut straight to Toru. Brand new rank D adventure card in hand, and yeah, it's a downgrade, but he's kicking off this journey from zero. He's with his brand new cackling waifu, Kaide, and he's laying it all out. His old S-rank party is gone for good, and he's basically restarting his whole life. They're strolling through the entertainment district, where the whole place is buzzing, loud drinks, wild laughs, and non-stop fun. Kaide's jealousy hits instantly. He snaps that he doesn't need to chase some place like that when he's got her, and man, she's down bad, folks. Toru, the gigachat through and through, shrugs off his own thirst and grills her about the local dungeon, only to find out she's never even been, so he locks it in. They'll dive tomorrow. He hands her the dungeon, one of those rundown runs where you dive in, farm monster drops, and cash out for money. Or you go straight for the core stone buried at the very bottom, grabbing legendary loot, unlocking skills, and scoring epic rewards. Since Kaide is still healing up, they slow it down and roam around the first floor at their own pace. With a battle cry ripping through the air, they hurl themselves straight into the fight. The first floor hits you like a starter zone, plain stone underfoot, vines crawling everywhere. But Kaide ain't new at this. She snaps out a wind cutter and drops an entire pack of rats in one shot. Toru's jaw drops. He knew she had magic, but her DPS is straight up off the charts. One heartbeat later, Kaide snaps in shock. She's already blasted straight up to level 15. They've only been in there for an hour. She's convinced it's because she's sitting right beside her master, and honestly, she's not wrong. Toru checks his stats and realizes his passive X multiplier is basically power leveling her straight into a goddess. Kaide's losing it with excitement, swearing he'll get even stronger for him. They launch into a full-on dungeon speedrun and boom, third floor in a blink. Kaide cracks open a brand new brutal move, Blizzard Blossom. It snaps into a flash freeze, locking a whole swarm of Cyclops mobs in place mid-stride. She nails a flawless pose, then they explode into a million icy shards and it's downright breathtaking. Once she wipes out the whole floor, she's already level 30. But she still shakes her head, swearing it won't be enough to guard him, and honestly, her dedication is unreal. Toru shoots back that she's not tired at all, and with all that loot, it's go time, so they're heading back now. Right as they're about to leave, she suddenly spots something on the ground that looks just like trash. But our boy recognizes the magic circle. It's not garbage. It's a rare magic storage item with a 100-slot inventory. What a lucky drop. Kaide fires up again, ready to grind non-stop, but Toru steps in to be the responsible one. He warns them they're nearly out of food and water, because starving to death is one brutal debuff. Yeah, bam, that was the move. He pulls out the brand new magic bag and goes slurp slurp, sucking up every last drop of their loot. And just like that, they burst out of the dungeon, sprinting into the unknown. That night, they roll back into town, and the whole place is buzzing as they celebrate their hard-won victory. Kaide is absolutely demolishing some seriously delicious meat. Turns out that easy little run bagged them a massive 120,000 coins. Yeah, our boy's rich now. Kaide asks if he wants to grab food and he tells her, don't thank me. He insists loud and furious that she paid for the feast with the money she earned in the dungeon. She just locks eyes with him for a beat, like she's weighing every word before she speaks. Then he shoves a huge plate of food across to him and tells him food tastes better when you share it. Aw. Toru's grinning face says it all. He's totally won them over, and this is the wholesome gold we live for. Right before heading back, he can't stop thinking about how his life used to be total trash. Then Kaide came along, and every single day since has been getting better. Today, he's letting the calm settle in, because his adorable new companion is finally mending that empty hole in his heart. The next morning, he snaps awake with a jolt. Kaide is screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding he wake up. He stumbles upright, groggy as ever, and blurts, "What's wrong?" when he spots her kneeling right on his bed. Then once he fully opens his eyes, he freezes, stunned by the insane sight in front of him. And my dude is totally rattled when he spots who's standing there, wrapped up casually in a towel like it's no big deal. Now he's stammering, wait, what, for real, Cade? And she flashes him this $1,000,000 grin like, yep, gotcha. Our boy can't even process this wild glow-up. One second she's a tiny fox girl, the next day bam, she's a top-tier waifu. How is he even supposed to bam? She smacks him with that classic isekai logic and I'm like, wait, my level just skyrocketed. She tells him that in her race, the second a kiddo hits level 20, their body instantly gets a full-on hardware upgrade, ready to handle all that raw power. And our MC's just sitting there in her thoughts, like she doesn't see it coming. I can't treat her like a kid anymore, not when my man is clearly down bad. He snaps back to reality and blurts the one thing that matters most. Yo, why are you naked? Throw some clothes on right now. He flings his shirt at her and the second she sniffs it, she goes, yep, it smells like you. Bro, she's not just liking it, she's calling it. Yeah, he gets totally flustered, but she goes for it anyway. It's a bit too big, but trust me, it totally works. My guy's fighting the urge to stare, talking to her like, yeah, you might want to wear pants. And the smoothness is so crazy it's almost criminal. So they storm the town to find her the perfect adventure gear. And yeah, my man has to admit, she looks absolutely incredible. And she's beaming like crazy, absolutely loving her brand new look. Look, he's wondering if her body changed, but he knows her heart hasn't. She's still sweet as ever inside, so he asks if she can still handle those massive iron fans. One time she's like, no problem fam, and then flexes. She can pop off 2 magic attacks at once. With a brand new S-tier waifu stepping onto the scene, every random PC instantly loses it, swooning, whispering they'd give anything to own her as a slave. Our boy is getting mad jelly over all the thirsty looks, but Cade, bless her heart, just tells him not to worry and that she'll earn lots of cash for him. He's like, now we're good, we've got money from that dragon, forget all that, let's just grind levels. Cade is all hyped up, yelling, let's go have some fun, as they head into the dungeon. The second they cross the threshold, a whole welcoming party of skeletons surrounds them, like they've been waiting the entire time. Cade's eyes practically ignite as she squares up, ready to throw down. She snaps her fans open and blasts the air apart with a gigantic aerial hit. A massive magic whirlwind slams straight through the bony boy and rips him apart. The whole floor gets wiped clean in a heartbeat, trash mobs gone instantly. Easy clap. They cheers for the victory, but our MC is already yawning. He's claiming the mobs on this floor are so weak he's basically fighting sleep. She asks if he's exhausted and he shrugs it off like it's nothing, claiming he just woke up early. Then she pulls the ultimate waifu move, patting her lap and offering him a pillow like it's fate. My dude's blushing hard like, yeah, I guess a little rest wouldn't kill me. He drops his head, immediately locking onto the scent. She smells unbelievably good, and bro is absolutely living the dream. He jolts awake feeling completely recharged, like nothing could touch him. Then he spots a brand new heap of crushed monsters and blurts, wait, what happened here? She shrugs and goes, they came for you while you were asleep, so I handled them. She just soloed the whole wave and he's staring like, wait, because Ian didn't even move. He was dead asleep the whole time, what a total chadet. As she dusts him off, this warmth hits him and he's like, that's Holly mode. Bro didn't just level up, he straight up ascended. Curiosity finally bites and he blurts out, let me see your stats. She's practically beaming as she flashes her status plate at him, making it crystal clear he belongs to her. He yanks it up and freezes, because she's already at level 50, stacked with a full set of op mage skills. We're talking Chanimission on full blast, power boost, a healing wave, the whole meta package, no breaks. He realizes this girl isn't just strong, she's about to become a legend. Now that his doubts are gone, he's fired up and ready to charge ahead. He asks ready to go even lower, and she grins totally game. They slammed into the 10th floor, and Cade turned into a blur of destruction, goblins and wolves getting wiped out left and right. She whips an aerial slash through the air, and another wave gets wiped out in an instant. She tells you her magic refills faster than she can even cast it, because her level has an infinite MP cheat turned on. A squad of shadowy riders shows up out of nowhere, but she doesn't even blink. She blasts M with a flying gust, and one strike drops him instantly, KO. Our MC just stands there staring in pain at the mobs like, you were supposed to be scary. Then they get absolutely demolished anyway. They finally reach the 20th floor, drop their gear and set up camp for a quick breather. He's busy cooking and she shoots back that as his slave, she's the one who should be doing it. He asks what level she's on right now, and she casually drops a Sun 50 like it's nothing. Then the second she hits 150, the leveling speed turns straight up unfair. They kick back, chow down on some soup and she beams, saying it's the best one, because he made it with his own hands. Then he leans in and asks her for tips on how to use magic. She hands him the one-on-one, because this spell lives and dies by the picture in his head, the image is everything. He goes to summon a flame, but all he gets is a pathetic little flicker that dies out instantly. Still, it's something practice makes perfect. He's blazing with fire and full-on determined to unlock every last drop of his own op magic potential. Suddenly, they're staring down absolute monsters, orc warriors, a cursed skeleton, and even a minotaur. But those things look straight-up vicious. Kay just weaves between them like it's nothing. Our MC totally loses it, screaming, "Cade, watch out," like he just realized she's basically a one-woman apocalypse. She squares off against the minotaur like it's no big deal, face deadpan, pure boredom. A single word landed and everything turned ice cold. She snaps her power and flash freezes the whole mob solid. They're all turned into monster sickles, another flawless victory. It finally clicks, she's already level 200, so why the hell am I still sitting here worried about her? They finally tear their way up to the 30th floor, only to find it's a giant, empty, hollow chamber. He tells her to keep her eyes sharp as they stride toward the heart of it. And there it is, the dungeon core. They wipe the entire place clean. She urges him to go for it, touch the thing, and claim the reward. He's like, "No way, you did all the work." But she won't back down and insists she couldn't have pulled it off without him, and with one nod, he finally accepts it. He reaches out like, "Yo, what kind of epic loot do you score from your first dungeon clear?" And the hype hits so hard it's unreal. And my guy bolts awake, totally lost, with his fox girl wife staring him down like she just dragged him back from chaos. He's just staring like, "Wait, what just happened?" While she lights up, thrilled he's finally awake. He glances around and the whole dungeon is just gone. Poof, like it never existed, and he's freaking out like, "Bro, where did it go? You cleared it." Then he spots a brand new ring on his hand, a cage-like thing, and he's like, "Wait, master, were you wearing that before?" Meanwhile, my dude is completely clueless because they're down at the bottom of a massive hole where the dungeon used to be. Cade checks her hand and boom, she's got one too. Tell me this isn't some kind of insane speedrun reward, because yeah, it totally is. A system window blasted onto the screen, congratulating them for finally clearing the Luntada labyrinth, and the rewards were straight up ridiculous. 2 rings of disguise plus an entire engine that was all theirs. That's not loot, that's a first clear bonus hitting like a truck. Keed slaps her appraisal skill on the bling and boom, it's ridiculously op. It can hide your status, disguise you as someone else, and it even levels up, so yeah, this is seriously high-tier gear. Then my man finally clicks, oh, this is asterisk so asterisk useful, and he wastes no time. He snatches up Cade in a full-on princess carry and books it. She's panicking, screaming that they won't make it, while he's already charging up for a mega jump. With a thunderous boom, they rocket straight out of that hole. They touch down safe and Thor grins like, "Nice, great work. Now let's bail before this turns into a full-on mess." And by messy, he means that huge crater they just blasted right into the middle of the city. Whoops. 2 days later, we hit the road and our crew starts rolling. They're rushing to a city named Enerc, but before they can go, they've got to tackle a quick side quest first. Bro's staring at you like he's got a plan brewing in his eyes. They're about to dive into ancient ruins and uncover whatever's been buried there for ages. Apparently, this place was built by some super advanced civilization called the Great Races. No one has a clue why that super advanced society vanished overnight, but they did leave behind some seriously messed up buildings. Thor starts waxing poetic, basically telling everyone that ruins are a man's greatest love story, classic adventure talk, the usual thrill-seeker stuff. But somehow he's still pumped for the local food. Yeah, the dude's got taste, real cultured vibes. Kate asks if they should even come up with a party name, because right now it's just the 2 of them. Now my guy thinks for like 2 seconds and instantly slaps them with the name Roaming Brigade, and Cade is totally vibing with it. He's grinning from ear to ear, ready to kick back, wander, and soak up every inch of the world. But just when everything feels normal, the plot barges in. This time a carriage gets slammed into a full chase, racing past at breakneck speed while bandits come hunting. It's the kind of classic highway robbery that makes your heart slam in your chest. Alright, Kate is like, "Come on, we've got to help them," and our boy is right there at her side. The bandit boss is trying to look fearless, barking "Hurry up," while he screams at the crew to stop that carriage. But before he can even finish his sentence, Thor vanishes in a flash and smacks him from behind with a laid-back "yo." Every bandit in the squad snaps to a complete stop, trembling like they've seen a ghost. "Who the hell are you?" they bellow. Out there answer, "Let's kill him. Bro, you just made the biggest mistake of your trash-tier lives." Thor doesn't even bother drawing his sword, he just charges in face first, and a brutal shockwave blasts the whole squad flying like bowling pins. Absolute Chad energy. He jerks to a stop, stares at the wreckage, and goes, "Whoa, did I just overdo it? What do you think?" Meanwhile, Kate casually swats away arrows like they're jokes, because not today, jobbers. She crushes the last few goons' confidence, snarling that none of them can touch her, watching them realize it is pure gold. Thor flicks through their stats, then scoffs like it's a joke. "Your levels are around 10, that's weak." Oof, the disrespect hits hard. Just then, a blonde, noble lady stepped out of the carriage, bowing and thanking them for saving her. Then Cade's eyes widened, and that new waifu look hit his face instantly. She steps forward and announces, "I'm Marianta, yes, I'm the account's daughter." Thor storms in, slaps his name on the moment, and drags Cade, his slave, right into the spotlight. Steve Marienta is all over Thor. She's absolutely hooked on him. She invites them to her mansion as a thank you, and my dude is trying way too hard to stay polite and shoot it down. But she wouldn't take no for an answer. She even offered them her place to crash for the night since they were headed to Enerk anyway. He tries to back out again, but she cuts him off with a grin and goes, "It's fine." A very serious-looking maid appears. Kate, loyal to the bone, nods and says, "I'll go wherever my master goes." So they bolt off. Once they're in the carriage, they stare out and watch the city loom in the distance. Welcome to INAIRC, folks. They pull up to a mansion so huge it could swallow most castles whole. And this girl's loaded, like the kind of rich you can't fake. They step inside onto some seriously fancy floors. A whole squad of butlers and maids rushes in just to greet them, like the mansion itself is rolling out the red carpet. Thor just stares at the massive building in awe while Marienta marches up to the butler, Sebas, and demands to know if her dad is home. Urara, the maid, strides up and introduces herself, then promises she'll personally lead them straight to their rooms. Thor gets shoved into his own over-the-top, ridiculously fancy room. And what does our hero do first? He rockets onto the bed like a 5-year-old on a trampoline park. Marienta barges in and snags him mid-yeet, laughing her head off at his ridiculous antics, completely busted. She offers to play tour guide through the whole city, and he's instantly all in. They hit the streets to sightsee again, hunting down more ancient ruins on the town. The maid Urara yanks Thor aside and whispers that she used to be an S-rank adventurer, then basically dares him to prove he's strong enough to protect Marienta, with that smooth, friendly pressure that hits like a challenge. But the moment Marienta spots a famous sweets shop, the serious mood shatters wide open. Right as Cade's ears twitch, Thor, best master of the whole universe, just swings over a massive bag of coins. Cade bursts with joy, and Thor grins as he watches her and Marienta hit it off perfectly. This triggers a flashback to his psycho ex, Senya Lisa. He's still got some trauma from that whole ordeal, but he's determined to one day free Cade so she can live a happy life. Watching Cade and Marienta laugh together in that moment fills his chest with hope. Later, they're staring up at a huge statue in the town square, and Marienta drops the real story. Her dad and the townspeople built it when he was just a kid. And just when it's finally getting wholesome, the whole world suddenly starts to violently shake. Only it's not an earthquake. The giant statue suddenly splits open, cracks spiderweb across it, and it starts crumbling into dust. Suddenly, creepy tentacles tore through the rubble and grabbed Marienta, hoisting her into the air like a living nightmare. Thor can only let out her scream, her name, as the chapter slams shut, dropping us on a brutal cliffhanger. Right as our boys kick off the rescue, disaster slaps them in the face when the VIP Marienta gets yanked away by some vile tentacles. She gets yanked straight down into a gigantic pit that suddenly tears open in the middle of the street. Talk about the worst RNG imaginable. The whole crowd erupts in panic, wondering who else just got snatched, but Maid Dorara refuses to freeze. She flips straight into battle mode, screams Ajao-sama, and dives right in after her. Our MC just freezes in pure shock until Fox Wokade snaps him out of that dazed stupor. The maid snaps back at them, yelling, "Team up, this isn't a solo mission." MC's brain finally clicks, and he realizes a bigger squad means a bigger shot, 8 bets. "With all of us together, we can do this," he says, and the entire crew throws caution to the wind and leaps straight into the giant hole. Alright, let's talk about that massive grand entrance. Kay, the real MVP, snaps out a light ball spell and cushions their fall with a soft landing, because that's what a true support does. They drop into what looks like ancient underground ruins, straight out of an RPG. The place is gigantic. Massive, creepy statues loom at the entrance like silent, watchful monsters. The maid straight up tells him the entire city was built right on top of this maze. Like, that's the worst city planning ever, seriously. And what in the world, there's a trail of some kind of mucus on the floor, gross. MC snaps into command right away, setting the party formation like a true gamer. He charges to the front as the tank, Cads locks in mid-lane DPS, and Urara hangs back, covering the rear. The squad's locked in, blades sharp, and they're ready to roll out. They dive into the trash mobs, and the maid finally admits she's only ever gone 4 floors deep. This is brand new territory, boys. She's got no idea what's lurking deeper, but our guy doesn't flinch. He one-shots that lizard freak and buries the hit right in the eyeball. That's a crit. He shoots the maid a quick thank you for the save, and then boom, she drops the bombshell. She's actually an assassin-class character, and bros completely shook. Suddenly they arrive at a massive gate, practically screaming boss room ahead. So tell me, why are they suddenly greeted by a whole welcoming party of demon muscleheads? And the leader just smirks like, "Never thought you'd make it this far." And yeah, his minions are even worse. Already down bad, acting like they've lost their minds over the girls at the party. These clowns are cackling like maniacs, convinced humans are nothing but a punchline. Cade calls out the obvious, or the demons. right as the MC gears up to unleash full Chad energy and carve his own path. Cade smashes it first, hurling a colossal ice wall that rips the enemy army clean in half. She's so op it's unreal. The girls shove him forward, go save the damsel, they'll hold the line. That's true waifu power, no question. Our boy trusts his squad with his whole life and barrels down the brand new ice corridor like he can't be stopped. He's weaving through the chaos and dodging the stragglers like he's done it 1,000 times. Nah, don't worry, nothing's gonna mess this up, man. He bursts into the main chamber and there it is, the final boss. A towering demon with a giant slug monster and Marianta is trapped up on top of it. The demon boss smirks, then he's like, your pet's meal is here, and suddenly the food for my demon is arriving. Our MC stays deadpan and demands, so you're the clown behind all this. The demon's like, so what? Then launches into a full-blown villain monologue like it's the most obvious thing in the world. He's feeling generous, and he's about to drop a little story on our boy. But it's a trap. One tentacle slashes out and clamps onto our MC before he even gets a chance to react. The villain lays out his master plan, slip through an underground route, snatch the noble's daughter, and keep every last person towing the line. Because it's a classic move and it still hits hard. He's smugly bragging that grabbing a pretty hostage always works like magic. Big mistake, my dude, you just slammed the MC's rage button. The demon cackles, still clueless that his soul's already gone. Then Ems rips free, declares himself the town's protector, and vows to end him. He barrels in, charging forward, until Pet Monster slams in and intercepts him. That demon just keeps cackling, totally clueless to what's coming. The MC pops a skill like a secret weapon, declaring himself the powder protector, and then slams down a full-on threat. That demon ain't scared, he snaps that it's a wrong choice, then unleashes his ultimate, Grenade Splash. Dozens of magic bombs suddenly rain down across the floor, popping into existence everywhere. And bam, everything goes kaboom. The demon is cackling like crazy, convinced he just erased our hero into thin air. But when the smoke finally fades, my boy's standing there, untouched, not a scratch on him. He just stares the demon dead in the face and fires back, "Are you satisfied?" The coldest line of the century. He laughs and says a trash-tier attack like that could never touch him. The demon panics and hurls grenade splashes again and again, but the attack literally changes nothing. He starts losing his mind as it clicks. Our MC might be the legendary hero from that prophecy. Yeah, no duh, my guy. The demon shrieks as our hero rockets straight in and closes the gap in a heartbeat. He lunges in right for the finishing blow. He wipes out the demon boss, his pet, and everything in between, total domination. Then he shrugs and goes, I'm just a normal warrior. A regular warrior, no special legend, just plain normal. Bro, that's an oat normal. 8. So the rich girl Marion finally slams back on and gets moving after getting snatched. She's still reeling from the whole ordeal, getting snatched by that monster thing, and honestly, I can't blame her. The whole town's going wild, everyone's buzzing like crazy because she's actually okay. And just who shows up to welcome her? Our boy Toru and his top-tier fox waifu Kaide. The maid gives her the quick rundown, monster attack from some underground ruins, but thanks to our heroes, the city got off with just a few scratches. No one got sent to the Shadow Realm. Marion blurted her first question, who saved us? And then she stared at me like the answer was my dad. The mate's like, nah fam, look, it was these two absolute gigachads right here. The crowd erupts with cheers, shouting their gratitude for pulling off the save in Ojo-sama. Our boy turns beet red, all flustered and awkward, because he's never been used to the spotlight before. Then Marion practically dives into him in a full-on embrace, pouring out gratitude because he saved everyone. Toru instantly short-circuits like, whoa, hold up, dude, personal space, because he's clearly down bad and doesn't even realize it. Next thing you know, they're getting swept up in an invitation to her jaw-dropping, absolutely massive mansion. Her dad bursts out in a rush, boom, it's a whole family reunion exploding right in front of her. Right as they step up, Kaide starts hyping our boy for clapping that demon, only to reveal it was one of the Demon Lord's 6 generals. And yeah, it was the weakest of the bunch, but he still was a general. The dad is overflowing with gratitude. He grabs Toru's hand, shakes it hard, and keeps thanking him for saving his daughter twice. You can tell this guy's genuinely grateful. Marion blurts out to her dad to give Toru a huge reward, but our MC acts all modest, like Nai's win was pure RNG. Rora the maid slides in and tells her dad, I've got something I need to say to you. She drops a bombshell. Toru didn't just take down some random monster. He straight up bodied one of the Demon King's top commanders. Dad's jaw drops to the floor like, wow. Then he blurts out, so is Toru headed for the capital? When Toru goes, yeah, sure, say less, and then offers to write the guy a recommendation letter, that's a straight-up power move. He also tells them to stay at the mansion as long as they want and hands Marion the job. She'll be their tour guide. She's so stubborn she won't back down. And yeah, that means one thing. Caide's throwing down at the celebration feast, tearing into a giant chicken like it owes him money. Toru catches a sweet moment, and wipes the little bit of food from her face like it's the most precious thing in the world. He's locked in full dad mode, and all he wants is for his fox girl to be smiling. But that peace doesn't last. Marion straight up asks if they can go explore those underground ruins tomorrow. Our boy's adventure just kicked into overdrive, every nerve is screaming. An uncharted dungeon ahead and the kind of treasure that feels like it was meant for them. He can't help it. He starts geeking out hard about how insanely romantic it is to push into mysterious ruins. Marion jumps right in, then I'm like, alright, I'm coming with you. Cade and the maid cut you off on the spot, shouting that it's way too dangerous for a noble lady. But Marion's slick, she clocks Cade with that friend pitch and then hits him. Could you please bring me along? Card, it's super effective. Cade snaps into a folded crouch in an instant. Toru spells out the plan. He charges in first and wipes out the mobs, while Keed and Urara stand guard over Marion. If the situation turns ugly, they instantly peel out and get her to safety. The next day rolls around, and just as they're about to leave, Marion is nowhere to be found. She's running late. She finally storms in, decked out in a full suit of heavy, clunky plate armor. Bro, who are you? Turns out her overprotective dad wouldn't budge. He demanded she wear it for safety. Toru's like, no way, there's zero dodging in that. Then she snaps into real, practical adventure gear instantly, and it looks way cooler than whatever she was wearing before. They reach the dungeon entrance, hearts pounding as they brace to dive in. They study the map, ditch the first 2 floors because they've already picked them clean, and charge straight into the deadly, still unlooted zones. Everything's breaking down, and demons are crawling all over the place. Toru vows he'll charge straight into the danger zones by himself, because Marion's safety matters more than anything. Right when she tries to argue she can defend herself, he cuts in with, "What would your dad think?" And she folds instantly, checkmate. As they drop lower, Cade suddenly catches a vile scent of demons up ahead. A quick glance and boom, there's a giant mushroom-type monster staring back. Alright, let's take it down. They step into a cavern that looks exactly like an entire mushroom kingdom exploded underground. A starving little rat tiptoes way too close to a lurking vine, and chaos is about to happen. And just like that, it gets slammed with infection, mushrooms exploding across its entire body. Yeah, that poison is absolutely ruthless. Toru tells the girls to stay right where they are. He's level 300. He's got a low-level antidote, so he's basically untouchable, and now it's time for his solo mission. Time runs out, and the waifus start tearing up as they whisper their worried goodbyes. Both of them keep warning him, don't you dare do anything reckless. Our boy strolls straight into the poison pit like it's nothing. A whole squad of mushroom mobs bursts out of nowhere to ambush him. The girls stare from afar, hands probably clenched so tight their knuckles ache. Then Toru fires off one single, earth-shaking kick, and it obliterates the entire screen like nothing's even there. A total one-man army. The girls freeze. Cade just shrugs and goes, yeah, that's my master. Toru realizes the poison can't touch him at all, and being dragonfolk is straight up overpowered. He gets so hyped he just clocks the wall and punches clean through it, because why the hell not? And just like that, he stumbles on a secret room hidden in plain sight. Jackpot, this place is packed wall-to-wall with ancient books, bubbling potions, and a treasure chest waiting like it knows your name. He snatches a weird crystal bottle like it's the key to everything. And just when he thinks he's getting away, the girls finally catch up, calling out to him. He shows them the loot he scored, an elixir and a key, and Marion is absolutely blown away. Next, she pushes right back into her comfort zone, and Cade's jealousy snaps on instantly as he yanks her away. Even the maid snaps at Toru over it, because the girls are already brawling over you. They find the stairs leading down to the 2nd floor. This floor feels like total unknown territory. Out of nowhere, Marion grabs Toru and demands that he teach her how to fight. She's done feeling like dead weight. She practically begs and he finally caves, because if she gets hurt, he can just keep blasting his healing magic on her. Her drive is unshakable. She's determined to get strong enough to step in and protect her dad. Alright, it's locked in, deal done. The instant he signs off, the system freaks out. Then it starts slamming open brand new job titles like crazy. Imitator, Master Tamer, Dragon Knight. He even scores the Great Thief, and since he hits his EXP cap, he gets a massive rank boost. Our boy just got an absolute power-up. 8. While he's living his main character moment, random NPCs outside are like, what's going on? His buddy blurts, bro, I swear I just saw lightning. And the other guy shoots back, nah man, the sky's crystal clear, you're just seeing things. They don't know it yet, but Tor just got a huge system update. And the light show that blasted out is literally cracking the ground beneath his feet. He's completely bugged out, spiraling in his head like, why on earth did it have to happen right now? No, then the system windows slam open, and my guy's just speedrunning job promotions, snagging a higher tier role, getting his skills buffed like it's straight up payment, and honestly, what a glow up. When the smoke finally fades, the new girls just stand there, eyes wide, totally frozen in shock. Tiru's like, my bad, I didn't mean to scare you, my powers just got a tiny tweak. The girls are all worried, but the boys are like, alright, time to check out these brand new stats, let's go, you feel me. And holy smokes, check out that status screen, level 300 and my dude is stacked to the brim. New jobs just dropped, Dragon Master Tamer, Imitator, Great Thief, and yeah, this is not your average adventurer anymore. Fox waifu Katie came asking what was going on, and Toru was left totally clueless over all these wild new job titles. She flashes one look and her whole world flips, she erupts into a scream. Are you serious? And honestly, you've got amazing jobs. She lays it all out for him, his old warrior gig, explaining that it's basically a base-level, trash-tier class. But the new jobs he just RNG'd into. Straight-up top-tier, Dragonite, Master Tamer, Great Thief, S-rank, endgame-level classes, my guy. Then boom, they spot one so blurry and censored it screams cover-up. The imitator job, Cade can't even rate it. Super sus. Anyway, Toru spots the dungeon lull 3 item chilling in his inventory, and he goes, wait, I've seen this before. Alright, new party, new rules. Toru snaps into full-on leader mode, staring down the fresh recruits like, just listen to me and don't you dare do anything reckless. And they're all in, so much that they're straight up begging to officially join his party, basically pleading to get into the squad. And just like that, the menu brigade pops into existence. Alright, let's go grab that bread. Said they step into the dungeon, and it's immediately swarming with these creepy wall-crawling goblin things. That's a damn gorgeous sight, my dude. The new girl, Marion, immediately starts screaming her head off. Total rookie move. Toru has to scream it, never ever close your eyes in a fight, while Urara, that masked menace, is out there already stacking kills. Cade snaps out a spell, ICES. And then he hurls those needles like a cannon, slicing through the whole squad until they're frozen solid. Meanwhile, Error is chaining insane parkour and absolutely stomping a goblin's face into the dirt, pure savagery. Marion is still trembling in her boots, so he steps in and gives her a pep talk, be confident, because with her current level, these opponents shouldn't scare her. He tells her, just breathe, lock in, and watch your moves, then you can take this whole mob without breaking a sweat. A goblin lunges for a cheap sucker punch, and Toru just casually flips it away with a clean parry. Then he unleashes a quick strike, wiping out to prove his point, see. He locks eyes with her and demands, can you do it? And she finally snaps into action, shouting yes. The rest of the party chimes in with support, a real wholesome moment before the slaughter continues. With morale blazing at full power, the squad surges forward. The next room is a straight-up nightmare. Giant spider webs choke every corner. And you already know what that means, giant spiders are crawling in. And Marion, just powered up with newfound confidence, goes full beast mode, dashes in and smashes him with a massive, crushing hit. She straight up one-shots the giant arachnid elites. She levels up straight to 36, and Urara rockets from level 50 to 70 off the party EXP. This power leveling is straight up unreal. Marine Marion is buzzing with hype, itching to dive even deeper, then Toru snaps and tells her to chill. Cade immediately calls him out, Master, I think you were actually worse. Oof, sick burn. But because Marion's still overflowing with energy, they decide to push forward and explore a little more. They tear down an unexplored path, itching for the next hit of action. But then boom, dead end, wump wumps. Toru can't shake this weird feeling, something's off. So he stops and blurts out that he senses a secret lurking in the shadows. But he starts knocking on the wall, looking for a hidden passage. Then he spots the place and doesn't even bother hunting for a switch, he just winds up and punches a straight hole through the stone wall like a total absolute Chad. The girls are left absolutely speechless at how op his strength is. Behind that wall hides a secret treasure room stuffed to the brim with ancient gear. Toru grabs a sword that's practically brand new, no rust, not even a single speck. Cade waves him over right away, eyes blazing as he can barely believe the incredible tech they just unearthed. In the dead center sits a pedestal, and on it, 2 creepy mysteries. A smooth, egg-like sphere and a lumpy rock that looks like it doesn't belong anywhere. The girls call them summon beast eggs, but they've been stuck here for ages, so who knows if they'll ever hatch at all. Some ancient race forged them long ago, built to fight right beside their warriors and turn the tide in combat. The lore drop says you can awaken them if you pour a massive amount of magic power into them. You already know what's about to happen. Toru's eyes flare with excitement, and suddenly it sounds way too cool to ignore. I've got to try it. He starts feeding magic into that sleek egg, and Cade snaps a warning that it was probably stolen from some wildly powerful creature. So yeah, it's gonna take a ton of juice. That grin says it all. Alright then, I'm going all in and I'm taking this seriously. He unleashes a tidal wave of magical energy that smashes into everyone and blasts them flying back. The girls can barely stay on their feet as the sheer force warps the space around them. That egg is blazing like a supernova, and Toru steadies himself, ready to seal the deal with a blood contract. With a blinding flash of light, the egg explodes open, and the hatchling bursts into the world. The light dies down and they all stare at what came out. This is... Bro, it's a giant fluffy floating eyeball monster that just goes Q. And dude, that troll summon is unreal. And boom, the second monster egg hatches and out it pops a fluffy floating eyeball cloud thing. Bro, what even is that creature, a beast, and I'm totally stumped. The girls go absolutely feral for it on the spot, gushing that it's beautiful and cute while our MCs over here like, cool, but does it do anything useful or is it just a fancy pillow? Suddenly that fluffball zips in like a blur, and the bunny girl's heart nearly jumps out of her chest. And check this out, it's not just cool, it actually hauls people. It's basically a living hoverboard and Kite immediately blurts, we're naming this thing right. Our boy Toru with the creativity of a potato stares at this black and white little beast and slaps a name on it, dude. Yep, that's it. The name's painfully basic but somehow Cade absolutely loves it. All the other girls spot Panda and gasp. Oh, how cute. Totally wearing the same thoughts we're thinking, then one of them clocks it and goes, Panda, that's a weird name, my guy. But seriously, everyone's freaking out in the best way, because their new party member has them having the time of their lives. Toru's just relieved, his RNG on those monster eggs didn't fully betray him. Later that night, they're back at the Count's place, tearing through their loot like it's priceless treasure. Toru unleashes his appraisal skill and uncovers a massive stash of S-tier potions and stat boosters. Then bam, they strike gold, an honest-to-God elixir. The Count snaps, loses his mind, and keeps shouting how ultra-rare it is, like it's worth more than money could ever touch. He tells Toru the way to cash in is simple. Dump it at a high-end auction in the royal capital, where the rich nobles toss their money like it's nothing. Speaking of money, the Count hands Toru the cash from every other relic he sold. The dude casually slams a cool 500 million on the table, boom. And my guy is loaded beyond belief. He's never even laid eyes on a white gold coin in his life. And now he's drowning in them like, why is Panda the Cloudix suddenly showering all this blinding shine on him? Let's just say my man is dead asleep, good night for real. A few days slip by and our boy finally feels fully recharged. He's been grinding Marion and Aurora through the ruins like a man on a mission. And now they've both hit level 180 respectively because he kept his word and forged them into absolute monsters. Right when he's gearing up for the day, his top-tier Foxukai breezes in to wish him good morning, while Panda hovers right beside her. Then he spots the other girls outside, already busting their tails to master their brand new power. But as soon as they all greet him, the air turns heavy fast. Marion presses, are you really leaving today? And Toru snaps back, yeah, I gotta. He's still carrying that hole in his heart from Trash X, and if he wants to survive, he's gotta keep pushing forward. And on top of that, he scored the official invite to the auction. So he's got to run. Marion's burning with jealousy because Cade's getting to jump into this adventure with him. She aches to escape her noble duties and finally step outside. She wants to see the world with her own eyes too. You can see the ache in her eyes. She's begging for one taste of real freedom. Toru's got real feelings for her, no question about it. He knows she's trapped in a gilded cage, and the wedding she can't escape is already written, an arranged marriage. The Count steps out to see them depart, and he personally thanks Toru for saving his daughter's life. Marion is fighting with everything she's got to keep the tears in as they finally start saying goodbye. That poor girl is shattered, watching them walk away like it's ripping her heart in two. Cade wraps her in a tight hug and swears they'll never, ever forget her. Marion grabs Toru and demands he promise to return and see her again, and you can practically feel the heartbreak of how badly she's already going to miss them. With one last wild wave, our heroes tore off into the world. And now it's time for the next leg of their journey, let's go. The Count and his whole household stand there as they leave, smiling and sending them off with their best wishes. Meanwhile, let's check in on the trash tier hero party. Yeah, they finally roll up to Lantada and Sane immediately starts freaking out. He lunges forward, he's screaming, and I'm like, wait, where in the world is the Daejeon? A local blurts that the dungeon vanished like a month ago, and it slams into him. Someone already beat him to it, and his big, grand debut plans are getting completely wrecked. He flips into full rage mode the second he realizes the whole trip was nothing but a colossal waste of time. Right when it hits, his party members scramble to calm him down, but my guys are staring straight up, full psycho mode. He fully snaps, yanks one of the girls into his grip and roars, don't touch me. This guy S got his own teammate in a chokehold, screaming that she dares to pity him. Seriously, what a total clown. The others have to yank him off her before he wrecks her for real. The whole town huddles and gapes at this dumpster fire, blasting him as horrible while whispering that they're going to call the guards. Sane realizes this could ruin his reputation, so what does he do? He fires up his creepy demon eye and brainwashes his whole party again, smooth as ever. With the girls' eyes turned dead and empty, and suddenly they're nothing but his mindless puppets again. He barks the command to follow, and they snap to attention and obey. Later, the whole party sprawls in some sketchy ruins, catching their breath while they desperately plot their next move. But one of the girls snaps and says, forget it, let's go home and start over, because their entire plan crashed the moment they failed to get that sacred sword. But Saints' pride is so fragile it might shatter. He refuses to turn back and swallow the fact that he failed. Another girl spots a totally different ruin on the map and shouts that they should hit it for treasure and go down in legend. He snapped onto this new plan right away, desperate to finally pull off a win. So I headed straight for the Count's mansion, begging for permission to step inside. But the moment the Count drops the bad news, Sane's face crumples. Did you say? The Count lays it down flat. Those ruins have already been explored, there's nothing left. He even admits it was Bellio who did it, right as the Manu Brigade just clapped a demon general, and yep, our boy Toru is at it again. Right then, Marion bursts into the room. But it backfires so brutally it fries his own brain. A system message blasts onto the screen like, yeah, no, your target's level is way too high. And this guy gets absolutely roasted because he tried to mind control a level 100 hero tier waifu and got slammed instantly. Marion whips out her sword asking what the hell he just tried to do. The speed is out of this world. Sane didn't even spot her hand as she drew the blade. The Count then tears into the clown with savage words, saying sure, he may have been chosen by God, but boy Toru didn't get power that way. He forged it the hard way with grit and a pure heart. So you're telling me you can't be serious? That God favors your adventure more than he favors me? He says yeah, the Count's basically that, then tells him to get lost, because one more step and he'll get hurt. Sane storms out and explodes into a massive tantrum, blasting the landscape with pure chaos. I'm the hero, so why does nothing work? He yells, and I'm like, bro, maybe it's because you're a trash-tier villain playing dress-up as a hero. His crew tells him to finally head home, but he's totally ignoring them. He's absolutely fixated on snagging that sacred sword, swearing it's their next stop. No debate. This guy is totally unhinged, swearing one sword can stitch his life back together. Even as everything spirals out of control, he yells, I can't afford to lose. Like it's a promise, and then he realizes you already did. Big time. Right away, Kid the Fox waifu is blasting spells, screaming icicle rain, as she orders her new pet, this dragon snake hybrid Rasuk, to go get him. And Rasuki ain't no slouch. He rockets forward and drives one of those flying lizards straight into a shish kebab. Up straight up, no question. Toru shot his brand new summon a quick well done, practically vibrating with excitement over his new op party member. Later, they're posted up at camp and Cade can't shake it. Another beast just hatched, even though it shouldn't have. Panda is basically their fluffy Uber, but now there's Rasuk. Alright, he looks like he's built to brawl, and she's dead right, because that little guy is flexing like it's his job. Then the two pets start chirping back and forth, and Toru just stands there dumbfounded. Because nope, this isn't random, they're straight up flexing to see who's the more capable one. Next thing you know, both of them rocket straight up into the sky like two fluffy, furry missiles blasting off together. After that little drag race, they drop back down, only now we're hearing Panda can shoot up as high as 10 meters. For a floating eyeball, that's insane. Toru spots it instantly. Rasu isn't just a weapon, it's a grappling hook in disguise, and he hits us with those big brain plays. Finally, just then, his stomach growls like a warning bell and he realizes it's time to chow down. He tells Rasuk to vanish back into his arm, tattoo garage for a little breather. Cade, eager to help, turns to the master and asks, can I run the food prep? Food shows up and Toru's stunned she can cook it all, yet he just shrugs and tells her go for it. She lights up instantly, swearing she'll make something delicious. Oh, sweet summer child. She yanks out a brand new apron she just bought and asks what he thinks, while Toru is sweating bullets because he already knows this meal is about to blow up in the worst way. And yeah, look at these ingredients, a whole devil frog plus mandrakes that scream like they're alive. This isn't dinner, it's pure witch's brew. Her very first move, she tears into the frog and rips it open, no mercy. Then she straight up yeets that screaming mandrake and all the other weird plants. ASES, no chopping, no prep, just pure chaos. Toru's spiraling into a full panic. Wait, we're just repeating this. But you thought it was just ingredients, then she's over there vibing, totally lost in the sauce. And when the final result lands, it's purple. Tell me bro, is that even edible? Because that pot is bubbling like pure regret. She slides him this cursed brew, and my man's staring down it like it's the final boss of the whole damn anime. But he's the real deal, so he chomps down for the squad. Thanks for the meal, he says, flashing the most fake smile I've ever seen. His eyes shoot open wide with shock. And somehow, against all laws of physics and flavor, he swears it's very good. What? This guy's taste buds are built different. This kicks Cade into overdrive. She snaps into full clingy waifu mode, gloms onto him mid-bite and starts cooing, master, master. She starts sniffing him, promising she'll do anything to help my guys, while he just tries to enjoy his poison stew in peace. She's in the absolute best mood, like something amazing just happened. But Toru gets blindsided by a brutal PTSD flashback, his trash tier ex, the one who told him he bought a slave just for his own sick pleasure. She'll do whatever you order, while that memory keeps stabbing her back, and yeah, this dude's got some serious baggage, yikes. He snaps back the second Cade offers him seconds. He admits he nearly gave in to his raw instincts, then grips the truth. He can't treat her like something disposable, at least not yet. Right then, Cage erupts in a scream, "Master." And wouldn't you know it, a whole squad of bigger, meaner wyverns shows up, probably attracted by the smell of that purple nightmare fuel. Kate offers to take care of it, but Toru's got that fresh summon glow. He's like, "Nah, let Rasuka handle it." And then he unleashes his brand new pet. Rasuka rockets out like a bullet, screaming across the scene, and just wipes out the whole group in one brutal sweep, turning them into Swiss cheese, pure total massacre. Toru's completely stunned, like, is it even normal for summoned beasts to be this ridiculously op? Cade figures it's his master tamer at work, and boom, gives him a huge buff. After what feels like forever, they finally roll into the capital, and it hits them like a giant wall, absolutely massive. If Cade is totally blown away by the size of the city, a random NPC hits them with the full rundown. This country is massive, packed with shops around every corner and crawling with legendary adventurers. You know the big JRPG capital vibes, where everything feels huge, grand, and about to go down. Our boy has a mission: deliver a letter to a merchant named Jonathan Rockbell, no delays, no excuses. But before they can even find their footing, a massive explosion slams into the scene. A gigantic rhino beast is going on a full rampage, tearing through the streets while yanking a cart behind it. Everyone's sprinting for their lives as this Ceratops rips through the street like it owns the place. Then Tuanab Chad lunged forward, shouted at Toro and Cade to move, and declared, "We're stopping this." The crowd erupts like it's a festival, because yeah, those are the Saul brothers, class of dragon hunters, and piffed, sure right. Cade offers to freeze it right then, but Toro snaps, "Let her do it, she's the one here." And he blurts out, "I'd be sick with shame living if a woman had to save me, let alone a slave," and Byro fires back, "What? Dude, your toxic masculinity is showing." And guess what? The Class A so-called heroes get right up there. Then bam, the crowd claps them for a second right before one of them gets absolutely slammed. And then both of them get flung into orbit. Like, cool for a second, but absolutely useless. Now that beast is barreling straight for a kid. So after Toro watched the pros get completely bodied, he finally stepped up. "Alright, Cade, I got this." He snaps out his binding skill, while wrapping up the rhino's legs. And then he slams the massive beast to a complete stop, right where it stands, and the crowd erupts, shaken to its core. He walks up and calms the creature down like he's a Disney princess. Then, like the universe just rolled the dice in his favor, he turns to the merchant he saved and blurts, "Wait, do you know a Jonathan Rockbell?" And then who shows up but the man himself? Turns out Toru saved his vice president. Now that's one heck of a first impression. They rush inside and Toru swings the letter into their hands. Rockbell skims the note and right there calls Toru a dangerously interesting man. But when Toru asks what the job even is, the guy suddenly turns evasive and smirks, "I can't tell you yet." He tells our boy, "Come back tomorrow night, then I'll spill every detail." Toru dresses sharp and looks put together, because he knows exactly what's coming, and that can only mean one thing for real. Alright, so our man and his top-tier waifu Cade are getting dressed for a royal meeting, but he's whining because the outfit won't move right. Like, "Bro, this drip feels stiff as hell." And Cade just shuts him down like, "Nah, you look totally cool in it," and she's not even remotely wrong. They pull up and some dude with a legendary mustache, Jonathan, rolls in like he owns the whole scene. They hop into this VIP-level carriage, looking like a straight-up fairy tale scene. Inside, Jonathan gets all serious, telling them this is a top-secret mission, so don't tell anyone where we're going. Kate asks if they're headed to a shady place, but Jonathan's just like, "Not that the person you're meeting is way too important with commoners." Ouch, bro, roasted. Our MC finally fires up his brain, pieces everything together, and blurts out, "Wait, is this the secret crowd the Marquis was talking about?" Jonathan just smirks and says, "Trust me, you won't regret this. It's gonna be a massive W for you." And he wasn't messing around. Right as they pull up, boom, a full-on castle in front of them, and the vibes are pure perfection. They burst out, fired up and ready to face the big boss. Jonathan charges them up this absurdly massive staircase and barks for everyone to take a breather for a sec. They're just lounging in this fancy room, and our boy is locked in thinking, "Yo, I've never met anyone this high level before." Then the final boss finally steps in, Kinji King Armand himself, swaggering forward with his guards right at his sides. The entire squad has locked in together, and the tension is so thick you could cut it. The king barrels right in and lays it down. "This meeting is off the books, like this whole conversation never happened, Cappies." He locks eyes with our MC and demands, "I need you, adventurer, do something for me." My dude hits me with, "What's up?" And the king straight up drops a bombshell. This whole capital is in real danger. So boys are all like, can you be a little more specific?" So the king lays it all on the table, "Go out there and yeet the Death Ant Queen." The MC's freaking out, like, wait, you want just the two of us to take down a demon that can wipe out whole armies." The king straight up admits it, his army's getting wrecked right here, right now. He's saying these death ants have already been gorging on the nearby villages, chomping through everything until whole towns vanish off the map. And it's only a matter of time before they set their sights on the capital. The stakes are sky high. The king glares him down and drops the ultimate question, so tell me, can you do it or not? And with pure off-the-charts chat energy, our MC just blurts, I can. The king's so hyped he offers him a noble title, heck, even the title of hero. But my boy's a straight-up Sigma, so he shuts it down and says, if you're gonna give me something, make it cash. They trade barbs for a second, lock in 300 million and seal the deal with a firm handshake, pure legend. The king still can't wrap his head around why he turned down the hero title, but he doesn't leave them hanging. He lines up a guide for tomorrow. Our boy and Kate are just like, yeah, we're trying to keep a low profile and just enjoy our trip, you know. No, don't tell me someone's already slipping out the door. The MC, his fox girl waifu by his side, and the commander slash into the woods on their trek. Man, this forest is seriously beautiful, like I can't even deny it. But the commander slams the mood flat. He points out they're right by the nest, and then he drops the worst part. Dead soldiers are scattered all over the place. Then Katie blurts out a total airhead question, are death ants dangerous? And the commander snaps instantly, yelling, what? Like even a kid should have known that. Our boy just stares, brooding hard as he wonders why his op waifu occasionally drops basic common sense, like her mysterious past warped her brain. Right then, bam, the party gets ambushed and they're trapped in the middle of a disgusting horde of death ants, their swarm closing in fast. Yo, they finally track down M's. The commander spirals into full panic, screaming that the king's plan is trash and that they're all about to die. But before the commander can even wet his pants, our MC casually flicks his sword and wipes out an entire wave of them. Just a quick flick of the wrist, like it didn't even cost him a thought. Cade refuses to be outmatched. He surges forward and blasts the battlefield with a colossal air press, unleashing a massive AoE spell that basically nukes the whole area. The explosion is absolutely ferocious. The commander's face is priceless. He just goes, you've got to be kidding. Our boy claims she was just clearing the area so she could get a better view, and the commander can't even wrap his head around how op that is. But she's not done. Cade starts styling on them, casting twin tornadoes. Then it jumps straight to Ice Age. The entire forest floor instantly flash freezes. She rewrote the battlefield on the spot, freezing everything into a brutal icy wasteland. The MC has to admit she might have gone a bit too far, while behind her the commander is spiraling into a full-blown mental meltdown. He mumbles that the guide is useless and asks if he can just go home, pathetic. Then they suddenly spot the nest entrance. It's this massive pitch-black pit, and from up close it even looks like it's barely wide enough to fit you. The MC starts plotting fast, realizing they can't just wipe the whole place out, because they need the queen's head to cash in that reward money. He just wants one thing, an easy dungeon. Then it hits him, pure galaxy brain genius. He remembers his dungeon and that authority skill. He's like, wait, what if I turn this nest into a dungeon? He yanks out his power and a prompt snaps onto the screen, let's go. A freaking tower blasts out of the ground, identical to the dungeon in Luntata, and yeah, he really pulled it off. He taps his fresh dungeon owner perks and zaps them straight into the boss room with a single teleport. They burst in right in front of the Ant Queen and oh, she explodes with rage, screeching, what day do you pick to mess with my nest? She commands the royal guards to strike, but Kay just swats them away, one after another like they're annoying little ants. The queen freezes in shock when her elite soldiers get obliterated in an instant, turned into squirming bug guts. Our boy just smirks while Cade loses it and goes full savage mode. And then bam, he senses something is seriously off. The queen starts devouring the corpses of her dead children, stealing their power in one brutal bite. Then her level rockets out of sight. She surges to level 86, then cackles like she's untouchable, because in her mind no hero can beat her now. Our MC deadpans, I've got this, clocks he'll beat her and rockets forward. The queen's eyes widen at his insane speed, and she immediately snaps off an ice spell at him. A gigantic ice pillar erupts from the floor, and it turns out those high-level demons aren't just fighting with brute strength, they can summon magic too. She thinks she's got him and starts taunting Cade, but then bam, he's plastered to the wall, completely unharmed. He cracks a grin, completely unbothered, like this is exactly what he asked for, so yeah, you ready to enjoy this meal? Because this isn't just dinner, it's a fight. So our boy and his top-tier wife roll up to the final boss, this absolute unit of an ant queen dominating the whole battlefield. She goes, yeah, I've been munching on humans for years, but you don't look like trashy mob to me. And our guy calm as ice just says, I'm a simple warrior. Then the queen, having a blast as she's feeding the chaos, straight up screams, fuck you. What? Before the boss even lands a move, Cade snaps her ult, earth erupts, spikes fly, and the entire floor hardens into a deadly ice trap. Our MC gets shut down the second he tries, boxed in, blocked from every angle like, yo, I can't even get close, so what's the move here? The Ant Queen doesn't wait for him to figure it out. She slams a loogie in his hands and starts yelling, so how do you like this? Turns out she's hurling straight-up formic acid, metal-melting goo on contact, and our boy is scrambling to dodge for his life. She blasts him with a full-on acid sprinkler system, praying he slips up and gets hit. But my man's got his agility maxed out. He's bouncing between those dissolving pillars like they're nothing at all. He slams onto a pillar and gets totally frozen in midair. The queen swears it's a guaranteed GG, but get this, MC isn't even scared of dying. Nope, his real nightmare is the acid melting his clothes because yeah, his priorities are absolutely unhinged. So what does this Chad do? He goes full Beyblade mode, spinning so hard he whips up a raging vortex. He deflects the entire acid shower right back at Cade's ice wall, which completely shatters on impact. The queen is absolutely shook. Her entire defensive line is completely wiped out. Our boy drops in, stone cold and flat out says, "Is that all you've got? I'm about to slice your head clean off, Giga Chad." Level 1 queen snaps into full rage, screaming that even she can't stand up to this human. Then she completely loses it and goes berserk. She unleashes a non-stop barrage of sharp crystal blasts, but our guy is just way too fast to get hit. He's slipping through the attack pattern like he's danced through it 100 times before. He snatches the opening and zips past her final attack, faster than she can even react. She can't believe her eyes. He's dodging like a blur while she's screaming, so tell me how I'm supposed to land a hit on that. Too late fam, he's already in melee range. With one sharp, clean slice, he yanks her arm off like it's nothing, clean through. And just like that, boss down, request confirmed, job done like it's nothing. Cade shoves a towel into his hands, the ultimate supportive waifu. Then he starts panicking about all those other ants and she just goes, "Oop, yeah, I've got no clue." Then our guy actually thinks, realizes those dungeon monsters probably wiped out the ant mobs the moment their queen got taken out. And then boom, the queen's severed head starts screaming threats. Yuri's still alive and the consequences are about to hit hard. Cade, the ultimate problem solver, just shrugs and goes, "This head is so loud, toss it in the magic storage." And our MC is instantly like, "Bet," ready to go full savage. Then boom, they're suddenly inside the guild or some official building. My guy slams a chest onto the table and drops the Death Ant Queen's head like it's no big deal. The old man is freaking out, swearing their army was seconds from giving up, until he burst in and turned everything around. Toro snaps the pieces together. He realizes the Count knew exactly how brutal it was and still shoved him into a suicide mission. But the official basically says, no, you've got it all wrong. You just saved the country and you're about to cash in on a huge reward. The light bulb finally snaps on in our MC's mind, and he realizes this whole wild quest was just a setup to score pay and rub shoulders with powerful people. He's sweating, spiraling over the thought, what if I'm trash and can't actually beat the queen? Because that old man is playing with fire and he knows it. Just then, a whole squad of soldiers barrels in. They ask if the menu brigade. Then the DER group snaps into a salute, like they're answering a battle call. And they drop to their knees, chanting "Long live the savior" over their homeland, while our poor boy is completely, hopelessly lost. They're marched straight into a colossal castle under guard. Inside, it's basically a royal circus. Every noble is chasing Cade like she's the prize of the century, and one dude straight up blurts, "I want you to marry me." I'm with them as they stride into the throne room looking brand new in fresh drip. The king on his throne explodes into a furious scream, "Sins, sins," and the whole room freezes dead silent. The announcer blares, "King Armand is stepping up, get ready, he's about to speak." The king barks for them to step forward and MC's like, "Oh yeah, this dude is totally main character material." They kneel before the king. The king gives them props, saying even though his army cleared out the small fry, what they did was still legendary. He bows and throws his thanks on behalf of the entire kingdom. Toro flashes a small, sincere thank you, no big speech, just pure humility. Then bam, they haul out the reward. A literal mountain of cash, $700 million, and our boy freezes, stunned speechless. But the king isn't finished yet, he's got one last twist to drop. He's mulling over making their party official heroes. And once that title's sealed, they're not just adventurers anymore, they're national legends. The king sweetened the deal and basically promised them freedom. Walk away from the crown or hand it off anytime they wanted. No strings attached. Then Toro finally caves in and agrees. Cade just grins and says, "Relax, after all, you're my master." As they storm out of the castle, our boy can only think one thing, this is gonna get annoying as hell. Bro, are you kidding? You just became a famous hero with a top-tier waifu. Quit whining. So this huge guy shows up at this insane-looking mansion, tells the heroes they can stay here for as long as they want, and my man and his top-tier wife are completely stunned, like they can't even talk. He ushers them into the new digs, and it's way more spacious than anyone expected. Yo, this place is already fully furnished. Cade's blown away and our boy immediately nods like, "Yeah, this is a solid spot." But before the landlord can kick him out, he blurts, "Hold up, forgot something." Meanwhile, our guy is rushing to be the perfect host, serving coffee like it's straight from a Starbucks. And boom, plot drop. This guy whips out a letter stamped by the king himself, and you find out the big man upstairs chose RMC to be the official hero of this country. Talk about a total glow-up. Our boy blurts, "Wait, what, why me?" And the guy snaps back, "Hero tier." The title wasn't handed out like candy, only after real heavy achievements like his performance against Ant Queen. Now everything clicks and it all finally makes sense. MC immediately panics like, "Wait, this is a trap, right? Am I stuck in this country now?" But now the guy's totally chill. He tells MC, "Do whatever you want, bro, just answer when we call. Congrats, you're a hero now." Right then, Cade swoops in with the coffee like a lifesaver. And our MC seems totally at ease with his new part-time hero gig, so yeah, the ride's still going. He takes a sip, finally exhales like he's been holding his breath forever. Bro hasn't had a single moment to just relax in ages, and you can practically feel the vibe shift. Cade, the ultimate waifu, hits him with, "You down to go grab some stuff?" And he's like, "I'm here to serve you," but she shuts it down with, "Nah, I want a date, fam." So they charged into town for a quick shopping spree. Looks like Katie needed to prep a few things, so our boy's stuck waiting around, bored out of his mind and twiddling his thumbs. Out of nowhere, a couple of random NPCs clock a girl with stunning ears and try to rope her into their little hangout. Yeah, bro, she's not buying it one bit. These clowns start bragging like they're B-rank legends, demanding applause like she owes them respect. Meanwhile, my guy clocked it instantly. She's way above your league. Right on time, our MC pulls up, throws out a quick "hey," claims, "She's my partner." And just like that, everyone backs off like an absolute Chad. These trashter adventurers don't get the hint and straight up ask if she's his slave. Then our boy, playing 4D chess, answers yes. Kate is completely shook. The NPCs think he's just bluffing, but our guy snaps deadly serious. "She might be my slave, but she's also my partner. Don't you ever treat her like she's an object." Oof, and yeah, he's about to wipe out their entire career. And just like that, no effort at all, he rockets them out of the fight and it's over in a blink. Instant KO, no real battle. Kate blurts, "Wait, how did they just drop like that?" While the boy keeps his cool, casually asking if she's okay. He pressed her on why she wouldn't defend herself and she hit him with a bombshell. "I was about to beat them to death before you stepped in." So he's like, "Chill, man, no need to go that extreme," and she's fully down for him like she's craving him. Later, Kate struts in her new fit, and wow, she looks incredible. Our MC can't even hide it, just gushing that he wants her to wear it every single day. Yeah, he's got taste. They refuse to slow down, rolling straight into a market stall to keep the date going. Then they duck into a clock shop for some reason, like, why not, and soak up the whole vibe. They wander around and nostalgia hits hard. Everyone starts reminiscing about the day they first met. She says she was still young and he just grins like, "Yeah, now look at you grown up and smooth." Then they spot a sign for Armin's Rafting, an attraction that screams adventure, so Cade immediately gets fired up. Our boy thinks it sounds like a blast and jumps in, and as he agrees, he can't help wondering how she's still acting so childish. Because yeah, he's totally smitten. They crowd the dock, holding their breath for that so-called interesting ride the sign promised. And they're gone, let the fun explode. Then the water turns wild and choppy, and Kate is freaking out. In the best way, screaming her head off like she's having the ride of her life. Our boy, always the gentleman, tells her to hold on tight, because he's about to pull off that classic move and she's totally on board. Then the boat blares, "Brace yourself, this is about to get way bumpier," and he realizes he picked the wrong route. Oh no, this is bad. And before they can even breathe, they're launching off the edge of a colossal waterfall like it's the end of the world. They drop splash at the bottom and the guide just shrugs like, "Yep, that's the end of the voyage." But no joke, it was all part of the ride because this theme park has zero safety rules. Kate's new clothes are drenched, but she still had the time of her life, and our guy is just relieved she's okay. Days whoosh past and before you know it, night crashes in. They stride down the glowing streets, their minds replaying every place they've ever been. As they stroll beneath the moon, the whole vibe dips into this quiet hush. Then our hero gets hit with a flashback and blurts out to Kay like he's about to spill his heart and shatter everything. Thanks, and yeah, he proves it, telling her he's loved every single day since the moment he met her. But then bam, she flashes this massive, breathtaking smile and says, "You love to see it." Meanwhile, another bunch of adventurers catches a wild rumor. There's a high-level dungeon out there, totally unexplored, and it's calling their names. That blonde main character type gets hit with a wild ego boost and starts wondering, if he clears it first, he's gonna blow up and become insanely famous. So the whole squad yells, "Let's go," and charges straight into the dungeon. They push deeper into the woods, and then bam, the landscape flips out of nowhere, the biome changing into something straight-up bizarre. The campsite is packed to the brim with other adventurers, all camping out like sharks, desperate to grab their share of the action. Sane fires off his appraisal skill and immediately laughs. "Elmao, look at these low-level noobs, they're not even worth my time." With his ego cranked to the max, he strides in with his party, shouting that they're gonna speedrun this place and come out as legends. They stomp into this beat-up hall and trust me, there's no way they were ready for what hit them. They get jumped right away, already beat to a pulp, yelling their heads off. What the hell is this? But nope, it's a whole squad of orcs, and the weakest one's only level 46 while the boss, that freakin' Shad Orsi, is maxed out. The party's getting rattled like, bro, aren't orcs supposed to be level 20? This isn't normal, it's a bug. One of their members is glitching and we're basically already losing the fight. Right when they can't even react, another party member gets absolutely launched across the room. Our hero starts panicking on the spot and screams, "Jet, get out of the way, I'm using my secret weapon." He starts charging a giant lightning spell and screams, lightning like he's Zeus himself. He unleashes this massive AoE blast, and it explodes in pure jaw-dropping flash. And it does absolutely nothing. Those orcs just tank the hit and burst out laughing at him like it's a joke. Our guy is stunned out of his mind because how the hell did that fail completely? Now he's bone dry of mana, panicking, and begs his healer Lisa to do anything right now. She blasts her dream magic, and for a split second the orcs hesitate like they don't get it, but they're still charging right at her. They scramble to hurl up a last-ditch earth wall, trying to stop him at the last second. And the orcs march straight through it like it's made of paper and might as well be air. Right here, Sane just roars, "Let's get the hell out of here." He orders Lisa to haul their other injured friend, but he's totally ready to ditch Sora behind. Absolute top-tier scumbag. Somehow they clawed their way out battered, bruised, and still somehow free. But the second Sane realizes it, he flips the blame straight onto his team. "You're slowing me down. If Sawyer hadn't fainted, I could have done way more. Bro, you weren't landing a single hit." His party members are done with his crap, and morale is completely in the gutter. But that sparks one of the girls to rewind to when she partied with our real MC, remembering how he was the ultimate Chad, the kind of guy who could roll with anything. Someone says ask the other adventurers for help, but Sane's fragile ego snaps, "Do you really want me, your hero, to show weakness?" Now my guy slips into full dark side mode, muttering threats under his breath. "So I'll just erase them and grab everything they've got, because I can't let a single person catch me looking weak." This psycho starts drilling his murder combo right into a nearby tree stump, only to trip right into our main crew mid-perfect, synchronized bowel movement. That dude's straight up terrified like, "Is this really what I think it is?" Three of them at once. Next thing you know, he gets blasted in the face with something foul and screams bloody murder. Meanwhile, his party members are just hanging around, staring at each other like, "Bro, what is that awful smell?" Since Stumble staggered back to them, caked in filth, looking like his soul had already fled. His negotiations totally blew up in spectacular fashion. Then his own team turns on him, recoils in disgust, and tells him to back off because he reeks so badly. They straight up dare him to go take a dip in the sea, like that's the ultimate roast. Alright, back to our real protagonist. Camera snaps to a fancy mansion right in the capital. Toru and his wife UK step into a fancy high-class auction house like they own the night. Keed calls out that they're stuck way in the back, and Toru's tiny eyeball buddy suddenly pops out like, "Hey." Then Keed tells it to duck and hide right away. Tor admits he's never been to something like this, so he tells everyone to keep their heads down, watch from afar, and stay totally low-key. Turns out the Count, whose daughter he rescued, basically pulled strings and invited him here to say thanks, because she figured he'd spot something awesome. The auction lights up, and the bidding is about to explode. The rules are dead simple. Pay the most, win the prize, no questions, no excuses. The first prize is a colossal diamond, and the moment bidding starts, offers start raining in like crazy. It goes for a whopping 230,000, and Toru's jaw drops at how these rich people are tossing money around like it's nothing. Next up, an ability-blocking scroll, an ultra-rare artifact that can slam an enemy's skills to a grinding halt. The bidding kicks off at a slick million. Toru doesn't even blink. He shoots his hand up and drops 1 million. He knows this op relic can't be copied, and right now it's a full-on game changer. And believe it or not, not a single soul bids, so he swoops up that legendary gear for the starting price. Cade's totally baffled, but Toru shrugs it off. Nobles would rather chase shiny showpieces than real, battle-ready combat equipment. Next up, there's a life extension potion, and the moment you see its price, it goes completely nuclear. It fetches a wild 850 million, and Toru can't even breathe. Because right after the Dark Turn auction hits, they start slinging people as slaves, kicking things off with a high elf. She's selling for 500 million, and our guy can't even find words. Then they whip out fairy dust, this rare powder that kicks in and sends you soaring through the sky like you were born to fly. But it gets worse. Where that dust is coming from, it's a tiny fairy trapped in a cage, sold off like the main event. The bidding is already climbing into the hundreds of millions, and you can see the poor fairy shaking in terror, begging anyone for help. Help! Right then Toru and Cade hear a voice inside their heads begging, "Please help me get Fra out of here." Toru goes still, because he suddenly realizes he's the only one who can hear the fairy's telepathic scream for help. The bidding's already blasting off at a crazy 460 million, and this little fairy is locked in a cage, shrieking for someone to save her. And Toru hears that call, and there's no way he's just going to stand there. because if a possible waifu is in trouble, he's jumping in. So my man straight up stands and slams a brand new key onto the bidding floor, 600 million. The whole room is rattling, but Toru's just sitting there looking untouchable, while those old geezers swear he's already finished. But hold up, here comes a brand new challenger. This greasy mohawk-wearing dude steps in, throws down 630 to the meal, and smirks like he already knows he's going to win. And yeah, this dude is down bad, already daydreaming about all the creepy stuff he wants to do, straight up a walking red flag. Toru's done with this, he's fuming thinking, who the hell is this pervert? And swears he won't let that trash-tier villain get anywhere near her. It's a full-on bidding war. The price skyrockets past 800 million with Toru just spamming the bid button. Even Toru's starting to sweat, but this guy won't quit. He's going for the win and he won't back down. So Toru decides to wipe out this guy's whole career. He slams the table, roars and yells on billion. The auctioneer snaps and loses it. The creepy guy freezes in shock, and he can't even keep up with that chat's unstoppable energy. And just like that, the whole game is over. Mr. Thor 31, our masked hero, snatches the fairy for a cool billion. The little fairies just stared like, wait, what the heck happened? As the show hits its final beat, the auctioneer snaps into action and starts wrapping everything up for the night. But right when he's about to hit that final sign-off, Toru pulls a pro-gamer move. He steps up, calls out that he's got something to sell, and you can tell he's about to flip an item just to cover his ridiculous spending. He strides onto the stage and the host lands in like, so, is this some kind of high-grade potion? Now my boy's telling me it's an elixir, the legendary item straight up. The whole crowd loses its mind, and elixir. That's a top-tier cheat code that instantly mends any injury, like a full restore straight out of Pokemon. The appraiser inspects it, squints hard, and then declares it's the real thing. Deal, he's shouting, Liggett, and he demands Toru set the starting price right now. Toru keeps his cool and casually tosses out 10 million like it's nothing. Then the room erupts. Bids rocket straight up to 102 Xanter Squathersand million in an instant, and you can feel the hype vibrating in the air. So what's the final price? A mind-blowing 25 billion. Toru just sitting there like it's no big deal, huh? That's way higher than I ever guessed. He went from big spender to mega rich in 5 minutes flat. In the VIP room, they're tying up loose ends and settling every last score. So after they ripped that 1 billion fairy cost out of the 225 billion he pulled in, our guy just walked off with a huge profit. His wallet got a serious glow-up, like for real. And just like that, he's locked in and the prize is right there. The fairy is officially his. Toru suddenly hits a realization like, okay, how am I even going to explain adding a third girl to the party? Back at the crib, he's stuck in his head, realizing his whole life flipped the moment Kate joined in. They scramble onto the fresh ferry and head straight back to their spot. He pops open the cage and practically says, all right, you're free, but she's still shaking with pure terror. She's convinced he's gonna trick her cause all humans are sus, but then Cade shows up with the tea service, throwing her for a loop. Toru goes all in with the ultimate peace offering cookies, and guess what? It totally works on her. She takes a bite and her face lights up. Okay, this is actually pretty good, and her guard starts slipping. Kate fires off the million-dollar question, so why'd you buy her? He says he caught her desperate prayer for help. Then Cade erupts in panic, because he just realized he heard Fra's real plea. Hearing it, Fra rockets out of the cage, drops into a full-on ground bow, yells my lord, and rushes out an apology. Toru's brain completely short-circuits. Fra's completely baffled. Why the legendary Dragon Man is just hanging out with regular humans like it's no big deal. Wait a Watman, Cade's totally rattled and Frau is cheering like she just snagged a rare Pokemon. Taurus, wait, how did you appraise me and still miss this? Cade double-checks with her appraisal skill and sure enough, he's a Dragon Man. Toru immediately panics because this could spell disaster. Cade lays it out, Dragon Men were an insanely next-level race back in the day. And trust me, my boy's racial background is straight-up S-tier. Frau introduces herself properly and thanks him, and Toru tries to play it cool and wipe the whole master-servant setup. But she shuts that down fast like, nope, it doesn't work that way. She launches into a full-blown rant about how her own family would have shut her down. Then people would have mocked her for being a cutting board. And when she finally comes back with nothing, the burns hit even harder savage. She juts out her chest and declares she's a level 30 warrior, ready to pull her own weight in a fight, and she's determined to get into the squad. Oh right then, Q barges in and froze like, what is that jiggly white thing? Toru introduced Panda, and Fra immediately cracked up laughing at the name. And just like that, boom, the two brand new members are already tearing off and the party vibes are absolutely immaculate. The next morning, our boy bolts awake feeling weighed down, like something big is sitting on his chest. He glances down and freezes. There's a tiny Frau knocked out on his chest, and now bro's got himself a pock-eyed waifu. Now he barrels downstairs for breakfast and fires off, Cade, where'd Fra go? Toru breaks down the bed invasion incident and Katie just deadpans, I hope she's alive, lol. Fra jolts awake on top of Q completely lost, while Tor huddles there, already plotting their next wild adventure for rare loot. She storms over with a crushed face, hurt that everyone forgot her, and Toru snaps, telling her to drop the master's stuff. But Cade says some tribes treat it like a mark of respect. Yeah, Frau is not buying that excuse for a second. She totally panics, then blurts that since he's her lord, calling him that is just completely natural, and she's fully committed to the bit. She even yanks out that my family will torture you card again, then Toru finally snaps and caves, fine, call me lord. He's over the moon that his ever-growing harem is finally getting along. Now it's time to map out where this chaotic crew heads next. Next, Fraz shoots in with a grin and goes, come on, let's hit the fairy village. She lays out the whole sales pitch like a spell in a breathtaking forest. Ancient ruins spread out for her lord to explore, and the flowers are bursting in full bloom. All Toru wants is answers about the food. She drops secret fairy bee honey, and the second he hears it, he's completely hooked. And just like that, the next arc clicks into place. They're charging straight for the fairy village. Fra fires off a warning. Fairies absolutely despise humans, so they're basically walking into a beatdown the second they arrive. Toru and Cade don't even flinch getting attacked. They're cool with it because their op levels are so ridiculous they straight up don't care. Frau is freaking out, blurting that those fairy warriors are no joke, and that they can hit harder than humans ever could. But they just brush it off and decide to hit the Adventurers Guild before they leave town. Roll up to the giant guild hall like you mean business. Well, the squad walks in looking like main characters, which to be fair they are. Right away, a few guys at the table spot them, and just like that, they realize the legends have arrived. Two fangirls barrel in eyes wide and confirm they're the legendary Menu Brigade. Then boom, the entire guild erupt blowout hits, and the moment they step out, it's total chaos. Fans swarm them for autographs, handshakes, and even marriage proposals. Fame is seriously insane. Even the guild leader drops everything just to greet them himself, and he shouts that Toro is the hero of this whole country. He officially slaps them with S-rank status, but the welcome party goes so overboard that Toru doesn't stand a chance. So Kate does exactly what any sane person would do. She snaps a flashbang to blind them and rip open the escape route. And just like that, poof, they vanish, tossing the guild into chaos and leaving a bunch of confused fans staring at nothing. Outside, they finally admit it. Heading back to the guild is probably a terrible move for now, so they play it safe. While Plan B just kicks back at home, letting Cade whip up something delicious, they find a way better way to spend the day. Alright, our boy decides it's go time. He's about to flex those brand new op skills. And with his fox girl waifu riding shotgun, that weird eyeball thing staring too, he just locks in like, alright, here we go. He unleashes a freaking water cannon that just obliterates the landscape. Bro, he's not just moving rocks, he's reshaping the entire map from the ground up. A colossal dust cloud roars up so thick that nobody can see a single thing. But hold up, my man's not done yet. Right after that, he snaps straight into earth magic. A massive stone pillar blasts up from the ground, and he's still screaming his head off like, not even done with Enoch yet. Next thing you know, he's whipping up a full-on rock tornado like it's nothing. But wait, my guy is totally lost. Wind? Yeah, you need it if you want to summon a tornado, not just wing it. His control is straight up trash and Cade gets yanked into the updraft. She's getting slammed around like a tossed salad, shrieking for her life the whole time. Our MC keeps rubbing the back of his head, still fuming because his busted powers just won't work right. He's buzzing with energy, itching for round 2, shouting, I'm gonna try a J80, while his waifu clings to him, begging him to slow down. She lays it all on him. Your magic's infinite, sure, but the power's unstable, your aim is trash, and your hit rate is a total joke. And to prove it, my guys, she summons a simple fire sword and nearly incinerates his floating eyeball mascot Q. Q is absolutely fuming, yelling, are you trying to kill me? While our boy just freezes and goes, my bad, I accidentally evaporated the clouds. Oops. Out of nowhere, a system notification blasts onto the screen. The level 3 dungeon they just cleared got a huge patch, and now it's level 5. Keed tells me this place just got upgraded into a top-tier farming goldmine with rare drops. But now it's also the graveyard where fresh noobs come to get crushed. And our MC, the one who started all this, is totally losing it, panicking like, no way, what am I supposed to do? Meanwhile, Frau's tiny fairy companion just pokes him with the truth, roasting him as she says this is exactly the kind of chaos a demon king would unleash. So when I hear my man goes full 180 and suddenly hits me with, wait, a high-level dungeon in my backyard. That's actually kinda sick, I'm like, oh wow. Then another notification flashes. Boom, someone just carved out a private room for him inside the dungeon, like he unlocked premium access on the spot. They rush inside and this room is straight up a palace. Oh my god, the architecture is straight up unreal. This place sprawls for miles and it feels straight up haunted. They spot the central stone, whip out the map, and realize they've only hit a sub-level. When their magic storage starts choking to the limit, the MC suddenly sparks a genius plan, this massive empty palace. It's about to become their personal warehouse. Kate can't sit still. She's practically vibrating with excitement as she starts tearing into the boxes and unpacking her collection. She yanks out these chests. Hold up, wait a minute. She's clutching one of the MC's shirts, blushing so hard she can barely breathe. Master, I beat everyone here. Then our boys finally clock where all his clothes have been vanishing to, and yep, it turns out my girl is DOWNBAD. He decides to act like he saw nothing, and pushes the idea of building a wall to split the whole space in two. Right away, the fairy Fraua and the eyeball Q start scrapping, clawing for their tiny little corner. With Q towering over her, he shoves the tiny fairy into a corner and bullies her there. MC just stands there as they keep chatting and circling each other, and he thinks, wow, they're really good friends. But then bro, that's not friendship, that's harassment. Later, back at their cozy home, they finally crashed into the safety of their warm little world. Yo, my man's just posted up at home, straight up chilling, watching his fox girl wife do laundry like it's the most normal thing in the world. He's up on the balcony, sipping coffee like he owns the world, thinking I'm living in paradise. During their daily meeting, he learns the brutal truth. Fra, the little fairy, literally owns nothing but the clothes on her back, because when she was captured, she lost everything. So the chat fires up and decides it's shopping time to grab her some fresh drip. Frau's bouncing with hype, and the MC suddenly realizes he's out of leads. So he's forced to chase a new clue left behind by that notorious kleptomaniac fox girl. So they race straight for the capital city. First stop, a furniture store, and Frau instantly falls head over heels for a throne that looks like it was built for the final boss. MC's like, whoa, this is way too much, then shuts it down and says he'd rather grab a couple storage chests. They roam the streets, hunting for clothes that could possibly fit a tiny fairy. Frog clocks a doll shop and yanks them in without a second thought. Cade doubts they'll uncover anything, but MC insists it's still worth taking a peek. And would you believe it, those doll clothes fit Frau to a T, but she's not impressed at all, acting all bothered like it somehow insults her. And just like that, her arguments with Q spark all over again, because the second it starts, the whole party crumbles straight back into full-on chaos. While he stared at the dolls, right when our MC thinks he's safe, a brutal PTSD flashback slams into him out of nowhere. He can't forget Lisa, his ex, because she didn't just have feelings, she had a doll too. He took the thing in his hands, then tossed it aside like it didn't matter. The memory turns colder the more he digs in her icy smile, her words, I tossed it because I didn't need it anymore, just like you tore her. Oh F, that one's brutal, buddy. Kate snaps him out of his trauma spiral, yanking him back to the present like a lifeline. Right then, the old shop owner strides over, and the MC fires off, asking if he sells fairy clothes. The old man can barely breathe when he spots a real fairy. He calls it insane luck. Then he snatches out a chest packed with tiny, flawless outfits. He tells them the truth. His late wife crafted every single one of them because she adored fairies, and their biggest shared dream was to finally see one. He hands them the whole collection, no price tag, not a single charge. MC hates doing it, but Fraud steps up and promises she'll make his wife's wish come true. They yank open the chest, and bam! It's a treasure vault packed with fairy-sized fashion, underwear included. There, the old man spills the truth. He opened the doll shop just to show off the clothes his wife painstakingly made. After she passed, he threw himself into doll making, turning it into the whole purpose of his life. And just like that, the fairy fashion show kicks off. Frau slips into a deadly new outfit and completely stuns everyone. She struts through a whole mix of styles, sweet and cute one moment, then straight up cool the next. Katie has to shove our dense MC into finally giving her a real compliment. But then he finally blurts out that she's pretty, and Frau practically glows with pure joy. The old man's eyes flood with tears as he watches his wife's dream come true in front of him. Then Frau formally performs the final act with the clothes, thanking him in the only way she can. They thank the kind old man, grin at each other, and head out with their hard-earned haul. He waves them off, promising to wait for their return. All by himself in his shop, he stares at a photo of his wife, smiling, happy, and full of peace. Then he stumbles on what they ditched, a note and a fat stack of cash, and the message goes, "Thanks for the clothes, use this to keep making your dolls." The old man is absolutely stunned, staring at him like, who the hell are you? As our MC walks off grinning, he's thrilled they scored a great deal, while Frau is already clinging to the new outfit like it's her absolute favorite. Alright, so our boy wakes up to his top-tier fox waifu, Ka, and before he can even blink, she's like, "Good morning, master, now drop your pants, trust me, it's laundry day." My man's still half asleep, trying to wrap his head around it, while Cade's just chilling, straight up saying he's probably sweaty from last night. He's acting all chill like, wait, do I smell? And then bam, she clocked him and pulled that knot, ate the master scent clean and said, smells so good, huh? Yeah, she's down bad. He finally hands her his shirt, and my girl immediately dives in for a tactical sniff. No shame, no hesitation, just pure dedication to the mission. You gotta respect it. Then it's breakfast time, and Cade's flexing her waifu-level skills again. serving up some fancy bakery bread like it's pure magic. And she's strutting around like, yep, this place is legit, because she snagged it straight from the neighbor's wife's recommendation. They're settling deep in the capital now, totally at ease, living that cozy domestic life for over a week straight. Now it's so laid back that our boys start panicking, like, what if he never even wants to go home? Kate fires off, what's the plan? And this guy straight up has zero tourist spots left, so she laughs and goes, perfect, let's go shopping. Meanwhile, the pets are demolishing food like they own the place, while Fraud's chowdown is covering meals for five. What a vibe. Alright, it's locked in, they're going shopping, and our MC steps up for dish duty like a total gentleman. But hold on, right when he's about to finally become the good house husband, crash. Those tiny gremlins, the Fawn Panda, come flying through the window like the Kool-Aid man on steroids. Our poor kid is freaking out, but the moment's already gone. Those tiny terrors broke free and scattered into the city. Later, when they step out, he catches his breath for 1 second, then overhears some dudes chatting about giant sandworms showing up all over the place. Some weird freak weather has them crawling back up to the surface. Tornadoes, earthquakes, and the entire disaster movie nightmare lineup. The guild even stopped throwing quests at him because their regeneration is straight up insane, so when the MC hears that, what's their reaction? Nah, they just play dumb like they didn't catch it, because a giant plot hook just slapped them right in the face. So they stormed the market, grabbed fresh veggies, and soaked up the good vibes like it was the best day ever. But the truth of their journey finally slams into them. Sure, they've been relaxing for a while, but now the clock's ticking and it's almost time to tear back off. It's kinda bittersweet because they've really built this real routine here. Our boy slips into a little emo spiral, thinking how damn good it feels to spot familiar faces, and how easy it'd be to just stay forever. But then PTSD slams him in the chest, dragging him back to that trash-tier ex-party like it's haunting him for good. He's on a mission to mend a shattered heart, so he can't just stand still. He's got to keep grinding. Right then, they crash into the packed market, weaving through the crowd like their lives depend on it. Then panic hits. This frantic mom is tearing through the chaos, desperately hunting for her missing kid, Q-Man. As the absolute chads they are, our crew jumps in to help right away, side quest accepted. And boom, she gets the rundown. Brown hair and pigtails and a huge bear plastered right on her clothes. Codes are flying off the screen. Yeah, the search is on, but this market's jammed, and it's a total nightmare to sift through. Our MC is trying to lock in, spiraling into nightmare thoughts like kidnapping. Then his nose catches the smell of sizzling grilled skewers. Talk about priorities gone wild. He's drooling over street food while a kid is missing. But Kay, the brains behind all of this, hits them with a galaxy brain plan, the smell. She clocks it instantly and decides they can use her super sniffer to track the kid. They snatch a handkerchief from Mom. Cade instantly snags the scent. She's right there. Follow me, she screams, and they bolt. She bolts through the alleyways at full speed, pulling them right behind her. And just like that, they spot the little girl, Q-Man, sobbing her heart out, begging for her mom. Mom bursts in, thrilled out of her mind, then her smile drops as she blurts, "Wait, we're a Fra and Panda." With a tearful reunion that hit them both like a wave. Everything starts to rumble. Our MC's mind flashes to those sandworm rumors the second the ground beneath their feet starts to split open. Boom, the street blasts upward like it's been punched by a god. And a massive, disgusting sandworm, ripped straight from a nightmare, erupts out of the ground. Mom's losing it, can you blame her? But our boy is pure speed. He snatches the mom in an instant and gets her to safety, while the pets stand guard and protect the kid. Absolute pro-gamer move. He tells Cade to stall the threat while he rushes in to evacuate every civilian. Alright, now it's getting serious. He locks the civilian safe behind him, clenches his fists, and wipes out every last regret. Now he's ready to beat that worm down. The worm goes berserk, smashing through everything as it tears the place apart. Cade is flying around the battlefield, whipping into dodge after dodge and slipping past every attack with pure slick precision. She thinks she's finally safe, until the worm blasts a nasty wad of acid right at her. MC lunges in for the save, slams the attack aside at the last second. "You bastard," he screams. He hacks the worm straight in half, sure that's the end. But nope, just like the rumors promised, this thing's got god-tier regeneration and it snaps back together instantly, like it never got hurt at all. Our boy tries not to stare, but boom, bigger problems hit. Cade can't pull her best moves, and our MC is freaking out because his op magic could wipe out an entire city block. They've got to cook up a whole new strategy. He can't brute force this right here. He needs way more space. And just like that, it hits, an idea ignites in his head. "More space," he calls out, and he orders Kay to get ready to unleash her wind magic on his signal. He sprints straight into the monster, snatches up 8, and I swear, this dude is built different. He clings on like his life depends on it. She screams, "Kay, raise me up." And wham, she unleashes a brutal burst of wind, blasting both the MC and the giant worm flying straight into the sky. With him finally in the air, collateral damage is out of the question. He flashes a grin and mutters, "Time." He whips out a brutal fire spell and like a meteor strike, smashes it straight onto the worm's face. Total annihilation. After the battle, the little girl blurts out her thanks to Frau, and then calls her a tiny, small-breasted fairy, because the absolute savagery of it all is just unreal. Frau S not taking any of that, but hey, everyone's safe, so yeah, that's a win. Then the pets start demanding head pats like it's part of the deal for keeping everyone safe, and Kate is still fuming over that broken window. So when our guy sees Cade shaking in her wrecked clothes, he rips off his jacket and throws it to her, pure gentleman energy. And just like that, Cade's heart goes wild, doki doki right in his chest. Now that the city's safe, it's finally time to move right now. They tell the landlord goodbye and he basically tells them, "You're a hero now, so don't go stirring up trouble in other kingdoms." Panda wraps the guy in a farewell hug, so brutal it nearly snaps his spine. With that total chaos farewell ringing in their ears, they sprint off into the unknown. A fresh friend just slid into the party, and next they're charging straight for the fairy village. Yep, the adventure keeps going full throttle. 8 Our boy wakes up feeling totally refreshed, like that good night of sleep actually reset his whole soul. His top-tier wife, Yukade, is already awake and buzzing. She's hustled out, grabbed breakfast from town for him, and fired up the whole room, asking if he's ready for their trip to the fairy village. While my dude straps on his gear, he clocks Kate shooting him savage side-eye like she's got a plan brewing. She points at his armor like, "This is trash tier, it's one bump away from falling apart." Then she pushes for an upgrade and our MC just fires back, "You know the idea." So they roll up on this ancient place that screams final dungeon from the second they step in. Turns out, we stumble onto the temple of the sacred weapon. My guy needs fresh armor, and Kay just drops a straight-up lore bomb. Turns out the sacred weapon isn't only one weapon, it can morph into whatever the user can imagine. And somehow my dude completely forgot that's exactly how he scored his op sword in the first place. His memory is buffering hard. He's reeling like, wait, so you can have more than one sacred weapon. And then it clicks. Yeah, not a trap, not some gotcha, you just have to picture the exact kind of weapon you want before you make your move. Back in the day, if you could land a hit with one of these bad boys, people basically bowed to you like you were royalty. Because they're almost indestructible, they slap you with a temporary power boost, and yeah, it's basically a cheat code. Cade's all confidence because the masters got this, but right as they reach the main door, they clock something seriously suspicious. Footprints everywhere, like 4 people already tore through here and beat them to the punch. Without wasting a single second, our guy yanks those huge doors wide open like an absolute legend. Inside, the whole place feels legendary, and dead center, the sacred sword just sits there, patiently waiting for its next owner. The whole squad finally exhales, thank God. Turns out the other clowns botched it again. So they stride right up to the main event. Our boy's nerves start screaming. He doubts he'll ever take that legendary sword and forge it into a full suit of armor. But he shakes it off and goes for it, yelling, "Here I come." But hold up, pause right there and hit rewind for a sec. A few days ago, right back in the capital. We catch this clown-ass blonde dork, all sane and swaggering, sauntering into the Adventurers Guild like he owns the place. This guy's ego is through the roof. He honestly thinks everyone should drop everything and simp for him just because he's the hero. The receptionist shuts him down cold and snarls at him to check the quest board, like every other nobody. This hits Sane like a switch instant meltdown. "Do you even know who I am? I'm an A and S ranked hero," he screeches. The locals just laugh in his face, calling him nobody here. Then he snaps completely, spiraling into a whiny rant about how, back home, everyone would have been on their knees for him. On his way home, some random adventurer crashes into him and blurts, "Just decks the guy." That whole guild is like, "What the heck, dude?" But Sane's on a power trip, screaming that it's all their fault for insulting a hero. So the whole guild swarms him at once, yelling that he's a phony. Big mistake, Sane absolutely wipes the floor with all of them, flexing hard because they're just level 30 noobs. One of his own party members tries to calm him down, but Sane snaps at him to shut his trap, because this dude is seriously chasing validation. Then a guild worker crashes the scene. She spills the bombshell about a brand new party called the Menu Brigade, and how they snatched the hero title for beating the Queen of the Death Ant. What Sane's face instantly crumples, he can't wrap his head around it. A lousy B-ranked party is getting treated like S-ranked heroes. Then he learns they even wiped out a dragon and snagged a sacred sword, and it hits him like a punch. He's getting outshined by the exact guy he kicked out of his party, and honestly you can't ask for a better twist. Then it hits him, Gridget is where the second sacred sword is, and his tiny brain finally catches up just in time for full-blown panic to explode. He orders his party to kick the guys he just pummeled out of the way in lightning bolts, like, wow, what a hero. So this fake hero and his crew sprint in full panic, charging straight toward Gridget. He's got this genius plan, grab the sacred sword first, then track down our MC and rip him apart. Bros seething, drowning in jealousy. They finally burst through the path and reach the temple. Sane is having his villain monologue moment, absolutely giddy that he's about to get another legendary weapon. His crew of yes-men crowd around him, hyping him like crazy and screaming, "This is your moment, go shine." He snatches the sword like a total badass, all smug about finally finishing our boy, then he yanks it hard and absolutely nothing happens. He tries again, yanks with everything he's got, but the blade won't budge. Meanwhile, his whole party just stands there totally baffled. Sane is fighting for his life, growling through the strain as he grinds this sword. "It's testing me." Meanwhile, his party buddies are just bursting into giggles, staring at his blushing face like, "Dude, do you have a fever?" He's screaming like his skull is about to split, veins bulging out of his forehead. Then he demands that tea right there so he can comb it out. Get this, he and his whole party stayed there for 24 solid hours, and he still couldn't land the win, and yeah, it's downright pathetic. So the very next day after that huge disaster, everything was about to get real. Our MC steps up, yanks the handle, and draws the sword like it's nothing. Then it detonates into a blazing tidal wave of energy right on the spot, and Cads blurts, "Told you so, master." Power rips and whirls around him in a classic transformation sequence. And boom, the lights drop out and there it is, his sick new armor glowing back at everyone. Cade can't stop staring. First he stares at his fresh drip like it's armor. Now he's walking around looking like a full-on op protagonist. He's slammed into a full-body shot, and that armor looks so fresh it practically gleams. Seriously, even his boots look straight-up stylish. He gives it a quick test run, and the thing glides along like a dream. He tells Cade it feels like leather even though it's solid metal. And when she hears that, she pulls out her appraisal skill to test it. She tries anyway, but it crumples, because the item's level is way too high for her to read, and that's when she realizes this new gear is pure legend. They can't stop staring at the wild, sacred weapon tech for a few seconds. With the upgrade locked in, our MC is itching to bolt. Alright, let's hit the fairy village. That night the squad slips into the woods and makes camp, ready for whatever's out there. Rain begins to fall, but those massive trees stand tall and shield him like a living roof. While the girls are out cold, my dude stays on guard, eyes sharp and unblinking through the whole night. Then bam, he gets a system notification, restoration of EXP complete, and my guy's EXP gain got paused his whole life. He still remembers this gift was riding with him since he was a baby, and at 25 he finally cracked the seal and unlocked his skill savings, like a total long game payoff. He shudders at the thought of waiting another 20 years just to reach level 300, and as that dread sinks in, Cade suddenly starts talking in her sleep, pleading with him not to leave her. He's the true Chad, and he softly strokes her head to calm her down. He murmurs a promise with a steady calm, "Don't worry, I'll always be right there with you." Then he hears Frau, another girl, still stuck in a nightmare, begging him for help. He figures she's stuck back in that nightmare, replaying her life as a slave, and right now, he's got nothing he can do about it. Under the soft drum of rain, the whole crew huddles up and catches their breath, because the next leg of the journey is about to hit. So Frau's out there flexing with a giant hammer like she's Thor's lost daughter, and the entire crew's shaking with pure shock. Tor's drenched in sweat, stumbling backward like, "Nah, I totally knew you were strong." But Cade just stands there grinning like, "You really thought I'd be done for in here, huh?" You see Cade check her stats and boom, she leveled up. Toro finally cracks and admits he messed up. "My bad, I totally underestimated you." Turns out our boy is an EXP doubling cheat code. He slaps the my skill on M, shows off his level 35 like it's nothing, and suddenly he's basically a walking EXP boost for the whole party. Even Frau's like, "That's not cheating," because she's still raking in all the gains. Hearing that, Frau snapped into full goblin mode and bolted off, screaming, "Then I'm gonna level up as much as I can." And Toru got left in the dust like, "Yo, hold up." Now they're stuck on the sidelines, waiting for their new hyperactive party member to wrap up her grind session, while Cade, being the ultimate waifu, brewing coffee, and Toru's spiraling into full stress mode. Suddenly, a projectile zips past Toru's face, and hey, this time his reaction speed is actually decent. A whole squad of bulky, scowling fairies storm in, led by some grizzled old man who looks like he can bench a truck. Then he points and barks. "That guy moves fast, everyone swarm him." The whole gang gets swarmed by these pixie dudes, and Cade's like, "Those are Frost friends, right?" But the old man is yelling his head off at Dak, so yeah, I'm not buying that. Next thing you know, Toru and Cade get tangled in some kind of weird magic web, and the fairies are panicking hard because their attacks are doing absolutely nothing. The old-timer gets desperate and decides to go scorched earth. He's about to nuke the whole forest, yelling, "For the benefit of the town, we must completely destroy this place." Toru is getting real antsy, wondering where his little leveling maniac is. He straight up screams, "Come back now, this is an order." Man's voice is surprisingly loud. Then boom, an enormous explosion tears through the forest out in the distance. Something is blasting toward them at Mach 5, it's Frau, and she tears through the fairies like they're nothing, screaming, "How dare you touch my lord." Guard, she lands like a superhero, jabs a finger at the fairies and drops a straight-up lore bomb. "That guy over there is part of the great race." That old guy freezes. Frau, is it really you? And the great race too. It finally hits him, he just tangled with the wrong crew. Frau doesn't pause for a second, she screams, take this feather, and rockets into an assault on the old guy. Family drama, let's go. Once that awkward misunderstanding finally clears, they're led deep into the woods, straight toward the fairy village. Cade throws a brutal jab at Toru, asking what his genius plan would have been if he'd gotten himself yeeted, and Toru's got nothing to say. Ouch. Finally, they charge up to the fairy's home entrance, right on the edge of escape. And the fairy grandpa tells him that creepy entrance was just a top-tier illusion to keep the riffraff out. And Cade is practically vibrating with excitement to finally see the real deal. And boom, the real village is a straight-up Ghibli movie scene, with tree houses and fairies flying all over the place. They finally crash in a guest room that's way bigger than you'd expect for fairies, and moments later, they're brought out some magical flower tea. Turns out the super buff fairy is Fraud's dad, and the old dude is her grandfather and the village chief. And Pops is getting absolutely wrecked by his own son for attacking the guests. Oh wow, Dad is going full savage. He's blasting the chief as a useless idiot while he throws down with full hands-on chaos, and this family is completely unhinged. He's screaming at him, why are you shielding that human? And the chief just hits back, bro, don't you recognize his aura? He's from the great race. The second he hears that the dad's tough guy act is all a lie, his pride collapses, he's down on his knees begging for forgiveness, and the whole switch-up hits like a gut punch. Now it's Fra's turn to lay down the rules for her old man, and even Toru can't help but feel sorry for the poor guy. After the family drama finally blew over, they all took a seat and dug straight into business. The chief's smile vanishes as he turns deadly serious, pounding home that their village is in deep trouble, and they had no choice but to beg for help from the outside, because only the great race can stop what's about to hit. That's why they dispatched Frau after our boy, only for Toru to clock her and go, wait, she's a priestess. It's hard to swallow, especially since she's got the energy of a straight-up brawler. Frau leans in and admits this quest has eaten up her whole year. And along the way, humans grabbed her too, which is exactly how she ended up locked inside that cage. Toru pieces it all together. Maybe this was fate that led him to her, and right then he finally pops the big question. So what's the real problem with you guys? The chief shoots him a grim stare and says, honestly, you'll understand it best when you see it with your own eyes. So they waste no time and sprint to the edge of the village, desperate to get a look at this terrifying threat. There it stood, an enormous golem, squirming and tangled in magical vines right beside a towering giant tree. The chief lays it out. This isn't some random mob, it's a relic the great race dumped after an ancient war, packed with insane defense, and not even the fairies' hardest hits can crack it. And boom, one random day it suddenly woke up and went on a full rampage. They finally slammed it down with magic, but those bindings are fraying fast, like a ticking time bomb about to explode. Golem gets up close and his gut screams, this is wrong. Golems are just ancient robots, mean only when their creator commands it. As he closes in, the golem's lone eye snaps around, clicking straight onto him. Oh no. And it immediately blasts a freaking laser beam straight at his head. Toru dodges like a pro, clocks that the golem's command system is busted, and Cade demands the plan. Toru just shrugs, guess we're scrapping it. Right then, the golem's binding snap rips it all apart. Welp, so much for that. Then the golem snaps free for real and Toru yells at his wife, UK stay back, because it's go time. Then boom, energy balls start raining down everywhere, but Toru just snaps up a barrier like it's nothing, shouting for everyone to stay right by him. He slips the next blast and rockets straight into the danger. My man decides fists are the answer and smashes a solid punch right into that rust bucket. That impact is so violent, it literally gouges a trench straight into the dirt behind the golem. My dude is op beyond belief. Toru then vaults up the giant tree with crazy parkour speed. And no joke, the golem's right on his tail, climbing with shockingly nimble agility. He pulls a classic anime move, kicking off the trunk and dive-bombing the golem from above. And the impact slams the golem apart, shattering it into a million pieces, total annihilation. But he isn't finished, he snaps onto a branch, rockets forward like a storm and shouts, this is as far as you go. He slams his sword straight onto the golem's head, cuts clean through and detonates it in a huge blast. Was that overkill? Nah, that's exactly the perfect amount of payback. The crew trudges right up to the crater, jaws dropped in total awe, and Kate just smirks, good job, master. After all that god-tier destruction, our hero's first thought hits like a fist, I'm starving. Absolute Chad behavior. The fairy chief reels back in awe, declares the great race is truly unmatched, and immediately promises a gigantic hero-worthy feast. After he saved the whole village, Toru gets the royal hero treatment, elders bowing to him and thanking him for stopping their homes from getting smashed into golem-flavored rubble. Toru's like, nah, that wasn't a big deal, just chill. But the chief won't let it slide. He's going, bro, if you weren't here, we'd be homeless, you're a legend. To say thanks, they're blasting the village with a massive party, and the village chief decides it's the perfect time to rein in his whole slightly chaotic family. We rolled deep with the whole squad, Jijin the Gramps, Vanya the Grandma, and the rest of the crew all together. And this family is wild. Everyone's hyping each other up, with one sis roasting the other like she's a giant cutting board. Pure savagery. Meanwhile, Toru just drinks in that chaos good energy like it's oxygen. Frau leans in and brags about how tightly her family's locked together, and Toru just shrugs like, yeah, it's got that lively chaos all day. Yeah, he's thinking it for real, no question about it. This extra is basically stamped into their genes. While the party's still being set up, they pull our crew aside and tell us to hit the baths and cool off. And listen, my guy S got a custom-built outdoor onsen out back, made for visitors only like straight-up VIP treatment. Toru slips inside and it's pure bliss, perfume bright flowers, a killer view of the forest, the whole dream in one breath. This is living. He's just vibing, lost in deep questions like whether he should wash his head first, until his thoughts get totally wrecked. And boom, Keed crashes in, asking straight up if she can wash his back. My guy instantly starts glitching out like, you don't have to do this just because you're a slave, but she won't back off and he folds immediately. Now Zero's draining the power out of him. His brain snaps into full panic mode, this is bad. We bathed before, but back then she was still a kid and now she's fully upgraded. That guy's down astronomically bad. After that near-death scare, he's drifting around like he's already in heaven, until it hits him, and he finally snaps back and begs Kay to join him in the real bath. She hops in and my guy stays icy calm, chatting about the water temperature like his soul didn't just rocket out of his body. They're just kicking back together, soaking up that calm, peaceful vibe like nothing else in the world exists. It's warm, it smells amazing, and it hits like instant relief. An absolute 180 from the panic fest just a minute ago. Then his hand smacks something soft and fluffy and panic hits him like lightning because it's her tail. And she just laughs like, it's fine, yeah, you can touch it. Toru gets a fast lore bomb. Beastmen tails are a super sensitive private spot, and letting someone touch theirs is a huge trust flex because Cade just gave sewing permission. He finally spots she's overheating, snaps out of his trance like, oh, thanks for the tail experience, real smooth, huh? Booth, just then the sky explodes in a meteor shower. But the two of them just stand there, eyes wide, staring up at that unreal view. Whoa, totally breathtaking. They both realize this is a core memory in the making. A super special moment they'll probably never forget. Alright, so the so-called heroes finally haul their sorry asses to North Star. And yeah, my guys are having zero fun with it. They're all drenched in sweat, griping non-stop that if Sane weren't such a trash-tier hero and had just yanked the final sword, they wouldn't be crawling through this desert hellscape right now. Sane, our protagonist, absolutely loses his cool. He's screaming, silence you noisy woman. Bro, his entire reputation is on the line and he's projecting hard. And my guy is totally losing it. He's sobbing like, no sword, no future, it's GG's for my career. Right when he's seconds from popping a blood vessel, one of the girls spots a city and they decide to dive in for some grub. Sane nods along, but you can practically feel the rage bubbling under the surface. His party is being way too high maintenance for his patience. They finally burst into the restaurant, and the menu hits them like a nightmare. One gourmet platter packed with bugs, worms, grubs, the whole deal. The squad can't take it, pure disgust spreads across their faces. They're staring down this protein-packed meal like it just insulted their ancestors personally. Saint's crew gags and complains that everyone here is sick, while some absolute mad girl just dives in and starts eating anyway. And guess what? She's loving every second of it. Wow, this is actually bussin', she blurts, and the others stare at her like she just sprouted a second head. Bread, Sane, and the other two are like, nah, we're good, let's leave Bread in charge. And right then they start scheming to boot the bug and joy her out of the party. Then reality slams in. He's stuck out in the middle of nowhere, starving to death, and the girls drag him for ordering food and not eating a single bite. It's so my dude has to man up, screaming I'm the hero. I'm not afraid of an insect, as he shoves a spoonful of nightmares into his mouth. After that long, tasty meal, they finally burst into the temple, ready for whatever comes next. But oh no, Sane's stomach is throwing a full-on party. The pain folds him in half as he doubles over, begging the universe to explain why he's the only one with a weak tummy. He's literally going green, but he still tries to play it cool. Then he snaps at the universe for being unfair, even though the bug waifu is totally fine. They hit the main gate, and Sane's trembling like a leaf while the girls rush in after him. Meanwhile, my man is fighting a whole different kind of battle on a different front. He's not scared of the temple, he's fighting for his life, trying to stop a catastrophic, world-ending fart from escaping. Start at last, the gate bursts open. Then he takes the longest, hardest death grip walk of his life straight to the sword's pedestal, one slip, and it's curtains for his pants. He finally snatches a potion, convinced this is his escape. He steps onto the pedestal, and that spotlight blasts down on him like he's the main character of the whole damn story. But the moment he reaches for the sword, he realizes one thing. If he yanks too hard, something terrifying is going to break free. One of the girls, bless her heart, lunges in and helps him yank it. This is the worst time to mess up teamwork, so she yanks the sword free, and a wave of relief blasts through the air, washing over Sane like it finally made it. The girls are cracking up non-stop, soaking in the glittery chaos left behind. What a hero. Meanwhile, across the world, Toru, the real MC, throws himself a full-on victory lap, living it up in the fairy village. My guy is sipping on legendary fairy honey liquor like it's pure magic, saying it was the best thing he'd ever tasted. While Sane munches on bugs like it's nothing, Tor gets handed a royal feast. Only this difference hurts in a way you can't forget. The fairy elder steps in, leans close, and asks Toru's companion how his daughter is doing. Taru's thrown off by the whole slave situation, but he's still trying to stay polite about it. But the old dude snaps into full boomer mode, yelling that serving the great race is the fairy's highest honor. He's basically trying to hook his own daughter, who's dying of embarrassment, with our boy. Toru, the king of dodging awkward moments, slips off and claims he has to use the bathroom just to get away. He spots a quiet corner and shuts the world out to kick back. But Kaide, his fox girl waifu, clocks him instantly. She clocks that he was trying to slip away, and when he finally fesses up, he says seeing the fairy family hit him hard and dragged his thoughts straight back to his own parents. And then we get the tragic backstory drop. He came home at 15 to find his rich parents murdered, probably by robbers. He got left completely alone, and the only thing holding him up was his childhood friend Lisa. She was his rock-solid lifeline, the one thing that kept him moving forward no matter what. Kaide, sharp as a blade, snaps the pieces together. Wait, is she the one who ditched you for that loser Sane? Yeah, she's dead on. And Toru finally admits it. When she left, he was absolutely down bad. He's stuck thinking he'll never be good enough for her, bro. Brocade, the best girl, softly leaned into his shoulder and stayed there to comfort him. The next day, they plunge into ancient golem ruins, grinding and leveling up Kaide's skills like their lives depend on it, him. Toru orders her to crank up her appraisal skill and hunt down any cool loot she can find. She taps a quick ping and boom, there it is, a hidden entrance they didn't even know existed. It barrels them straight into a dark cave, where they stumble on a colossal, glowing teleportation circle that lights up the whole place. Kaide spots it instantly and blurts, "I've seen one of these before." She's convinced it runs on some hidden underground power, but she doesn't think it'll get them anywhere near far enough. They've got no clue where this road will end. But Toru's adventurer instincts are buzzing like crazy. He's already imagining where that orange could take him. A jackpot treasure chest or some hidden place nobody's ever laid eyes on, and yeah, he's ready to gamble it all just for the biscuit. Kaide's got my full back, ride or die for real, and wherever you go, I'm right there following your every move. So yeah, he makes the call. Now it's time for our boy to chow down and dive headfirst into the unknown. Suddenly, the whole fairy village floods in, begging them to stay, and they even pitch him to stick around for 30 years. Like, please don't go. Total clingfist. Frau, the fairy princess, has to step in and shout at everyone to calm down and show some respect. The fairies grimly agree to hold their ground and wait for his return. Toru whips around and thanks Frau for snatching him out of the mob. They traded frantic goodbyes, swearing they'd be back before you could even miss them. Not long after, back in the golem ruins, Toru fires up the whole party. Listen up, team. We don't know what's waiting on the other side, so trust your instincts. Now brace yourselves, hold on tight. With one last let's go, they dive straight into the magic circle's swirling vortex, bracing for whatever the world hurls at them next. So this total clown finally manages to lay his hands on the legendary sacred sword. He's been down bad for this thing forever, somehow messing it up a couple times already. Then boom, the RNG gods finally showed up and actually hooked him. But his partying didn't leave a second for him to gloat. One of the girls goes, "Hey, I heard there are demons lurking, so when are we gonna shut him up?" Then she catches High admiring his brand new toy and he just stares her down like, "Mind your business." What? The squad starts bickering about whether they're even high-low enough to handle this smoke, but Sane cuts in, "Nah fam, if we make a move I'm going in, no questions." Next, one of his other party members steps in like a voice of reason, saying the townsfolk are terrified and they have to do something. Because if Rushingen goes all in, it could get every single one of them wiped and sent back to the lobby. Saying just scoffs, thinking there's no way some high-level demons would just pop up out of nowhere in human territory. Meanwhile, another girl at the party is already plotting roster changes. She drags Suara for being too cautious and a total burden, yet keeps her around because she's stacked and can heal. Big yikes, my guy. They're straight up fighting over booting level 40 party members like they're a top esports squad scrambling to win the Demon King finals. Suddenly, the entire building starts violently shaking, like something massive is tearing it apart. They peek outside and bam, everything erupts in chaos, with people sprinting through the streets like their lives depend on it. It's a full-on demon attack, saying instead of being worried, looks absolutely thrilled. He's like perfect timing. This guy sees a citywide disaster and thinks, perfect. He whips out his brand new sword and powers up to chase clout like seriously what a joke. The streets feel like a battlefield. Demons smash through everything, knock guards down like dominoes, and howl for loot while the chaos screams back. They're going full villain, screaming kill the men, grabbing the riches and hurting helpless civilians like loot. The big boss demon leans in and orders his minions to go absolutely feral. From the rooftop, Sane unfurls his master plan. Lisa, mage, coat that big guy in spells while I swoop in and end it. But also wait, shouldn't they evacuate the civilians first? Then this guy totally snaps. He screams that civilians are low priority, demands she follow his orders, and his hero behavior is absolute trash. Down below, demons are snatching food and hauling captives in for the next move. Then from the rooftops above, a brutal wall of magic bombards the demons and drops them completely off guard. The spells crash straight into the demon general, hitting like thunder. Sign flashes a wicked grin, sure his surprise attack is finally landing. Then he lunges in and screams, "Die now." Now he rockets forward and swings that brand new shining sword straight at them. And then he finally locks eyes with the demon general. Except not, because the demon snatches the sacred sword with one hand like it's nothing and snaps back, "Who the hell are you?" Then he casually snapped out a backhand and wham, Sane rocketed across the plaza, crashing hard into the wall. Alright, our hero straight up gets destroyed. The demon general saunters up to the fallen hero's wreckage, and you can see the shock. He's still alive, still moving. The general asks if the hero realizes what he's become because the demon lord wants to get his hands on him and play. Sane is having a full-blown mental breakdown. He can't believe this random in general tanked his ultimate attack and a magic barrage without a single scratch. Right then, a whole squad of other adventurers crashes into the party. They rush the demon leaders head-on, refusing to back down ever. One of the fallen heroes snaps to them. It's that famous mixed-race adventure squad everyone talks about, and thank every star, real backup is finally here. The demon general is not impressed though, he just tells his goons to get ready. The adventurers roar and strike, unleashing a deadly tornado and a volley of earth-shattering needles. But it's totally useless. Those letters are a joke, because he snarls at the demon general and smashes their weapons to pieces like glass. That dude swings his sword, and it just smashes into two pieces. The general yawns in disgust, dismissing them like an annoying pest. He smashes one of them down with zero effort. Then he breaks into wild laughter and basically dares the crowd, "Alright, who's next?" The group's witch snaps her bow and lets an arrow fly, straight and lethal. But it does absolutely nothing. She freezes in terror because she realizes she's completely outmatched. The demon general keeps them in stitches, barking orders to his own boys, "Take out the trash." Then he spots the hero scrambling to crawl out of reach. He rockets in, slams over him, and stomps him hard before he even has a chance to get away. He clamps his hand on Sane's face and sneers that he's pathetic for trying to bolt. Then he glances at his level 63, and just erupts in laughter. "So you're really trying to take me on at level 63. All the other demons gang up and roast him non-stop, laughing at how pathetically weak he is. One of Sane's own tries to rush in and save him, but he gets absolutely flattened in the blink of an eye. The healer dashes in to help, but the other party members start roaring at her to calm down. But when she sees that absolute scumbag, everything snaps. He says this is her perfect chance to run, then he turns around and roasts his own party members as useless women who can't do a damn thing. He literally screams, "I'm a hero, my life is more important than yours." Bro, the audacity. Fed up with his nonsense, Sora finally steps in. She snaps at Nay and the others to run while she stands her ground and holds the line. She barrels straight at the demon general, then gets instantly one-shotted. The general only smirks, "Nice try." While his party gets wiped out, Sane yells at them not to turn around and to keep running. With his last breath, he stares at Nay and spits, "Goodbye, Nay, I'm done with you, die here for me." What an absolute monster. The demon general stares as the final party member crumples to the ground. Nay just stood there, frozen in disbelief, as this so-called hero ditched them all and left them to die. Meanwhile, deep inside ancient ruins far beyond the horizon, a razor-straight, silent cut carves clean through solid rock. And right when it seems like ours is the real show, Toru steps in and steals the spotlight, while his fox waifu is left totally flabbergasted by his brand new Dragon Knight technique. Turns out they got yanked through space and dumped in southern ruins, and right then, what do they see? A city just sitting nearby. But then a gigantic plume of black smoke erupts from it. Yeah, that's definitely a horrible sign. As they close in, the stench hits hard, blood and burning flesh, and trust me, that's about as good as it gets. They burst in and the whole city is already burning, flames roaring as a slaughter unfolds before their eyes. They sprint through burning streets, stunned at the sheer wreckage. Everything around him turns into a full-blown hellscape. Flames roar across everything and the fire rips through the whole place. Toru clenches his fist, seething as he faces the bodies of innocent citizens. This has to be the work of demons. But then his slime buddy interrupts, "Hey wait, people are still alive." Just like that, the demons spot them, eyes lighting up at Toru's par, cheering that he's got beautiful beasts and fairies, and deciding they're snatching all of them. But they pick the wrong crew. Kei, the fox waifu, tears the air apart with a slash burst before anyone can even blink. Her strike hits at lightning speed. Before the demons even realize she's there, it's already over. They're left staring, stunned by how fast she's going. His party snaps at him to calm down and lock in. Those grunts are barely holding on, so they need to focus on one thing, saving the survivors. Toru takes a deep breath, locks in on the truth. Revenge can wait because right now he's got one mission, save the citizens. He snaps the order, split up and save the people. He'll crush the enemy in the city center while his squad tears east and west to cover everything. This is what real heroes look like. 1 second they're watching, the next they're sprinting into action, powering up fast to save anyone who's in trouble. Alright, this ugly demon creep, looking like some budget Lotso bear, tracks down a family and starts wreaking pure terror on them. He snatches the kid's mom and basically yanks her into his "come have fun with me" trap, pure peak villain cringe. Just as he's about to make his move, SPKG, bam. Our boy Toru rockets in out of nowhere and slaps him with a brutal slice and dice. He lands and immediately checks on the scared girl, playing the hero card perfectly. Toru yells at them to run to safety and vows he'll handle every last demon himself. Absolute Chad behavior. He's basically telling her, just wait, I'm not finished. And you can see the mom totally buying every word. Bro flashes Eimer a reassuring smile, then dashes off to take on an entire army by himself. And when I say solo, my guy turns into a blur, blitzing through these low-level mobs like they don't even exist. The closer he creeps toward the center, the more demons flood in, and he watches the city guards get totally steamrolled in seconds. Then it hits him, this isn't random, there's a boss calling the shots. So he decides to speedrun it, obliterating the very first trash mob in a single second, no hesitation. 2 seconds, another one bites the dust. The guards are just watching with their jaws on the floor. 3-second crack, he doesn't even break a sweat. Alright, give it 4 seconds, and he's a Beyblade made of pure destruction. By the time 5 seconds hit, he's already torn through the entire plaza. The guards are totally stunned. Debbie, what just happened? Because he turned them into demon confetti on the spot instantly. Toru strides right up to them and goes, you take care of the civilians. My squad's got the demon infestation. Yo, the guards are basically going, wait, aren't you the guy from that brigade? Because everyone knows the legendary heroes who took down giants, and yeah, my dude's party has serious street cred. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom HQ, the demon commanders are getting reports that their armies on the east and west sides got wiped by a single dude. They're panicking hard. And right on cue, Toru crashes into the scene the only way an op protagonist can, by smashing a hole straight through the wall. He brushes himself off like it's no big deal, just another Tuesday. The demon commander snarls, who are you? And Toru just rushes in, answers with pure warrior force. The boss ain't buying it, he's calling out Toru like, come on, you look way more stacked than the so-called hero. So suddenly, a body drops from the ceiling. And Toru, with his op speed, rockets forward and snatches her up just before she crashes to the ground. He locks eyes with her and blurts, no way. Then the boss starts blabbering that she was with the hero who ditched her, and Toru steps in, snapping, shut your trap. My man is furious, he's like, just wait, I'm handling you later. Cue the dramatic flashback, knees spiraling hard, drowning in guilt over the brutal gap between her and Toru. She tries to turn it around on him, asking why he's not making a move, on Lisa total wingwoman energy. She straight up calls him out, so you love her, don't you? And our boy freezes, too shy to admit it, terrified she'll shoot him down. Awesome, Nay goes full savage, calling him pathetic and demanding he man up, then totally short-circuits when he calls her a tomboy but still promises she'll train him hard. Aw. In the present, those demon goons figure Toru is either stuck in shock or totally lost his mind, so they rush him. Huge mistake. The boss is puffing his chest and bragging he can't wait to slug it out with someone over level Hunin, meanwhile Toru's like, nah, no time for games, and he's already lining up to end you fast. The commander snaps and struts his level 50 like it's a weapon. Toru just smirks and goes, bring it on. The boss roars and swings his massive weapon at full force. And just like that, his arm smacks the floor. Toru tells him straight up, you're packed with flaws. Oof, the disrespect hits hard. The boss is shrieking at the top of his lungs, absolutely shell-shocked. Right then and there, an ice trap spell detonates out of nowhere. It blasts all around them, yet somehow it's still friendly. The waifu squad just rolled in, we're sorry we're late, and Avak's almost finished. Toru orders Kei to heal Ni, then thanks them both for the backup, because that's what a real leader does. Now that Nei's safe, he whips back toward the boss, eyes burning, ready to end it for real. The boss breaks into a cold sweat when he realizes he's facing a whole squad of top-tier fighters, so he snaps and pulls out his trump card, a demonic weapon. Then bam, that gnarly axe slams into his hand and you can practically feel it. This is his final form moment. He introduces himself as Damu and starts his big transformation sequence. Toru, after catching even one episode of Dragon Ball Z, knows you never, ever let the villain finish powering up, so he barrels in. He lunges for the strike, but Damo powers up and makes it look easy, then he unleashes a demonic strike, so yeah, you should be shocked now. Now Toru snaps his own fangs strike into place and parries the attack head-on. But the power gap hits hard and he gets blasted backward. Like our boy is straight up shocked, this dude finally catches up and can keep pace with him. Damo launches a full-on villain rant about his axe, Prado, right where it's busted. It unleashes a nasty regen ability and slams his stats through the roof. Then boom, turns out it boosts his level by a full third. And just like that, this total loser gets shoved up to level 195. From the sidelines, Kate frets, but the fox girl just laughs like, "Now you're new here, you don't know who our master is." Since he's the strongest, Bam Tor slams one perfect hit and literally splits the demon clean in half. Because of that messed up region, he just tears himself back together piece by piece like it's no big deal. Toru slips the counterattack clean, and his eyes lock in as he finally reads the whole situation. Now Damu's mind snaps, how am I losing in this form? While Toru realizes the opponent's just a stat stick with zero real combat experience. Toru's game plan is set, find the weak spot and one-shot him for good. They locked eyes in a classic anime stare down. And Toru straight up teleports behind him, this demon never even spots the move. Pure speed blitz, no chance to react. Damu thinks his regen can save him, but it's too late. Toru already found the core of the demonic axe and shattered it. But it's over, boss crumples to his knees, utterly beaten, and Toru's phone dings with new jobs, Locked, Dragon Knight, and Master Thief. Nice. The boss asks for a finisher and has one last question, what level are you? Toru just smashes him with the ultimate flex, Threaded. And the demon just cackles, clocking that he got wrecked in the exact same way the hero did. And with that final flex, the sheer power radiating from our level 300 MC is enough to make the whole building shake. What an absolute unit. Alright, the dust finally clears, and the wreckage from that last battle looks downright brutal. Toru and his top-tier waifu Cade just sit there taking in the elves they were handed like, wait, we really got these. The local doc rolls up and lays out the state of Toru's knee. Yo, that hyper potion you used was clutch, my dude. She's banged up, but she's not seriously wrecked. But he says that potion is basically a fantasy band-aid. Sure, it patches the big damage, but her old injuries stay as weak spots. Then the old man disappears. You dig. Next, Toru leans in and finds Nia sprawled out cold, knocked out. He sees her arm was snapped clean in half, and now it's totally fine again. My guy's getting misty-eyed and I'm like, yo, I'm so asterisk happy I hoarded those O potions instead of selling them off, because that RNG is straight up blessed. He thanks Cade for her help, and she can't stop smiling because everyone's mostly okay. But wait, Kate's not finished. She flips into scanner mode, fires up her Zaman skill, and hunts for anything that looks suspicious. She blurts it to Toru right away, hey master, we need to talk now. So they spill into the hallway, and the whole atmosphere snaps into full-on seriousness. Kay slams a huge truth bomb on him, then drops the one word he never saw coming, brainwashing. Toru's shaken, Kate blurts out that Nay's stats are totally wrecked, like someone brain-ed her with a cheat code, and she wants to know who did it, the game master pulling off this garbage tier hack. Right then, a Saiyan vision hits Toru's head. Now my dude can't believe it. Sane, my childhood friend, no shot, he's in full-on denial mode saying it's impossible. He tells Cade he needs a minute alone, and you can practically see him spiraling out of control. He's flashing back to the good times with Nay, and then he clenches his fist so hard it feels like it might burst. And then the rage slams in full-on anime protagonist mode. Yeah, I'm coming for Sane and I'm killing him. Again, the next day the city is still a wreck. Toru's stuck there boiling with rage, steaming in his own anger. Suddenly a voice cuts in. Nay, she's awake. She's totally lost, eyes wide as she blurts out where she is and who Toru even is. Then she drops a line that screams the brainwashing is still running full blast, and I go, so I was a band, right? Oof. She starts ranting pure nonsense, claiming the hero stayed sane by leaving her behind as a sacrifice to stop the demons. Like bro, the simping levels are unreal. Toru just stands there frozen, like his brain is stuck buffering under the weight of how unbelievably stupid all of this is. He finally snaps, throws his head back and screams, why do you talk like that? He just can't take it anymore. He stares her down, eyes locked, and then blurts out that she's been brainwashed to the core. This totally fries her brain. She's all, I love Sane. But this feels wrong, like my thoughts are getting tangled up into one big mess. She starts spiraling in panic, realizing she can't even name her own feelings anymore. Like her whole brain just suffered a full-on system crash. Toru, the ultimate fix-it guy, yanks out a potion he just happened to have stashed, and it smashes every curse, no matter how op. Then he leans in and explains, brainwashing, that's just a high-level curse wearing a disguise. Yeah, but here's the real catch. Using it can wreck your mind so badly you might snap completely. Big risk, huge reward. With a full-on Chad move, he shoves it into her hands and says the choice is hers. He's not judging her, no matter what she picks. He and Cade stride out to Giga for space, and Cade's freaking out that he's not okay, while Toru just snaps that he's way too wired to sleep. Out of nowhere, a brutal, earth-shaking crash erupts from the room. They bust in to find Nay on the floor, convulsing like crazy. She drank the potion. Cade barrels in and blasts her with healing waves, trying to lock her back into stability. For a second it looks like it's working, but then they just whispers no. Oh, the brainwashing finally breaks, but the memories come crashing back and she screams at Toru, "Don't look at me." She's shattered on the verge of falling apart, blubbering that she's filthy and that she said unforgivable things. Guilt crashes into her like a wrecking ball. "I'm the worst, I betrayed my own heart and I betrayed Toru too." But Toru won't let her spiral. He yanks her into a tight hug and roars, "You didn't do this. You were controlled, so don't blame yourself." He fires off the smoothest line of the century, "You're not dirty at all, you'll always be mine deep down." He tells her to get some rest, then looks her in the eye and makes it clear he trusts her completely. Our boy bursts outside, resolve blazing across his face. As he strides through the city, he spots everyone teaming up, rebuilding it brick by brick. In this world, the whole community is clawing their way back to their feet. Toru sat there sparked with inspiration and couldn't stop thinking about just how insanely strong some people are. He barrels into the little girl he saved and boom, she's finally back with her family. In the middle of all that relief, he vows that if Nay can't bounce back, he'll protect her forever. This guy's loyalty stat maxed out to the ceiling. Just as the girl thanks him, boom, city guards roll in out of nowhere. They start chanting Toru-sama and calling him the hero of Armand. "My boy's officially famous now." Now they all bow and he's just awkwardly trying to play it cool. But it's already over, every single person in town explodes into cheers for him, and he's officially the MVP. They ask if he can help rebuild and he's like, "Heck yeah, give me something to do or I'll lose my mind." So our boy rolls into work and jumps straight into the dirt, helping with hard manual labor. A whole week rips by in the blink of an eye. Toru brings some food to Nay, who's looking a bit better. She tells him he's too kind. Then she slams down a bombshell. She used to be just like him, but she couldn't take the pressure of living inside the hero's party. She felt like dead weight, and the expectations crushed her from the inside out. Toru finally gets it, these two are just different sides of the same coin. He hammers out words of hope, telling her she can beat this too, just like he did. But Nae's not buying it. She snaps that she's heading straight back to her village. She's quitting, retiring from the adventure life. Her spirit is completely broken. Then she blurts out that she just wants a quiet life, living peacefully with her parents. Then she begs for one last perfect memory, and Toru's alarm bells explode in his head. He finally gets it. She's not retiring at all, she's setting herself up to die. Toru shoots back, then goes full goblin mode, yanking her right out of bed in those pajamas. "Nope, we're going outside." And where's he dragging her to? Straight to Slater's shop. He barges in, starts yelling, "I want a master-slave contract with this woman." Brute. The slave trader's baffled, but he still nods on one brutal condition: the target can't be brainwashed. Toru locks eyes with Ni and charges straight for the throat. "If you want to," he dares, "you can kill yourself." He slams her with an ultimatum: "Promise you won't do it or you'll become my slave." And she crumples, breaking down because she can't promise. Yeah, she shrieks that she wants to die but can't, and Toru just deadpans, "Wrong." Then he drops the bomb and declares he's making her his slave anyway. Then he drops the craziest galaxy-brained order ever: "As punishment, I want you to live." He won't let his friend go out sad, not on his watch. This is emotional 5D chess on a whole different level. Nay bursts into tears, shouting that he's a disposable guy. And still she grins, the contract is sealed. A slave mark suddenly blooms across her chest. Later, she walks right beside him, actually smiling, and she tells him she finally feels connected to him. Toru's still on edge, but right now they push ahead, stitching together a brand new, super weird bond as they move forward. Alright, let's get this bread. Kate is dead set on spending big, and she wants to pull Nassen out for a wild shopping spree. But our girl is saying, "Nah, fam." Meanwhile, I'm slipping into my old adventure gear cause I'm set. Toru immediately shuts that down. "Oh, about that, your old clothes were basically trashed here, so I yeeted them." Nay starts to panic about being broke since the trash hero stole her wallet. But my boy Toru, an absolute Chad, flares that wallet out and goes, "Don't trip, I've got stacks, just tell me what you need." Yet even with all that, she's still feeling heavy, saying she can't freeload forever and she wants to head home eventually. Toru then tosses him back into the well and declares, "Congrats, you're my slave now, so I'm responsible for taking care of you." Oh yeah, that's one way to say it. Cade blurts out, "Wait, are the slaves getting treated this nicely? Should I start acting spoiled and call you master too?" And Toru just smirks, "Bet." That's it, this squad surges out into the city streets, right into the chaos. And yo, the village is bouncing back at full speed. People are flooding back in, and the whole place is loud with life again. Toru's basically a walking local legend now. People practically mob him just to shout hi, because the dude saved the village, and you can feel that main character energy blazing off him. Nei's freaking out and grilling him on how he got so up, but Toru tries to play it off like hard work, and she's clearly not buying it, until Cade suddenly spots a bread stall and hijacks the whole moment. Classic. So yeah, Toru and Cade stroll along and sneak in a real heart-to-heart. Toru says pushing her out into the world is what's helping her heal, the same way it healed him, and Cade's cheeks burn as he admits Toru's words literally saved her back when she was stuck in the dark. She still remembers him telling her he wanted her bursting with joy, and that promise hit her like the world. But my boy just grins and confirms he meant every word. Cade is fully on board the Toru train now, ready to back him up, because she vowed to help his important people too, and she's fired up for this shopping trip like it's about to go down. They storm into the clothing shop, and after a short wait, Nei bursts out with the massive reveal. And damn, she's unbelievably adorable. Toru's jaw drops, and he gives her a straight-up 10 out of 10, telling her she looks absolutely amazing. She blushes hard and beams, and Toru presses his point, saying she looks amazing in her usual outfits, but this new look is a whole different league. The tiny fairy and the slime even pop up demanding compliments, so Toru just rains praise on the entire squad like a damn legend. What a king. Once the shopping is done, Kate grabs him and goes, "Alright, next stop." Then she hauls him to an oasis where there's a pool waiting. Bro, you already know what's coming. This is the mandatory beach episode and it's happening right now. The entire crew is geared up, strapped in, and fully ready to roll. So yeah, this place is basically a full-on resort. Kate, 28 years old but somehow acting like a total kid, throws herself right into the chaos. And then, real smooth, she plays innocent and asks Toru for a favor. She can't reach her own back to put on sunscreen, so yeah, we all see exactly where this is headed. My guy is down bad. Right when he's about to do it, his brain short-circuits, like wait, is this real life? Or did that slave contract twist her thoughts? But then he remembers what the slave trader swore. The contract can't mess with what she thinks, meaning her feelings are 100% real. He's seconds from making his move, already picturing himself shielding her from getting sunburned. Out of nowhere, a willed Nissan bursts in and smashes her with a flying kick. Don't even blink. She shrieks, seething with jealousy, and my guy gets launched. And just like that, everything explodes into the biggest water fight imaginable. After a bit, Nei suddenly says she's wiped out and going to take a breather. Toru clocks that she's still wearing that sad look, then turns to Cade and says he's going to go talk to her. Sure, he brings her a drink, and they sit down by the lounge chairs. They pause for a breath, then finally they crack open the moment like it's been locked tight for years. She raises her chin and blurts out that she's been buried in thoughts for a long time. She's crushed with guilt for laughing, while Sora and Lisa are still getting brutalized and brainwashed by that trash-tier hero. Toru shuts down her guilt trip on the spot. Like I told you before, you're not the one to blame. He tells her the whole truth. It all traces back to the hero, and all he wants is for her to finally go home and live in peace. Then he flips into full-on Chad mode. Alright, let me handle the scene and I'll make him pay for what he did to you. He thrusts his hand forward and tells her to wipe the past clean for now, just live it up and have fun. She tilts her head up at him and pure shock hits her for a second. And grabs his hand. They sprint back to the pool together, and for the rest of the day, they soak up every second like it's pure fun. A week later, they haul Nei all the way to the kingdom of Armand, and now it's goodbye time. Guards step in to escort her the rest of the way, and Nei just smiles and tells them she trusts them. Toru asks what she's gonna do next, and she says she'll help her parents on the farm, because she knows he's some big deal hero in this country now, yet he just waves it off like it's nothing. Alright, this is it, the moment has come and it's time to split for real. She thanked the entire crew, and she made it a point to thank them most of all for helping her feel better. Then she drags Keat aside for some serious girl talk and tells her to look out for Toru, because he can be a total dense idiot sometimes. Toru fires off his last shot, firing back the question one final time, begging her to join their party. But she turns him down, saying she doesn't have the right to be by his side. She's made her decision. Toru holds it in the highest honor. But there's one last desperate quest left, please. Help Sora, she's hurting and she needs you right now. Toru swears he'll make it happen, but she snaps that even if he smashes the brainwashing, Sora's heart may already be shattered beyond repair. Then she turns the knife and asks about Lisa. Lisa, Cade gets straight to the point. Toru, do you still have feelings for Lisa? And for the first time, our boy has no clear answer. He admits he would have said yes without hesitation before, but now his mind's blank and the story suddenly gets way more intense. Nei reassures him it's fine, but she warns that going after them head-on is going to wreck him bad. Toru clenched his fist, eyes locked in determination. He told her he'd take it from here, and since they used to be best friends, he was going to be the one to smash Sane's tyranny for good, sealing it with a fierce fist bump that shouted trust. And with that, they finally ripped apart and went their separate ways. Nei leaned out of her carriage, waved like crazy, and shouted, "Don't miss me, meet me again soon." Clinging to the vow he swore, Toru and his party press on, stepping deeper into their journey. So yeah, our crew's just minding their own business when this huge saber-toothed tiger barges in, flexing and talking mad trash. The Lord of the Forest, I'll destroy you stupid humans, now chill. Next thing you know, that giant furball has our boy pinned in a headlock, but he's just standing there like it's a normal Tuesday. While the girls panic, he shrugs, I'm good. And even the tiger is completely shook. It lunges and tries to chomp down on his head, but it's like gnawing on a rock. This tiger just sits there, stunned like, dude, what are you made of? Adamantium. Meanwhile, our MC looks bored out of his skull. He's finally done playing chew toy, so he just casually faceplants the forest lord straight into the ground. No diff. With the local wildlife dealt with, they pitched camp for the night, and the tiger just sprawled there, utterly humbled. Cade asks what's next, and our boy grins. They're finally heading for the capital. First they hit a town called Grid, then they rocket straight to the capital. Apparently, the original plan was to go after some dude named Sane, but they were planning to hit a round table in the capital anyway. Turns out Sane's heading for the capital too, so the whole game plan shifts, set up an ambush right there. Big brain stuff. But first he has to check on Lisa and Sora. He yanks out the potions he picked up at a slave shop made to expose brainwashing. When the target's body starts glowing pink, it means they're being controlled. He's absolutely convinced Sane is the one who brainwashed them. Even though Sane is pure scum, the MC still bites the bullet and asks him anyway, because get this. They were childhood friends and Sane used to be the leader of his old party, the White Fang. Plot twist. His wife isn't buying it. She calls him naive and barks at him to just clap the guy, no questions, but our boys still have to move his way. He says brainwashing is almost unheard of, painfully rare, and it usually takes top-tier drugs or real magic, the kind only royalty can get. But wait, there's a third trick hidden in plain sight, a skill called the Evil Eye of Temptation. That skill is ridiculously rare, and it only hits the opposite sex, so RMC was totally safe. It also only works on people with weaker power, which basically makes it a trash-tier villain move. The MC's not just trying to beat him, he's aiming to drag him into the spotlight and hand him straight to the law like, have fun getting what you deserve. That is next-level revenge. But with the dark and edgy planning out of the way, they get hyped for their next stop, which is apparently a famous tourist town. This legendary tourist town is called Baton Village, also known as the village famous for boobs bang, and yeah, you can't make that up. As soon as they start, the girls start roasting him non-stop, calling him totally down bad, and he tries to deny it, but the evidence is stacked against him. Speaking of the party, we get a fast peek at Fra's stats, and she's been grinding like crazy, absolutely wrecking these low-level mobs. She finally slams into level 190, feeling unstoppable, and tells the master to start trusting her way more. Our guy drags up her stats to find out exactly what's going on. She's a level Sun 90 fairy blacksmith priestess, and she's got a skill called Prayer at level 10. Talk about a glow-up. The skill straight up does exactly what it promises, supercharges growth, so the MC laughs and calls it just for farming, while Frau's team is getting it in their lineup and making use of it. First, she's getting fired up, sprinting to catch Cade, who's already way up at level 260, so yeah, don't bring up her age, it's a sensitive topic. Then bam, MC's screen lights up with a system notification. His busted magic saving skill finally gets fixed, but here's the gut punch. Every ounce of that saved XP gets cashed out, and he drops right back to being the party's lowest level member. Both. He whips up his skill list and realizes the only thing that didn't crack was his skill-saving ability. After a little more travel, they finally burst into the village. Cade whips her head around, stares in shock, and blurts out that this is nothing like what she imagined. Then our hero locks eyes on it, the exact thing that made this village famous in the first place. In this town, the local specialty is straight-up buns shaped like boobs. Yeah, they're everywhere. And it's peak culture, no question. Cade suddenly gets super nostalgic and tells everyone her grandma used to hand her these. Like a sweet, wholesome pause right in the middle of all the chaos. Mid-bun MC gets hit with another wall of system text. His skill saving reached its limit, broke, and then triggered a rank up promotion. The system's RNG is wild. He scrolls through his log and holy smokes, he's basically stacked. Double skill experience, Dragon's Eye, Mega Boost in action, job copy, and a super multi-purpose key. And honestly, it feels like Christmas morning for an isekai protagonist. Next, Mega Boost Tame Master levels up his pets instantly, and Dragon's Eye lets him spot hidden stuff others completely miss. The super multi-purpose key is the next upgrade from his Grand Thief skill, straight up lets him crack open basically anything. And yeah, he's one skill away from going full Phantom Thief. He finally cracks it. This broken skill system isn't a glitch, it's a feature. When a saving skill snaps, it rewards him with a higher ranking skill like some kind of compensation bonus. And yeah, that's insanely OP. My lord, your party's turning you into a monster, and he's just like, yeah, I know. The chat energy is absolutely wild. They rip out of the village and press on up the mountain trail, climbing higher with every step. They finally hit the top, and the view drops like a thunderclap, pure epic glory. In the distance, they see a massive, ancient-looking tower piercing the sky. It's the Tower of Crows, an ancient ruin shrouded in mystery and secrets older than time. Nobody knows who built it, or even why. Those answers are still a total mystery. And get this, no one's ever been inside because the whole area is controlled by elves, and they will violently kick out any humans who get too close. The MC starts dumping all this exposition, and then Frau just casually drops, "Yeah, I've been here before," like fairies and elves casually getting along is totally normal. MC's face burns as he realizes he just mansplained the elf tower to the only person who actually knows everything about it. Then he blurts out to Fra, "Can you get us in?" She claims the elves are stubborn as stone, but she swears she can talk them into letting her visit, if they strike a deal. She needs to fix her condition and level up fast. She's done being brushed off, and she wants to stand on the same ground as Cade. This rivalry is absolutely real. And just like that, the power leveling montage explodes onto the screen. Frago went absolutely feral, tearing through bears and griffins one shot at a time left and right. Right before you even catch your breath, she tears past her target and rockets straight into level 2. Let's go. They pause to scavenge every rare material from the carnage she tore through, because that means serious cash is coming in. But in their frenzied rampage, they stumbled straight into the elf troll zone. Whoops. Arrow zips past the MC's head in a blink, right in their space, like a warning shot straight out of the classics. An elf archer drops into view from a tree, grinning as he says, "Don't get me wrong, we're not enemies, but this is your only warning." She drops down with a grim look, locks eyes with them and barks, "Get out of here right now, human." Well, so much for a warm welcome. This is gonna be tougher than they thought. So my boy Toru pulls up to this new place, and bam, an arrow snaps straight toward his face from this fresh-out-the-box elf waifu. She's not messing around, she lays out the final warning like her patience is done. Toru's trying to calm her down like, "Yo, wait, don't attack," and he even settles things with the tiny fairy Frau by his side. But this elf girl, Alyosha, wants none of it. She spots Fra and instantly flips out, shrieking that humans are enemies and demanding why Fra is even with him. And bless her heart, she tries to explain by screaming that he's her slave, which is honestly the fastest way to blow the whole situation sky high. Alyosha's hero complex goes nuclear, swearing she'll get free rewards, while meanwhile just facepalms and yells that she's a willing slave, and that Alyosha is wrecking everything 10 times worse. Meanwhile, Tor's standing there like, "Brooke, can I get a word in?" This whole mess just pours gasoline on Alyosha's rage. She's sickened that Toru and those slave fairies, Andy and elves, did this, and now she's dead set on taking him down. She snaps her arm back and lets an arrow rip through the air. But right before it even gets near, K2 steps in like a one-man storm, claiming, "This is my place." Alyosha still hasn't gotten the memo, so he snarls that Toru's a coward for hiding behind his slave. "Bro, you attacked him first." She snaps completely, screaming, "All of you die," then unleashes a brutal volley of arrows. Big mistake, fam. Cade casually swats every arrow out of the air like it's nothing. Alusha's stunned, and Fraz is over there hyping her master like, "Just so you know, he's 100 times stronger than me." Even Toru's like, "Yeah, that's a lot. I'll try it again, go full serious this time." But nope, Cade smoothly blocks it too, looking so bored it's almost rude. Finally, the penny drops. Alyosha realizes she is completely outclassed. Cade's about to clap back, but Toru steps in to stop her, recognizing they're on different power levels. He goes straight for the diplomacy route again. "Alyosha, right? Don't worry, we're not here to fight, we only came from the tower." But Alyosha's paranoia goes full blast, convinced this is just another classic trap meant to invade the village. She tells him straight up that it's not just those two skills elves are hiding, and Toru's jaw drops. Because the whole human versus elf mess is a lot more dangerous than he ever imagined. Alyosha powers up on the spot, roaring for the forest spirits to answer. Cade fires off a quick, mind-blowing TED talk on magic. See, regular spells burn your own MP, but spirigic magic steals power from spirits, and that means the price hits them in energy. And that's what makes it terrifying. The spirits aren't puppets. They move on their own, unleashing wild multidirectional assaults from every angle. Even the spirits are invisible, and physical attacks just pass right through them, so Toru grins, because he thinks this is the perfect moment to try out his brand new skill. He slams the dragon's eye on, and suddenly he can spot and snatch anything hidden in the shadows. The wind spirit spiraled in and unleashed a massive attack. Alyosha slams down the order and tells it to drop Toru. The attack detonates with a massive blast of slicing wind that slashes through everything. But in the very next second, Toru is suddenly right behind her. Alyosha's jaw drops, her magic just fizzed out, and the next second the guy is suddenly behind her, gone in a teleport. Toru, with the most deadpan expression, just goes, "Oh, the wind spirit. I grabbed him and threw him away." Bro literally just yeeted an invisible magic spirit, what an absolute chad. The failed spell blasts back, and it knocks Alyosha right off her feet, straight onto her butt. But she's so mortified she can barely get the words out. Now that the fight is finally done, Toro straight up acts like it's time to talk, like that's all there is to it. Frau seizes the moment to brag straight to Alyosha, loudly praising how powerful and insanely handsome her master is. Toro tells Alyosha to think about what she's done, and she finally snaps into honesty, apologizing as she admits she can't just let them into the village on her own say-so. That's when Frau whips out the ultimate Uno reverse card, because she's the fairy leader's granddaughter and this isn't just a visit. It's checkmate. Alyosha is totally boxed in, so he has no choice. He grabs the lead and guides them straight to the village. They finally arrive at this insanely epic elven village, carved into the trees and cliffs like it belongs in a legend. This setup is insanely cool, like you're gonna love where it goes. Alyosha warns Toro to watch his step, since he's the first human to visit in 100 years. 100 years later, and last time around it was a whole crew of heroes, yet somehow they totally screwed it up. So yeah, this wagon is totally wrecked right here. But the other elves shoot them dirty looks like they're disgusted on sight. They're screaming like full-on humans right there. Cade tells Toro to just flex his real identity, but he's doing everything he can to keep it low-key. On the other hand, Frau's done waiting. She's ready to rip into the whole village just for daring to disrespect her master. Toro tries to rein her in, but Alyosha cuts in fast, saying she won't stand for her people being rude either. She totally shifts gears, swears she'll give Toro top-notch hospitality as an apology because he's the guy who beat her, and yeah, she's basically admitting she respects that power level. Toro just blurts out, "Oh thanks." They're marched into a fancy building to face the big boss, the leader himself. Heinz, the leader, pulls them into the village with a blazing welcome. He blurts out that he's 320 years old and Toro's brain just fries, because the guy looks younger than him. And listen, when elves start living, their lifespans go totally off the charts. Toro doesn't waste a second. He barrels straight toward the goal because he just has to see that tower up close. Heinz nods along, but right when you think it's smooth sailing, a catch snaps into the picture. He tells Toro the tower is a sacred symbol, then gives him the green light to check it out. If you can manage to crack open the front door. Plot twist, this ancient race forged a door that has no key because it's indestructible, like nothing can touch it. Not magic, not weapons, not even a single attack can scratch its surface. They're completely clueless about what's inside or how to crack it open, because nobody, ever, has had the key passed down to them. It's been a mystery to them for as long as they can remember. Cade, the master strategist, dives straight into negotiations. So we crack it open, we get 30% of the loot right, while Toro's mind is already sprinting toward the next big adventure and his wife is in the background snapping up the bag. Heinz finds it hilarious and immediately nods along, agreeing to the deal. Alyosha's freaking out, but Heinz stays cool as ice. If even a legendary thief couldn't crack it, letting this kid have a shot can't possibly hurt, right? Heinz then stood up to Sister Alyosha and snapped that her constant worry is exactly why she's still single. Ouch, that family burn hits hard. The deal's locked in. If Toro swings that door open, he's giving them full access and they'll roll in as honored guests. They storm toward the massive tower. And up close, it's even more mind-blowing. Toro checks the keyhole, then immediately tests how hard that door really is. He shoves with every ounce of strength, and still nothing moves, not even a single budge. Alyosha leans in and demands, "So what's the move now that brute force is totally off the table?" And my boy Toro just smirks, flicks out a hairpin, and boom, this is where he flexes his lockpicking skills. 8. So Toro yanks out a hairpin and cracks open a lock that's been sealed for ages, and meanwhile, the elf princess is completely losing it. And she's like, "Are you serious? If we could open it like that, it would have been opened forever ago." But my dudes just relax, first time for everything. The fox girl Cade explains that this door hasn't been opened in thousands of years and needs a special uncopyable key. But's absolute Chad just says actions speak louder than words and gets to work. He jams the pin in, whispers the master key, and bam. The lock lights up like a freaking Christmas tree, and the elf girl's jaw drops so hard it might crack the floor. The massive ancient doors creak open like they've been waiting for him. No problem, no struggle, just instant access. Toro shoots a smug peace sign as the elf mutters that he's such a fool. "Are you kidding me? You just watched a miracle, so show some respect." And right when the crew starts poking around, little spirit girl Frau is already latched onto Alyosha like her life depends on it. Alyosha is still mouthing, going on about the pride of the elves and how she forgot what her brother said, but honestly, who cares, we're here for loot. The first floor's final prize is a monstrous giant egg sitting on a pedestal lum. They push forward, and as it comes into view, they realize it's a beast egg. So why in the world is something like that trapped in a tower? Toro, being the curious cat he is, gives it a poke. He reports gelatinous, gross dude. He feeds it up, then the egg blasts out this nasty goop. Boom. The whole room instantly reeks like a rotten dumpster fire. The arcade does a quick appraisal and yep, the thing inside is super dead. She immediately bails, gagging on the smell. The entire squad bolts for freedom, sprinting up the stairs like their lives depend on it, because that stench is unbearable. He glared at the dead egg with a crushed heart, pouring one out for the buddy it could have been, or that rotten IP stinky Eggman. They stormed up to the second floor, and the whole vibe flips instantly. It's a gigantic, spotless chamber packed with fountains, their crystal-clear water bursting and sparkling like pure magic. Since there are no mobs anywhere, Toru grabs the moment and takes a quick sip. Turns out it's the most delicious ice-cold water you've ever tasted. Free real estate, baby. Alyosha gets overwhelmed to the point she breaks down and cries, because her town has been suffering without a proper water source. For her people, this is a legendary treasure. Toru's like, oh neat. But you can tell he's secretly praying it turns into gold. But wait, his thief instincts are going absolutely feral. He feels it in his bones, something's still ahead, so he rallies everyone and pushes the whole crew even deeper. And holy smokes, floor 3 is a total goldmine. It's this huge library packed floor to ceiling with shelves everywhere. Books, they're not books though. Hidden scrolls are out there waiting to change everything. Thousands, no, tens of thousands of them. My guy rips through one shelf and bam, snags magic absorption scrolls worth 1 in 30 million eats. Another shelf has god-tier stuff like deity clairvoyance and penetration scrolls. He does some quick math and figures there's about 5 billion worth of loot on that one shelf alone. We're rich. Basically, this tower is a time capsule stash of super op gear that hasn't seen the market in millennia. Toru spots a hidden shelf of ancient scriptures, and his excitement spikes instantly. He turns to Kate and asks if she can read the ancient text, and she shrugs like it's nothing. Yeah, I can. Toru's brain just faceplints into a short circuit. He knows only a few people on Earth can read this stuff, but his fox girl and his spirit lowly breeze through it like it's nothing, and yeah, his harem is built different. Alyosha is still scratching her head like, wait, what even is a scroll? And honestly, I can't help but laugh. But she finally starts to open up to Toru, and right then she thanks him for snagging the water and those scrolls. She admits he's actually a pretty decent human, and she swears these single-use scrolls will come in clutch. The crew climbs higher, buzzing with hunger for what comes next. On floor 4, yep, you guessed it, there are even more scrolls. Alyosha has turned into their loudest hype man, screaming to head upstairs while Cade grins and says they're stacked now. Like, they'll never worry about money again. Then they finally hit the last level, floor 5, and there it is. One more giant sealed door waiting to be broken. Toru cracked his trusty master key skill one more time as Alyosha roared him on, and they both braced for a jackpot even bigger than the last. The door swings wide and the room's totally empty, womp womp. Right as they're ready to call it a bust, they suddenly spot a huge glowing magic circle blazing on the floor, because yep, it's a teleporter. Still, they figure it's active, and that means it'll shove them into yet another round of ruins. With his op party backing him up, Toru isn't afraid of a single thing. He shoots his companions a look and pure gratitude hits him, because this loyal crew has truly got his back. Thank you all of you, he says, stepping into the light with the whole world watching. But 2 weeks back, we slammed the scene to the so-called hero Sane. He's getting absolutely roasted by the king for his trash-tier performance in a recent battle. The king snaps at him for ditching his party and bolting, because that coward move left an entire city getting smashed. Turns out right after the fraud bolted, our boy Toru's menu brigade swept in and wiped up the mess with zero effort, while Sane scrambled to justify it, and the king shut him down cold. He's on his knees, looking like the biggest clown in the whole room. Inside, he's seething, grinding his teeth over the fact that the Manu brigade just killed what was stolen from him. Delusional. Sane pleads for one more chance, and the king, this absolute troll of a man, hands it to him and gives him the benefit of the doubt. He gives Sane 2 chances to redeem himself. First, the king drags out the high elf slave he just snagged, and Sane instantly goes completely down bad. The king's first job for the hero, roll into the elf village, snatch a high elf and drag them off as a slave for free. What a total scumbag. Sane lays it out, this mission is to drag that high elf slave back, and the king only smirks like he's already won. This fake hero flashes a creepy grin, convinced this is his golden opening. Second chance or not, you're going in, go crush Demon General Ravis. This general is apparently cutting off a huge main route, and that makes it a major life-changing deal. Sane's on a mission to grab fame and glory by punching down the general. The king throws him out on the spot, barking that he better return with a high elf waifu and the general's head. As Sane steps out, he mutters fool at the king under his breath. Yep, takes one to know one, my guy. His party hollers, what's going on? But he swallows it all, flashes a brave grin and shoots back, let's go. As they ride on, rumor after rumor hits them about the legendary Menu Brigade and their seriously handsome leader. Sane spirals harder and harder, shrieking that it's all just rumors, and daring everyone to go straight to hell. He's trying to hold it together, but he's straight up unraveling. They finally press into the area near the elf village and spot a towering beauty in the distance. Yeah, the exact same tall tower our MC just finished looting. Sane clocks that the tower's an untouched ruin, and greed starts whispering plans straight into his head. His party frets that the elves might not even let them in, but Sane struts around like nothing can stop him. We're the heroes, the demon king's the enemy. Of course they'll welcome us. With that, the crew of frauds barrels straight toward the elf village, ready to kick open a door to pure trouble. Alright, this squad of heroes storms right into the elven village, straight up looking like they crawled off a JRPG cover. Right before anyone can even say howdy, an invisible force slams the whole party. Everybody's freaking out like, bro, where did the aggro come from? Turns out it's some high-level spirit magic. The leader, who's about to call Blondie, is straight up losing it because he can't pin down the caster. It's like battling someone with wall hacks, but in real life. He's screaming at his crew to stay sharp because this is some top-tier elven magic going off. And boom, the source finally shows up. A total elf waifu with a bow barking get gut and go home, or she's about to start dropping headshots like it's nothing. Blondie, seriously, his name is somehow right there, immediately goes down bad like, whoa, another S-tier waifu. Then he slaps on the I'm the hero act and begs them to help him clap the demon king. You call her a hero, cool, and right on cue, Sane straight up puffs out his chest like he's got this locked, ready to save those helpless elves. Bro read the room. But she keeps her bow locked on his face, and San loses it screaming, I'm the MC, you need me. And she smacks him with the coldest, no regrets, I don't care ever right where his pride lives, oof. She calls him out, snapping, get it together. Yeah, the Demon King's a nightmare and they were ready to team up, but this time her village is sitting this round out. And here's the tea, humans are getting roasted in this place right now. Because nobody trusts them after they started kidnapping elves and hawking them on the black market, big yikes. The only humans they actually click with are the men your brigade scene is scrambling to save face with like, hey, I'm not one of those guys, trust me bro. But the second he hears about the manual brigade, rage ignites in his gut. That elf lady leans in like, aha, now we see your true colors, and then she tears into him, calling his face repulsive. Oh, she's not playing, she's roasting him hard. The scene snaps into chaos. Shut up, you should be mine. And he whips out this sketchy temptation skill like it's nothing, because this guy went from zero to full-on villain in the blink of an eye. He's gloating like a psycho genius, thinking it worked, then he snarls, you're my slave now, cackling like a villain. And then it blows up in his face. His own magic turns on him and blood starts gushing from his eyes as if it's alive. The elf archer doesn't even flinch, just stares like, you done. Dude, the whole scene gets shaken. How is her level higher than mine? No way he can wind his way out of this because the elf flat out declares him an enemy and suddenly the gloves are off. So now he's throwing a full-on tantrum, I'll just take you by force, he screams at his party. He yells for his squad to strike, then charges in himself. But this elf waifu is absolutely unhinged, darting around so fast he can barely block, while she unloads flame arrows non-stop like she's speedrunning an MMO. So yeah, she's looking at Scott Scrub like, bro thinks he's the big brain, he's yelling, but our weakness is close combat, and that's exactly why he's in trouble. He rushes in for the CQC advantage, but she detonates him with spirit magic AoE, instant wrecked, no chance. Sane is sprawled on the ground, chewing dirt, while that elf just flexes like a show-off king. And Sane gags out for his mage Lisa, begging her to smash him with burst sphere. As the spell ramps up, a haunting voice echoes through the air, then his teammate snaps and tells him to look. The elf archer is just relaxing inside a flawless magic shield, and the way he did it leaves the whole scene stunned, because that kind of perfect barrier skill is top-tier stuff, straight out of a rare scroll. His mage is gassed that one spell cost a fortune in all her mana. Then another elf pops up, basically asking them, have you smooth brains not figured it out yet? And he rips out the classic line, you're surrounded. Sane snaps his head around and realizes they've stumbled straight into a full-on ambush, because from the very first move, he's been outplayed completely. The elf leader promises to let them go, no kindness, just math, helping them beats wasting time on the Manu brigade. Sane's crew begs him to ditch it, but his ego is too huge to back down. Then he bellows straight at me, and right on cue they call him an accursed human for it. The elves unleash a brutal storm of arrows, and he can only shriek about how utterly unfair this is. Alright, let's rewind 2 weeks. Our real MC is kicking back with the elf leadership, laying out how he cleared that tower and raked in a whole haul of loot for them. That elf dude went full anime freakout shocked, like, there's no way this actually opened. Our hero even hauled out a few scrolls as proof, and his party reminded him about their deal. Snag 30% of the loot. Then that demand instantly caught the elf's attention. The elf leader tries to lowball him with a measly 10%, but his sister snaps right back, bro, I told you stop being a cheapskate. You're embarrassing yourself. She's laying down the rules like a judge. Then we realize we messed up big time by underestimating them, so now we pay the man what he's owed. Food's covered, so our guy finally gets his props. While the elves go wild, because that brand new water source and those fresh scrolls are a huge upgrade for their whole village. To say thanks, the elf leader pulls them into the village and tells them to kick back there for a while. The deal gets locked in with a handshake, boom, but don't tune out yet. Our MC suddenly turns into an infomercial and drops something else. He yanks out yet another scroll, and this one's a total mystery box, even the elves can't decode it. Inside is a brand new kind of body-strengthening magic. Turns out this bad boy can straight up hand out skills like candy wild right, but here's the catch. It's not rare and each person only gets one shot. This thing is a total game changer. Most scrolls just fire off a spell, but this one teaches asterisk it and the 300-year-old elf guy. He's never seen anything like it, not even close. That's a legendary drop for real. Still, our boy is absolutely buzzing. He just stumbled onto a historical artifact that could rewrite the magic textbooks forever. The party immediately goes full nerd mode, debating who's gonna earn PhDs for this discovery, absolute legends for real. Later, the entire crew dives into an elf-style feast, and the whole place hums with perfect, immaculate vibes. But our fox girl waifu is absolutely digging the food, while the MC kicks back with a cold drink, finally unwinding after a brutal day of dungeon crawling. Our boy starts trading talk with Alyosha, the elf archer, who's got opinions on human cities, and he's amazed because she's never left the village not once since she has to stand guard and keep it safe. But then she drops some jaw-dropping deep elf lore, saying their entire life is bound to the forest, and it's their destiny. MC goes, hold up, wait, I've read the wiki. Elves show up in every history book for a reason. She points it out, the Demon King fears their ridiculously op spirit magic, so they get hunted and targeted nonstop. So yeah, any elf who dares to leave the village and fight turns into a straight-up legend, because this necessary evil is the only shield keeping their home standing. Back at home, she admits she's a little jealous of their freedom, so our MC, smooth as ever, sweeps in and invites her to join their party. She's caught off guard for a second, then flashes him a grateful smile. But she shuts him down, saying she loves her village way too much to ever leave, and our boy just has to take the loss with a calm grin. But she jumps in tour guide no problem. He requests a rare, interesting spot and she grins, I've got the perfect place. It's risky as hell, but the view is one only elves are allowed to witness. Side quest accepted. She notices it right away. He's way more cautious now, a total 180 from the time he had amnesia. The second it's brought up, he panics and blurts that she better not mention his cringe phase. They hit the brutal route, straight-up elf parkour, leaping across massive tree branches, while she's already way ahead, yelling that he's slow. Down below, our boy stares into the drop, finally realizing just how far that bottom really is. And just like that, he slips hard, bam, almost face-splinting into the forest floor. But he snatches himself back at the very last second, another disaster narrowly dodged. He's totally wiped out, panting, asking if this is really how they commute every day, and Alyosha just shrugs, yep. The skill gap is absolutely brutal. She roasts him so hard, aren't you supposed to be a warrior? And he's standing there like, wait, I forgot I even had that class, bro, Lamo. Now the party ropes him into it, turn it into a training arc and go all in on his brand new mimic job. They still don't fully get what the mimic job does, but with a whole crew of op elves flying around, this is the perfect moment to put it to the test. Alright, beat the skill prompt, mimic the job, then slam the activation button. He snaps onto his target, Alyosha, that elf waifu. And holy smokes, it's working. His body just jerks into motion on its own, perfectly mirroring her moves. He's blazing through the trees like he's a seasoned pro, yet he's got zero control, like his body is driving itself on autopilot. Alyosha is totally awestruck, praising him like the greatest warrior alive. Meanwhile, he's drenched in sweat thinking, I can't tell her I'm basically cheating right now. Now his party finally cracks it. This job just auto-copies the target's moves, and that makes the skill disgustingly op for training. And the best part, his body's locking in muscle memory. He learns so fast that after a short while, he can match the pace without even thinking about the skill anymore, so he straight up tells Alyosha to speed up. At last, they finally reach it. This sickly, grim waterfall that looks like it's draining the life out of the air. The whole world shifts around them, and Alyosha blurts out that they're finally close to the destination. She tells them to gear up for a fight because this place is crawling with mobs. Then she practically orders them into battle as they finally stumble in. She jabs a finger at a cave and declares it's the only entrance to their whole village. They call it the Cave of Stars, and with that bombshell, next time we're diving into the dungeon crawl. Alright, the squad rolls up to the Star Cave, like it's the elves' top-secret hideout. But look, she's climbing straight up a sheer cliff, parkouring like gravity doesn't exist, and my guy's staring like, yo, are you serious right now? Alright, him and the fox wife are basically like, nah fam, we're not running that whole thing. They're hunting the elevator, not some ninja gauntlet. So our boy yanks out his trusty snake sword, Rausuk, and launches into a whole grappling hook stunt with it. Pure big brain genius. And boom, somehow they pull it off. Elf girl's genuinely impressed, praising his sword as a dependable servant, and even Panda gets thrown a shout-out just for existing, I guess. Inside this cave crawls with damp, dark air that just screams, don't trust this place. That fox girl's fur is getting all frizzy, but the fairy's just chilling. Maybe her body temp is through the roof or she's got some wild vibe going on. They smash into the first checkpoint, this massive open arena, but the elf guide snaps that it's now crawling with aquatic mobs. She declares she's taking the lead, so everyone better sprint to keep up. And right on cue, ugly fang toads burst up out of the water. These things are fast and there's a whole swarm of them, so they gotta blitz through. The entire crew snaps into action. But wait, hold up. The monsters might even crash down from the ceiling and the lolly fairy's like, relax, I've got this. She snaps at the MC to keep his eyes on the ground troops. Not to be outdone, Kay the fox wife hurls a colossal crystal thunder, then wipes the frogs clean out of existence like they never even existed, a total AOA nuke. But while everyone's busy staring elsewhere, a massive, Kraken-looking monster creeps in on the elf girl, classic dungeon crawler blunder, never, ever turn your back on the water. Our boy Toro snaps into action, protag powers lighting up his eyes as he spots the quickest path like it's a video game. Then he rockets off to save her. He's charging in like a full-on enemy attack, no brakes, all chaos. He rockets in, carves the monster to pieces, and lands beside the elf with her in his arms, then grins, so what do you think of my elven-style landing? Bro's smooth like butter. Alyosha is totally rattled. Like, that wasn't speed, that was straight-up teleportation. Who are you even? Your power level is off the charts. He keeps her in his grip a second too long, and she has to snap at him to let go. The moment Cade sees it, jealousy detonates. He clamps onto him with a jealous glomp begging for pets, and yeah, this dude's hands are officially full. Bro's just trying to move on, but the waifus are acting feral. Turns out that octopus monster wasn't even meant to be here. It was just a filthy trash mob, crawling up from the sewers like it owned the place. They push on and discover a grotto packed with glowing crystals that light up and respond to magic. The whole cave erupts in glowing lights and suddenly it clicks. This is why they call it the Star Cave. It's basically a real-life light show. So everyone's staring, stunned, like the view just punched a hole straight through their minds. Tor lets Kay keep one of the crystals as a souvenir, because you've gotta keep your waifu smiling with some shiny loot. But the elf guide spills the truth. This destination is way deeper, and they have to barge through a monster's real habitat. MC blurts, why don't you just end it? But she shuts him down with the truth. This thing has already wiped out 11 elven warriors before. It's been standing for 300 plus years, wearing armor-thick scales that bounce off magic and arrows, and yeah, it's basically the cave's final boss. So we're going full solid snake, slip past it without a single word, not a sound. They're creeping along a razor-thin path, holding their breath so anything makes a peep. They spot some massive fish slicing through the water, but for now everything's still under control. Right when they think they're finally safe. If that freaking octopus is back, it regenerates. Again and again because nothing sticks like it, not even the most relentless telemarketer. They're about to lock it away for good, right now, before it can ever come back. Right before they can, a gigacroc erupts from the water and Chomp swallows the octopus in one savage bite. Boom. The real boss has logged on and the whole party is freaking out. Alyosha spots it instantly, the white demon, a dragon offshoot, and this one's a mutated, supersized monster version. Seriously, what kind of unlucky RNG is that? Toru snaps into solo mode the second he steps up. He shouts for everyone to run while he takes down the raid boss himself, because he's ready to settle the score with the elves right now. The croc lunged forward and slammed into them, sending everyone flying like bowling pins. But Panda the slime ball somehow pulls off a clutch save, snagging Alyosha right when it counts. Toru shouts for her to run to safety. He and the other two girls will stay behind and hold the line. Fraud lets a meteor slam down, then it just barely scratches him. The beast plunges into the water and Cade instantly steps up. She blasts a colossal icy agate attack and freezes the entire lake into solid ice. Toru is hyped thinking his party members are op as heck. But the white demon smirks, flexes, and smashes the ice to pieces like it's nothing at all. Turns out this boss isn't just tough, it's built different with insane ice resistance. But the elf girl starts panicking, like why didn't they just run? But Toru's just getting warmed up. He grins, leans in and says, all right, now it's my turn. After mowing through all those pathetic mobs, he finally locks eyes with someone worthy. It's time to get rid of this alligator for good. So our boy squares up to a giant white alligator, shouting at his waifu squad to hang back while he roars for air support. That gator means business. Right away it's blasting the water like crazy, trying to turn our hero into a chew toy. Up in the air, the girls are sweating bullets, whispering, if that thing bites, we're done for. But Toru's a certified Chad. He plants his feet and refuses to back down. He's like, bet, then we test it quick before that gator unleashes a monster roar. He connects with a brutal hit, but those monster scales are rock hard. He lands the blow and it just shrugs like it felt nothing. Yeah, my man straight up admits the defense on this thing is kinda busted. His attack only managed to rattle loose a few scales. Meanwhile, Cade yanks out her scouter and blasts it on, checking its power level like it's about to reveal the truth. And we get to see him run into a level 134 white alligator, straight up a rare dragon subspecies. Then, while he's scrambling to survive, his own support crew decides now's the perfect moment to throw a tea party. Total disrespect, as he's screaming, "Are you serious?" The others are like, "Relax, he's got this EXP piñata is ours." Alyosha can't believe it, somehow they're acting way too calm and it's totally baffling. She's locked onto Toru like, "Bro, how is this dude this op for real?" Down below, Toru's already plotting how he's gonna cook this thing up for dinner. The gator lunges in for a body slam, but my boy slips past it in a flash. He rockets past it screaming, "I'm going for its tail." He jukes out of a massive tail swipe at the last second. With one clean slash, he chops the whole thing down, snip yoink. He even heckles the beast, "What's wrong, huh? You scared?" Alyosha just stands there, utterly frozen in shock. The waifu squad is live commentating like crazy, watching how their master never pulls his punches, sizing up his opponent first, then going in for the kill. Alyosha is straight up down bad right now, spiraling like, "What a man," because she can't wrap her head around how a human could pack this much power. Then pure fury ignites. This gator blasts its ultimate move, unleashing a huge ice breath that looks ready to flash freeze the entire cave solid. Toru shouts at the girls to duck and cover. Fra, their slime companion, hurls up a colossal shield and yells at Al to stay frozen. "Do not move an inch." The shield slams into the attack, absorbing the full impact like a wall. Then the ice finally cracks open, and the whole crowd panics because everyone's terrified of what Toru might do next. And for good reason, our boy is trapped, frozen solid in a block of ice. But check this, these other two waifus are so unbothered they're casually asking for another cup of tea, because the first one already got cold, and the level of confidence they have in their man is actually unreal. 1 second later, Toru flexes, crack shatter, and that ice breaks apart like it's nothing at all. He pops up like, "Yeah, I'm good. Not the first time, right, Katie? That gator pulled its trump card and my boy ate it like nothing, now it's his turn to wreck shop." Toru starts running the numbers on the loot drops, muttering that he can't smash the scales too hard or they'll turn into the sickest armor. But he's also terrified that if he goes all out, he'll trigger a cave-in. So what's his big brain genius move? He rockets straight into the monster's open mouth. Both girls stared in disbelief. This guy literally sprinted straight into the beast's belly. Once Toru's gone, the gator snaps its focus onto the waifu squad. But from deep inside, our hero roars, "I can't take this anymore." Suddenly, the alligator starts bloating up from the inside. Then right after everything, he just crumples to the ground, utterly beaten. A second later, Toru rips out of its stomach, guts splattered all over him, and he's already whining about the stench like, "What an absolute mid-lad." He insists he's fine, just painfully stinky, and orders Cade to shove the massive corpse into her storage before all that sweet loot gets wasted. Next, he's desperate for a shower, and Alyosha swings into action, offering to take them to the secret underground lake she knows. She slings them forward and leads the whole crew straight to the spot. They step inside and uncover a jaw-dropping crystal cave, the sacred holy place of her whole village. She swears it's safe to swim in, and our boy buys it instantly, he's all in. Then he dives straight into the water without hesitation. While he scrubs the monster guts off his skin, Alyosha praises him for taking down the gator so easily, then smirks and calls him a child. He bristles at that, but she snaps it back, saying elf guys are basically just letdowns compared to him. And yeah, that save was asterisk way too smooth. Later on, they haul the gator's carcass back to the elf village, and the locals completely lose their minds. They can't believe someone actually defeated the white demon of the Star Cave. Everyone swarms Toru, firing question after question at him, demanding to know how he pulled it off. He casually blurts, "Yeah, I just ran into its mouth and hacked it apart from the inside, look at their faces." Right away, some elves start yanking Cap aside, shouting that he's lying. Then Cade snaps back, refusing to take it and blasting them for being arrogant. Alyosha and the village chief stride in, shouting that this is the very same Chad who wiped out their ancient tower all by himself. Toru's stuck there thinking, why did everything get so tangled? Because all he wanted was to enjoy the view, not this chaos. Then the other elves finally speak up, thanking him with shaking relief. Because Gator had been terrorizing them for decades, slaughtering dozens of warriors, including Toru's own family and friends, and Toru just accidentally ripped through his reign by avenging an entire village. The vibe flips instantly and the crowd falls in line, thankful instead of suspicious. They all start apologizing, but Toru is super chill about it. The village chief leans in and promises him whatever prize he wants. No limits, just name it. But instead of gold, my man straight up asks the chief if he can keep half the gator's scales and fangs, just half. The chief freezes, ready to hand over the whole prize since Toru hunted it himself, but Toru shrugs like it's nothing and says half works. What a legend! For his second request, he demanded they recognize his crew, the Mono Brigade, as official friends of the elves. Alyosha is blushing so hard he can barely breathe, shouting that he's already her friend. Meanwhile, the ship's cutting through the waves. The chief clocked the perfect chance to set his sister up, then blurted out right away that they'd throw a massive welcome party for her and him. The whole squad is buzzing, ready to tear into a celebration. And you already know what's on the menu, a whole roasted white alligator. Our boy is about to literally eat his kill and absorb its power. Let's go. Alright, so Toru's straight up maxed out on chill, kicking back in the elf village like it's a full-on vacation. After he clapped down that gator boss, he instantly earned the locals' trust, and now they're all hanging out together, relaxing and laughing. Cade's got dinner locked in with a fresh-caught rabbit, while the elf bros are revving up for round 2 of the hunt. Right when everything finally feels calm, Alusha bursts in, sprinting like she's seen a nightmare and flipping out in pure panic. She shoves her status screen right into his face, and holy smokes, her level rockets from 120 like it's nothing. And she's just grinning at him like, oh nice. She's totally thrown off, she didn't even lift a finger, yet she somehow wins, and she just chalks it up to pure RNG magic, like the forest gods picked her for a blessing or something. She has no idea, our MC is secretly running an EXP share program, and his op global skill is doing the heavy lifting. The entire squad shot up in level. Toru even landed a 3 or 1, and the rest of the crew got buffed like crazy too, and that gator. It was basically a giant, moving EXP buffet. But Alyosha is still freaking out, because a bunch of the village warriors keep throwing shade at Toru, like he only won because he got lucky. They're convinced that Gator's just some washed-up weak mob, but Toru, the gigachat that he is, couldn't care less what they think. Alyosha, meanwhile, is absolutely furious for him. She knows he's the real deal, and she can't stand a single hater. So she hatches a plan to make them all shut up, an old-school contest in the event, a no-holds-barred egg hunt. And apparently, it's a warrior's rite of passage here to snatch eggs from some crazy bird nests high up on the cliffs. And get this, those eggs are top-tier delicacy, and the second Toru hears about some delicious food, he's all in 100%. They locked eyes on it and agreed to meet in an hour to grab that bread. So they tear up to the meeting spot. And surprise, surprise, the local elf chads show up, looming over our human hero like they own the place. They're firing off full-on trash talk, but Toru doesn't care. He's just locked in, waiting on that delicious promise of tasty eggs. They finally burst into the challenge zone. A giant cliff face known as the Warrior's Wall, looming like a final boss. Alyosha points up and tells them the nests are a brutal 700 meters above the ground. To crank the metal level even higher, the cliff's base is strewn with bones from failed tests. Big yikes. The lead elf tries to rattle him, slamming the words into his head, "Quit right now." Toru slams M with the classic adventure speech, always ready to die, but the real punchline is that Enro isn't quitting trying new food, and yeah, that guy S got his priorities locked in. The elf respects the grind and tells them the best time to climb is when the birds leave to hunt at dusk. Just as they're about to begin, a blonde elf kid rockets in with a flying dropkick, screaming at Toru to stay away from Alyosha. Our boy swerves out of the way like it's nothing, and the kid eats the ground with a brutal faceplint. Alyosha rockets over, "Yo, seriously, what are you doing?" Turns out it's Randolph, her childhood friend, and dude is so overprotective it's unreal. Randolph is fed up with being treated like a kid, so he challenges Toru to an egg-hunting showdown. He's going full simp mode, swearing that if Toru loses, he'll stay away from Alyosha forever. The crusty old elves can't get enough of the drama, so they jump straight into wild bets, like 300-year-old wine and mythical apples on the table. Alyosha fires back that it's not fair, but the second Toru spots all those S-tier loot drops, his eyes blaze, and he accepts the challenge on the spot. The head elf spots the slaughter about to kick off and tells Alyosha, "Quick, give Toru a crash climbing lesson before the match." So they start training on the cliffside, and Toru's locked-in eyes set on the prize. Alyosha's meant to be teaching him, but she's too busy staring, like she's convinced he's some kind of quick learner, and then she's also hyped about the view from behind. Yeah, she's absolutely down bad. Toru straight up calls her out, and she panics so hard she slips and loses her grip. After he landed clumsily, stumbling hard. Toru's stitched up and ready to charge again. He already cracked the climbing trick, all thanks to his ops skills. The sky dims, the birds scatter, and boom, it's official, the action starts now. Rules are simple: snag as many eggs as you can, one per nest. Alright, let's go. The moment the signal hits, Toru rockets up the cliff and disappears, leaving the elves totally stunned, mouths hanging open in shock. The head elf asks Alyosha what kind of black magic she taught him, and she just blushes and yells at him to mind his own business. Meanwhile, Randolph is getting battered by disbelief. This human is actually matching him step for step. Toru isn't even breaking a sweat. He's copying Alyosha's climbing technique like it's nothing, so right now it's just a straight-up stats showdown, and my boy is built different. He clings to her warning, never touch nests with mother birds around. Stumbles on an empty one and finds it totally abandoned. and snags his first egg with effortless precision. Then he launches into an absurd parkour jump that rattles Randolph to the core. Book as Randolph hesitates at a nest where a bird still fights to live. Toru's already on his 30th egg. Can you believe the gap is that massive? Randolph scrambles in front of him again, throwing a full-on tantrum and making everything a non-stop nuisance, and immediately gets smacked by an angry bird for his troubles. The ground under his feet crumbles, and the rock finally gives way. And he suddenly plunges off the cliff, dropping like a stone. Right as he's losing his mind, screaming for his life, begging anyone to help. Toru rockets in like a blur, grabs his hand, and yanks a rope tight to lock them both in place. Talk about the clutch play that flipped everything. Back on solid ground, Randolph admits he got completely owned. The kid's so humbled he blurted, "Toru, big bro." But Toru shut that down on the spot. Meanwhile, the elves were absolutely stunned he'd hauled in all 30 eggs. The elf leader steps up, hands him praise like a medal, calling him a real warrior. And just like that, the beef is officially over. To celebrate, Toru swings open the door and invites his new elf buddies over for a feast, because his party's already cooking dinner. Back at the mansion, Cade and Fro's nerves started screaming because he was running late. Then the hero comes roaring back. Toru skids in with his fresh squad, hauling all the legendary food and wine they snatched from the bet, and boom, it's party time. They're buzzing with excitement, ready to crack those eggs, and it honestly looks like this celebration's going to burn all night long. Alright, so Toru's out there loading up on supplies with his elf waifu, Alyosha, like this quest is about to get real. He snatches a message scroll, basically an ancient text message, then runs it through the ringer by sending a note straight to Alyosha. Turns out it's a one-way pass straight to someone's DMs. Way too convenient, especially when you need to pull it out for emergencies and both of you are on the same page. Suddenly, Fra, the op slime girl, shoots in like a comet and uncovers a whole stash of wild scrolls. And my man's sitting there like, "Yo, Jim, I swear I've got like 30 of these." He spots a magic loan scroll, but Fra gets all flustered, saying it's way too expensive and she doesn't need it. Yeah, right, our boy is dense but appreciates the thought. He snatches a few map scrolls to keep their GPS game on lock, then clocks Kate hiding something behind her back. Yeah, that's hella sus. She's acting like, "Oh, it's nothing, don't stress." But our boy isn't buying it, so he slips in a sharp little evaluation to catch her. And boom, she just got a scroll to crank up her sense of smell. Bro, what is she about to pull off? Toru's sweating bullets, acting like he saw nothing at all, while Cade just hums along, totally vibing and completely clueless. Yeah, the tension's hitting hard, my guy. Later that night, the whole village turns up for a huge going-away party, celebrating the squad like they're heroes off to their next mission. Turns out they're bouncing tomorrow, and the elves are begging them to stay for like another 50 years. Nah, chill, they've got a whole plot to follow. Toru's got somewhere to be, though he heard the Tower of Croix has a teleportation circle, and he's determined to see it next. The chiefs are cool with it, so Toru lays out his next play, then heads straight for Gridget's capital city. The chief is a total chat about it, saying life is short and they can't force them to stay. Forget that sad goodbye, they go all out and throw a party so loud their ancestors can feel it too. Now let's go. And the whole thing is exploding with hype right now. Then we cracked open the drinks and went straight into drinking contests. Dudes are up on tables, dancing like they own the whole place. And our boy Toru just soaks up every second, living his best life. It's been forever since he last got to kick back and actually breathe. Of course, Cads drank a little too much honey cider, and suddenly she's getting way too cozy with her master. She snaps into full clingy waifu mode, rubbing all over him, and Alyosha instantly roasts him as a pervert. Like my dude, he's literally just a chair at this point. Not a single break. Alyosha tries to play hero and rushes in with water to snap her back to her senses. But Cade spills it all over the place. Then he totally faceplants right onto his lap and collapses like he weighs nothing. Cade's down and out, so Alyosha swoops in fast with food she cooked herself, because everyone else was hogging our MC. He's like, "This is delicious." And then he just starts laying it on thick, telling Riz she's beautiful, so caring and an amazing cook, while her affection meter goes totally off the charts. Right when it starts getting good, her scheming brother, the chief, comes crashing in with more liquor. You can practically watch the 5D chess moves click into place inside his head, because he's already thinking, this is my chance. He shoots Toru a big thank you for actually enjoying the party with him. Since it's late and Cade is out cold, he swings open the doors and offers them a room in his mansion. He even orders his sister Alyosha to do her best and march them to their rooms, big yikes, because this is peak Sousa's heck. Alyosha knows her brother is a total schemer, and trust me, he's not the friendly type. Meanwhile, Toru just sits there sipping his drink like a glacier, while his perception stays frozen at absolute zero. Yeah, then he cranked the night up, shoved away a mountain of booze for tonight. With Cade still knocked out cold, Alyosha charges ahead, while Toru hoists the sleeping fox girl and sprints after her. He tells Fra he's calling it a night, but she's a total party animal, so she laughs it off and keeps the good times roaring. They finally reach the chief's mansion, and it's absolutely colossal. But here's the plot twist: forget 4 separate beds, it's one massive double bed. And yeah, we both know exactly where this is headed. Kay, still half asleep, keeps mumbling that she refuses to be separated from her master, while Alyosha's panic spikes through the air. She rockets to the other rooms, only to find every single one already taken. Total setup. She's fuming over her brother's scheme, and then Toro just shrugs like, "I'm done, let's use this room and be done with it." He's the ultimate gentleman, so he steps up, offers to crash on the floor. But Alyosha shuts that down instantly, insisting a guest can't be left sleeping on the floor. She blurts it out and boom, it's done. We're sleeping together. Toro's face is absolutely priceless. She screams at him to shut his eyes and then blows up at him anyway. Bro, you can't have it both ways. And that's how our boy gets trapped right in the middle of not one, but 2 top-tier waifus. Yeah, talk about a disaster. Alyosha instantly regrets every life choice, because sleeping next to him turns out to be brutally uncomfortable. She's spiraling in her mind like I'm some kind of warrior, and she's telling herself she has to fight right now, so what are you really battling? That urge to cuddle. She's silently spiraling because his body is asterisk, so asterisk insanely masculine. Like a lone wolf tearing through the flock. He shoots a glance around like something just caught his eye. And they're both out cold, snoring away, while the sheer blue balling is just straight up astronomical. He manages to dodge the cuddle puddle of doom and then finds Fraud still just chilling, still sipping away like nothing happened. He looks like he just saw a ghost, and he tells her he's going to take a bath, so Fraud's like, "Dude, your face is straight up terrifying." But she's a real one, just tells him to be careful and take his time. Men have their things, she says, she gets it. The next morning, the sun bursts over the mansion like it's ready to start the chaos all over again. And somehow our boy looks totally refreshed, sipping coffee like he didn't just crawl out of the ultimate test of manhood. Frog calls him out and points out he's been in the bath for 2 hours. Then he scrambles to buy her silence with luxury cookies, smooth, but not quite fooling her. The chief and Alyosha roll in for breakfast. He's beaming like nothing happened, but she's still seething and clamps her brother in a ruthless chokehold. Cade shows up with them, but she's had way too much. She can't remember a single thing and blurts out, "Did I do something inappropriate?" Toru, trying to play the gentleman, shrugs and goes, "Nothing happened," then admits they just slept together in the same bed. Kate's about to blow a gasket. She's screaming at me like I did something wrong, even though we were in the same bed and you still didn't do anything. And honestly, my man just can't win. And suddenly the whole town's vibe check gets failed by a freaking cyclops that just decided to stroll down from the mountains. The local guards show up, and their commander unleashes archers and firepower, but every single strike gets straight up shut down here. Turns out this big tough guy, hide is tougher than a $2 steak, and the arrows just bounce off like they're made of air, so the captain is absolutely rattled. But hold up, Marion's not letting their town get wrecked. She runs to her dad like, "I got this," and charges in solo full-on Chadette energy. She rockets into the air, screams sword tchniku, and starts spinning like a full-power Beyblade. She whips out a rolled thrust and smashes the monster with it, an op move that punches straight through the big guy's gut. And just like that, GG, the Cyclops gets wiped off the server in an instant. The crowd erupts, chanting her name, Laddie Marion, and her dad just stands there like, "Guess I'm not the main character today." Our girl is built different, an absolute queen, no debate. Flash forward 2 months, and there's Marion in her element, scribbling a letter like crazy, catching Toru up on every juicy detail we've been waiting to hear. Turns out she's been on a full-on glow-up binge, training her noble lady skills like it's her destiny. Cooking, history, geography, the whole future wife package with a training montage vibe. But she's not just studying anymore. She's been tagging along on her pop's monster hunting trips, swinging that op sword skill like it's made for this. She's out here carving through beasts and roaming the world like it's hers for the taking. For the first time, she's staring at just how huge the world is. And it hits so hard she starts missing our MC even more than ever. Then Jessica the maid strides in and spots her smiling like an idiot while she's writing, so obsessed with Toru that it's honestly embarrassing. Finally, Jessica starts teasing her. She's scribbling another love letter to your beloved Toru-sama, right? And Marion is blushing like crazy. She tries to play it cool, saying she's just writing about some ruins in the princess. See where you are. Then Jessica squints at a literal mountain of letters from other guys who are all simping hard for Marion. We cut to a flashback of that ball. She owned the whole room and every guy couldn't stop staring like, "Man, she's gorgeous." A random duke shows up, tries to sweep in for a dance spot, but before he can, he's got to line up like everyone else. The whole party is piling up in line to dance with her now that she's done hiding. No more shy wallflower. Right now, her maid just gasps, "Girl, you're glowing, no joke." And she's not lying because my girl's literally maxed out her confidence stat. Out, she's got hope blazing in her eyes because she's done sitting around and now she's finally moving. They share a super quick, heartwarming talk about their friend Dorara, because she's about to have a baby. Mary Ann beams at him, wishing him a safe delivery. Seriously, what a sweetheart. Then she tells Jessica to head out and mail that letter to Toru and politely send every other gentleman caller packing. Sorry, boys, she's taken. By the end of the day, she's at her most at ease with her rugged blade right by her side. Because she's a warrior first, not just some princess in a crown. Staring out the window, she finally tells herself the truth. She's not who she used to be anymore. And it all circles back to Toru. She knows that if he hadn't saved her, she'd still be trapped in a cage, while he was the one who pulled her into her own path. As the pigeons burst into the sky, she locks eyes with the moment and makes a promise. This time, she's stepping in to back him up. She'll keep leveling like there's no tomorrow until the day they finally reunite. Let's go, Queen. Again, the elf dude drags Toru aside for a last-second talk, but Toru's already locked onto the grind. He tells him he'll come back for the rest of his reward scrolls. A hero's gotta get paid, right? So yeah, the elf's freaking out over the teleportation circle, wondering if they can just blast it from orbit if it's got sketchy Taurus-like connections. And if it turns out to be a problem, I'll text you. Our MC grabs his fox girl waifu by the hand and yells, "Hang on tight." Because they're about to launch across the entire map, snatching themselves into it, while even the slime is freaking out with excitement for the jump. Every person in the village spills out, and the bus rolls up for the huge farewell. That elf girl is down bad, screaming at them to stay safe, and to promise they'll come back. Everyone's yelling goodbye like they're in the world's happiest montage, and Toru's crew is basically like, "All right, we're out," then slams the teleport button. Just like that Thwo's poof, they're gone in a flash of light. Back in the village, the elf guy drops everything and tries to comfort her, even though it's painfully obvious she's got a huge crush. He tells her, "Don't be so down, we'll see them again," and honestly, bro really needs to read the room. They slam down hard into a grim, stinking dungeon, the kind of place you instantly regret entering. Toru snaps into tryhard mode right away, barking at everyone to stay cool. Then he points at Cade and orders him to light the whole place up. Cade pops her orb light and boom, this giant empty room lights up, with the spawn point totally clear and no mobs camping it, lucky as hell. You're standing in these ancient ruins with 0 doors, so did you just blink and teleport straight into a trap? Nah bro, my man just hit the cheat code for it. He fires up his Grand Thief skill and trust me, you're not ready for what happens next. A whole damn secret rotating door just pops out of the wall out of nowhere. Seriously, that is a clutch skill. But they slam right into another dead end. So Toru taps the wall, hears that hollow echo, and decides brute force is their only way through. He straightens up, ready to slam his own damn door into place. He rockets through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man, then crashes straight into the old guy's face. Oof. The old man's shell-shocked out of his mind. I can't blame him either, some dude just blasted straight through his wall. Toru sprawled on the floor, seeing stars while his party panics. Turns out he just busted up another team's dungeon crawl and yeah, it's insanely awkward. And the other adventurers turn hostile on the spot. Who the heck are you? But Toru tries to calm it down fast. Wait a sec, I'm not suspicious, I swear. They introduce themselves as the B-rank Wandering Brigade, all fired up on rumors about a brand new hero. And they don't just ask, they demand proof. Toru yanks up the UI and slams the controls to shut down his disguise ring. He flashes the hero's bracelet the king handed him, and the old guy leading the other side snaps to attention the second he recognizes it. Plot twist when the old-timer Scotchel finally spills the truth. He reveals you were a hero back in the day, and you went toe-to-toe with a literal OG adventurer. Now that they're finally cool with him, he steps up and gives a proper intro. And this is his squad, the Flame Axe Brigade. You've got Orla as the leader, Polo as the vice leader, and the rest of the crew backing them up. Toru snaps the pieces together and demands, "Are you guys close to the City of Grit?" He blurts out that he got randomly teleported after stepping on a weird circle, and the other guy just gapes at him like he's completely lost his mind. Orla drops a bomb. Now they're trapped on the 20th floor, deep in the grid where the ruins swallow everything. Yeah, Toru's buzzing. This RNG win just saved him days of travel, and he doesn't even stop there. He checks his stats and finds his skills leveled up just by wearing that op hero gear. The other guy squeezed through the whole Toru cut and saw it, every last thing was gone, totally looted, dead end. And Scotchel is totally crushed. He came all this way hunting for a top-grade antidote for his grandson, who got slammed by a nasty poison. And Toru, absolute Chad, just casually yanks out the highest-grade antidote from his inventory and shoves it into the old man's hands, leaving him completely speechless. Orlos doesn't trust a word of it, so he whips out an appraisal scroll, and it confirms it's the real deal. This kid is stacked. Scotch is like, "So how much do I owe?" And Toru just smirks, "Nah, it's free." But there's one thing he asks for, can they lead him straight to the capital? Honestly, it's a pretty sweet deal. The whole party is so grateful they literally get on their knees and bow. My guy is collecting followers left and right. While they're traveling, Toru demands what kind of poison this was, and they reveal it came from a gargoyle, its claws able to turn people to stone. Talk about a brutal debuff. Scotchell tells him straight up that top-tier antidotes are basically impossible to get here. So that's why he's been tearing through the ruins like a madman, praying for a miracle drop. The old man squeezes that 1b5 like it just got yanked straight from fate. Orlas gets curious and straight up asks how strong Toru's party really is. Torumbly claims they're decent. But Orlas isn't fooled for a second, because a hero can't just be mediocre. So Toru drops it casually, says he just wrecked a red dragon not too long ago. The whole party just faceplants from shock. No way. A red dragon is purebred, top-tier hell incarnate, and this kid, he's on a whole different level. Cade starts it off with a fast rundown of the monster ranks, D all the way up to SS, the living disaster tier. The catgirl jumps in and tells you straight up, red dragons are S-rank monsters that can torch whole cities to ash. She struts around like she just won the world, and Toru immediately torches her for the cringe Nia speech. Then the back and forth hits so hard it's pure perfection. Orlos is a full-on fanboy now, and he keeps pestering Toru, begging for a spar someday just so he can see a hero's power with his own eyes. After a whole day of grinding through the dungeon, they finally see an exit. Freedom. Everyone drops to the ground and finally catches their breath, but Scotchell can't stop pacing. He's desperate to get the antidote to his grandchild. Toru calls Panta the slime to speed everything up, instantly making the other adventurers' hearts drop like crazy. They learn Panta is a spring beast, basically a living Uber. Scotchell hops on, ready to roll. They travel through a scenic forest and pull up to a massive mansion. The old hero is living large. After the edge lands, the Flame Axe Brigade scores a huge reward and launches out on their next mission. They all march up to the mansion, trading awkward little jokes and small talk like it'll somehow make them feel brave. Scotchell drops a bombshell. Orlos, his old student, has finally eclipsed him in raw strength. Toru tells everyone he pretty much taught himself swordsmanship, using what his dad showed him as the starting spark. Cade drops some grandma-level wisdom, because when you're at your lowest, the right people somehow always find you. Toru stares at Kay, and the way she's smiling makes her feel like exactly his kind of person. Yeah, things are getting weirdly wholesome in here. They're sharing a real, raw moment. And yeah, right when it's heating up, the cat girl blows everything up by yelling at them to cut the flirting in public, because she's clearly just jealous. As they head inside, a woman barrels up to them, breathless, and demands whether her dad found anything. Scotchell proudly unveils the antidote and tells them, straight up, that these new friends are the ones who will save them. He's so grateful he smacks his head on the table while bowing like crazy. Bro, chill. Toru tries to play it cool, saying it was just lucky RNG that he had the potion, but Scotchell insists on repaying him. He swears he's broke, but he still has one priceless treasure. He rips out this fancy box like it's the biggest secret ever. Inside, a giant glowing beast egg pulses with energy. This is it, it's gotcha time, baby. The old man says he was about to sell this priceless family heirloom, gifted by the late king, just to get an antidote. Right then, boom, they get word. The granddaughter is finally waking up. The antidote worked, but Toru tries to dodge that insanely expensive egg like it's a trap. Scotchell might be big, but the relief flooding him is so intense he's suddenly feeling insanely generous. He practically shoves the box into Toru's hands, begging him right now to take it. But Toru finally gives in, and the lolly fairy practically explodes with excitement, because she's about to get a brand new creature for the party. Scotch is about to spill some serious lore, ancient beasts, rare eggs, and all the secrets that come with them. Toru goes, I'm hatching this right now, and the old man shrugs like, go for it, it's all yours. So Toru starts blasting his mana straight into the egg. Alright, here we go. So yeah, the room totally loses it. A gigantic burst of magic explodes out, warping space like it's made of paper. And tell me, what kind of monster is wrecking everything in there? The light dies out, nothing happens, and Toru's like, guess this is a dud, then wham, the egg zaps him for doubting it. LMAO. Then the egg splits wide open, and whoosh, a shadowy monster crawls out with a grin so huge it's pure nightmare fuel. What in the world did you just hatch, my guy? So the whole gang just stares at this brand new summon, and our boy freaks out, screaming his head off like, what is this? Turns out it's a fish, and I swear it's kind of adorable, just flopping around like it has zero bills to worry about. Then boom, disaster hits. The little guy starts to look weaker by the second, and Cade snaps that every one of these familiars has the exact same goofy face. Our MC's one brain cell finally kicks in and he blurts, old man, it needs water now. They basically shoved the little guy into a bucket, and boom, he finally chilled out like the chaos just disappeared. Crisis averted, my dudes. The old man figures it probably drank up water to bulk up, and then he leans in like he knows the truth. It's probably based on a shark, like a low-budget one. Maybe, but our boys' sharks in their stories are way more metal than mine. Then he decides to pick a name and Kate's like, wait, hold up, that's a girl, fam. So our genius MC suggests Sharko and Cade's face just screams, "You can't be serious right now." He tries to shove some random book trivia about naming conventions from some far-off island into the convo. Like, bro, nobody's here for a history lesson. He makes it official anyway, and Sharko wastes no time. She welcomes him with a brutal chop to the hand, like a love story straight out of chaos. The old man asks, "Can you just summon them whenever you want?" But the MC just admits it. Pont doesn't care about his plans, it only drops in on its own chaotic schedule, total RNG. Then they finally clock it, night's rolling in, and they're stuck with nothing but the streets for the whole night. But that old man is an absolute legend. He hands them spare rooms, lays out a full feast, and honestly, what a total Chad. After shoving down so much he can barely breathe, our boy grinned and said, "Yeah, I'm feeling amazing." But right when the good vibes are soaring, old man Toru crashes the moment and demands a serious talk. They race upstairs to find Anna, the granddaughter they saved, all thanks to the antidote. She's super grateful, trying to figure out how to repay them, but our MC is just like, "Don't sweat it." He swings by to check on her and she nods, says the poison is finally gone but her stamina's still wrecked in a bad way. Then out of nowhere, some guy in a frilly shirt explodes through the door, totally losing it, screaming that the doctor just told him Anna only had 2 weeks to live. This drama queen is Prince Hyunko. He shoves our guy aside, lunges straight for his girl, and screams her name like it's the end of the world, and bro is down bad. He's all, "My strength is here to protect you," but Anna shuts it down like, using royal power for some low-ranking noble? Absolutely not. But the prince finally exhales, relief hits him hard, and he rushes in to wrap her up in a hug. Our MC and his waifu are just glued to this soap opera, and the second-hand embarrassment practically slaps you through the screen. Then the old man hits you with a full-on lore bomb. His granddaughter and the first prince are already a thing, which means she could be next in line to become queen. The MC tries to slip away like it's nothing, but the prince's mom just zeroes in on him and makes it impossible to ignore. Then bam, the prince yanks our boy into his grip and blurts thanks nonstop for saving Anna. Yo, this hunkle dude is completely hooked. He's grilling us for our boy's name and pushing hard for them to meet up and hang out right now. He practically hauls Toru out the door, leaving the girls stuck behind, and yeah, this prince has absolutely zero chill. Next thing you know, they're crammed into a fancy carriage, rattling through the dark woods like it's a getaway mission. Our boy like, where are we even going? And the prince just smirks and goes, "Keep calm," like that's totally not about to explode in their faces. They screech to a stop in front of a castle that looks like a fairy tale ripped straight from the pages and dropped into real life. The prince storms the gates, yelling for his mother. And there she sits on her throne, cold as ice, completely unimpressed like she's seen it all before. She instantly starts roasting her son for his bad manners, snapping that he needs to show some respect. The prince blurts, "Oops, my bad mom," like it just slipped out of him. Then he straight up admits it. "Yeah, no kidding, that's seriously dumb, my guy." Our hero just stands there in the middle of this gigantic throne room, totally blindsided and looking painfully out of place. He's literally standing right in front of royalty, yeah, and that awkward feeling is hitting like a truck. The queen hits him with a ruthless vibe check, straight up labeling him an average adventurer and grilling him on how he even managed to get the antidote. She lets out a weary sigh, then waves 5 million gold in his face and snaps, "Get lost." Our boy hesitates for a heartbeat, then goes, "Yeah, I'm out," grabs the cash and bolts before anyone can change their mind. But of course Prince Simp has to slam the brakes on everything, yapping that saving the future queen is a huge deal and that Toru straight up deserves a medal. Stress is crushing our MC's chest because all he wants is to get out of here. Then the prince steps in and demands he introduces himself the right way. Then he steps up and booms, "I'm Toru, the B-rank Wandering Brigade's fearless leader." And bam, the queen snaps to the name like a switch flipped. That's the same crew that just bodied one of the Demon King's generals, and the whole mood drops instantly. Out of nowhere, everything turns super formal. She beams and thanks him from the deepest part of her heart for saving her future daughter-in-law. Then she whips around, grilling him about his next move, whether he's hunting down some sweet, profitable work. Our boy's spider sense starts screaming. He gets a gut punch bad feeling and tries to bail fast, but the second he locks eyes with the queen's face, he knows there's no way out. Right as he tries to slip out, guards slam into his path with spears like a wall. She's heard every rumor about him, and she's begging him to help save the kingdom. She promises the reward will be massive, but her unblinking stare screams, "You don't get to refuse." Yeah, our guy got strong-armed into a quest by the queen, and now he's back in his room, crushed to the core. The mission was simple: wipe out the demon forces choking a major trade route. Turns out this tiny elite unit steamrolled Twa's battalion after battalion, gone without a trace, shish. Cade figures they can handle it if this enemy general is just like the last one, but he still snaps a warning, "Don't get cocky and let your guard down." Our boy realizes they're just the substitutes because the real hero is late. Talk about being second string. The whole party starts roasting the lazy hero. It's harsh but fair. With everything finally locked in, they call it for the night. Crack their knuckles, crash out, and hit the road bright and early in the morning. The family crowds around, practically drowning them in encouragement, insisting the nation's fate hangs on their shoulders. Like, yeah, no pressure at all, right? Our boy forces a laugh, swears it's just blown up, and insists they'll be back any second. But the second they step into the town square, the whole city erupts, because everyone's gathered for one huge send-off party. He's totally stunned by how wild this crowd gets. Then it all clicks. She queen launched the whole plan like a chess match, setting up a PR stunt to trap them so they can't back out, because that woman is a straight-up master strategist. First, right in the crush of people, an old woman stumbles, and our hero rockets in to catch her, only for her to whisper that her son was a soldier who never came back from the first extermination mission. She knows he's probably already gone, but she refuses to let him fade. She just wants to give him the real burial he deserves. She shoves a locket into his hands and tells him, "If you ever find my son's remains, bring them back." He knows this is a long shot, but he swears he'll do everything he possibly can. Cade calls Toru out for dodging with a vague promise, but Toru snaps back that he couldn't just shut it down. Then he drops a feels bomb. "I know all too well the pain of thing a loved one." Oof, backstory hints. Once that crushing moment fades, the whole party finally kicks into motion. They link up with their mission guides, one smug archer grinning like he knows everything, and a cat girl who's somehow even more dangerous. That archer guy jumps right into trash talk, daring them to run because he'll report them on the spot. Then it clicks. They're from a party with serious ties to the royal family. The cat girl adds that the mountain paths are crawling with powerful monsters. With a dramatic shout, your guide screams, "Follow me, wandering brigade," and drags you straight toward the battle that will save the nation. Alright, so the crew set off from Gridget to Greyfield. Then the GPS snaps into action and demands they cut straight through the Eve mountain range, a gauntlet of jagged, pointy rocks. This place is so brutal that wagons can't even squeeze through. Guess it's leg day for everyone. Cade snaps out her ice bird summons and charges them ahead to scout. And yeah, smart move, because right as she does, a swarm of trash-tier spider mobs lunges at the party, and Cade only rolls his eyes before blasting them with a non-stop storm of ice, flash freezing that entire welcoming committee that. The guides are talking and then our boy Tora cuts in like, "Hold up." And honestly, see, she's not half bad, understatement of the year, my guy. The guides look completely rattled and they demand Toro tell them right now if this route is even safe. The archer dude tells you this is a secret local shortcut. But ever since the demon clans slammed the main roads shut, monsters have been camping here like they own the place. The second the party sets off, everyone starts snapping. Catgirl screeches about bugs, the trip drags on forever, and the ground turns into a brutal nightmare to fight on, and the vibe just crashes. Mood. Look at this place, just rock on rock on rock, like the world forgot to make anything else. While everyone's busy staring elsewhere, Cade catches her foot on a loose stone. And just when disaster hits, Toro's shonen reflexes kick in, and he snatches her back in time. Then Cade gets all blushy and asks to hold his hand. Bro, she is down beta dollars. And our dense MC is just standing there like, okay. While Cade is losing his mind inside, squealing, "Master Sama, lucky him." And yeah, the peanut gallery can't stay quiet. Then the eyeball and the fairy jump into a full-on debate about it. The guides are getting so salty they can't stop muttering that the party's got no tension, and that's why they're stuck babysitting these idiots. And Orlis, yeah, the archer guide, finally snaps and tells Toru straight to his face that he used an appraisal scroll on him during their last fight. Bro, he's out here like, "You're only level 50 and you still call yourself a hero." That's straight up cringe. And yeah, he's basically saying our boy's stats are trash compared to the real legends. Orla digs in, sneering that Toru's doubles in level are leagues lower than his, then straight up asks if he bought his hero with real-world cash, while Toru sweats bullets, scrambling for a comeback. The party immediately snaps to his defense, telling them to judge the whole squad, but the guides refuse to budge. They're like, why would an S-rank crew be stuck guiding a bunch of B ranks? It just doesn't make sense to them. But before the drama can escalate, the cat girl yells that something is dropping from the sky. A whole swarm of armored Armadio monsters starts dive-bombing them out of nowhere. Rin and Orla's guides look at them and decide it's time to flex. Then they unleash this B-rank crew to see what a true S-rank party can do. Orla lets a fire shot rip and BOOMS, straight-up perfect aim, dropping the falling monsters and punching clean through their shell gaps like a total pro gamer. But somehow 5 of them are still standing. That's Rin's signal to go full beast mode. She rockets around the battlefield, dropping 1 then 2 with jaw-dropping acrobatic kicks. 6, she absolutely wrecks that third one with a violent storm of punches. And the 4th one eats a lightning-fast kick straight to the face. This ain't your grandma's cat and punches. Her savage beast cat vibe is so off the charts it's criminal, my dude. Orlo snipes the last one and just like that the fight's over. Toru just stands there, jaw dropped. He's like, wait, their coordination is unreal. These guys are the real deal. Yeah, no wonder they're famous in grit. They're actually top tier. The guides start gloating like they've won for good, until they feel something creeping closer and slam their victory lap to a halt. And this time it's not some weak C-rank nobody, nope, an actual Yeti just bursts out of nowhere. This ain't some random Yeti, this is the legendary Alpha, clocking in at level 96, and the party instantly starts freaking out. Toru, trying to be the strategist, notices it's just eating the armadillo corpses and suggests they back off slowly. Maybe it'll leave once it's full. Still, the Yeti chomps down its snack and moves on. Then he rips into the air with a monster roar, so much for getting out of here peacefully. It slams the ground and everybody's like, oh no, we're about to get our faces rocked. Fight time. Orlos looses an arrow, but it ricochets off the Yeti's thick hide with a useless thud. Every single one of his attacks just fails. Cade fires up ready to launch in, but Toru grabs her attention and orders her to back off. The Yeti winds up and hammers the ground with a colossal fist, shaking everything in a thunderous impact. But our boy Toru just steps right in front of everyone like it's nothing, and blocks the attack. My guy just swats a Yeti's ground pound away with his bare hands, shrugs like, guess I don't need my sword for this scrub, and yeah, that's an absolute Chad. The Yeti just freezes there, utterly stunned, like its brain instantly blue-screened. Toru doesn't even let it breathe, he just lands his win. He rockets the attack straight up and blasts the mission. Level 96 drops as Alpha, flying in, finishes it with one brutal punch to the face. One pure way, wench. And with that, the battle is over. The guides are totally speechless. Orlos is spiraling into an existential crisis, because he can't wrap his head around the fact that someone who can one-shot a level 96 monster is real. That night rolls in, and the whole gang pitches camp and gets ready for whatever comes next. Cade hands over a steaming bowl of stew that looks downright legendary. The guides are totally suspicious, especially the moment they realize there's a freaking frog in the mix. They take one bite and boom, their minds explode with pure amazement. It's insanely good. They can't stop themselves from chewing it non-stop, totally stunned that something this weird could taste this damn good. Day 2 in the mountains, and the adventure is just getting started. The party keeps pushing forward, but now the whole place is smothered in fog. They're only about 30 minutes from that dim, tightly guarded checkpoint, so everyone's tense, scanning every shadow like it might bite. The fog keeps rolling in, then ahead in the darkness the cave spots something waiting for him. It's a full-on massacre. They've crashed on the scene and found the bodies of Gridget soldiers scattered everywhere. They've been rotting here for about a week, so yeah, this has to be the cleanup crew that vanished. Toro snaps on his dragon eye, blasting the area with a scan to see everything around him. He's pushing his detection ability to track down the old woman's son, just like they promised. He's determined to find the body. As he sweeps his scan, he catches this faint, hair-thin pulse of energy, and his stomach drops because he realizes it's a trap. They're inside the enemy's range. An attack blasts out of nowhere. Then Cade snaps into action, flashing in to block the arrow that was meant to hit Orlo. Suddenly, the dead soldiers' corpses start twitching, and then they rise back up like nothing ever happened. Toru instantly clocks what's going on. This is necromancy. The whole dead squad bursts up, guns blazing in their hands, and slams into our heroes in a full-on zombie ambush. So the entire squad is getting buried under a raging zombie horde, and my boy Toru is getting thrown right into the chaos. The undead are shambling forward on pure instinct, broken, battered, and swinging at anything in their path. Our archers drenched in sweat. Bro, I swear I nailed the weak spot, so why won't you drop? Toru has to shout duck at him as he swings that huge old sword straight at them. He realizes these aren't normal mobs at all, just walking corpses, and snaps to the crew to stop aiming for vitals and start ripping them apart. The wafers are freaking out too. There's no end to these. And even when they freeze them solid, it only buys a little time because these things are insanely tanky. Our boy finally snaps into a big brain moment, spotting those shady threads tied to the zombies, and he's like, hold up, necromancy puppet strings. He puts 2 and 2 together and goes into slice and dice mode. And bingo, he's dead on. He slices the magic threads and those puppets instantly crumple to the floor like rag dolls. That is pure genius. But wait, those threads yank back together like fate snapping into place. And Toru practically screams at Kei to get ready with the ice magic while he holds them down. He slams his Thunder Knight job skill and unleashes a brutal speed boost that rockets him forward. First, my guy slams on Dragon Drive and rockets around like lightning, cutting every connection in one brutal sweep. As the zombies reel in shock, the blonde cleric steps forward and lays the poor souls to rest. Then she slams down a giant AoE blast, Ice Cross Grave, and everything in its path freezes. The entire battlefield turns into a locked-in graveyard, every corpse frozen in place forever. The cat girl is just like Naya, shocked we actually pulled it off. Cade must have been over 100 to pull that move. Toru backs it up, With frozen solid locking it down, the puppet master can't reconnect Jack. The archer is totally clueless, like magic threads vanish in his eyes because I can't even see him. Tor just shrugs it off, claiming he used a scroll to spot them, even though that's a straight-up lie, and the archer buys it like nothing happened. My guide surmises that the one yanking this huge swarm of puppets from afar is a top-tier general for the Demon King. No time to relax, they've got to get out of there. Their next stop, a checkpoint perched up on the mountain road, waiting for them like a trap. And meanwhile, deep in the villain's lair, that creepy weirdo suddenly feels his connection snap, like it got cut off for good. His minion rushes in with the news. The puppets 10 kilometers away have completely stopped moving. So the hero party finally hits their destination. And right then, the big bad snaps, ordering his elf commander, Callistria Shade, to go size them up. He lays down one ruthless command. Don't kill the hero yet, break him, crush his dignity, and make him suffer. Honestly, this dude is so down bad for drama it's unreal. And now they're back at the party, still mowing through mobs like it's non-stop war. The catgirl is completely wiped out, whining that the enemies won't stop crawling back, and Kay flings a couple of high potions to the exhausted crew. Our MC is basically a walking vending machine. He yanks stuff straight out of his magic storage like it's magic buttons. The potions hit like a lightning strike, boom, instant recovery, and the whole crew is roaring back into the fight, at least for now. The archer clocks it instantly, Cade and Fairy Fra don't even sweat, and not a single scratch mars them. And now he's starting to realize, this hero party label isn't just hype after all, because these members are seriously op. Right as the moment hits, our boy's gut twists, because that weird noise just doesn't sound right. A massive freaking flash flood comes roaring down the canyon. He immediately tells Panta to get the non-combatants to safety, while Cade puts up a barrier. Cade hurls up a towering ice wall, but the Lady General on the other side just laughs, soaked in amazement that it actually managed to stop her attack. She's convinced this is gonna be the most fun ride ever. Her assassin buddy tries to circle around our squad, but the moment he moves, we shut him down hard. He's totally stunned, because that first wave hits them and somehow they don't even get shoved back. The general is like, you deal with the small fry, I'm gonna have some fun with the beastfolk waifu. Cade's partner, the other op beastfolk, cuts in like a shield, defends her master, and tells the MC to keep moving ahead. Said Toro wastes no time and orders Frau to catch up with him later. And then my guide snaps. He starts Naruto running across the water like it's the most impossible thing ever. The villains are rattled, he's literally stepping on water. One dude screams, wait, is he? And the next guy snaps back, no, he's just sprinting so hard he won't sink. Total chaos, absolute chat energy. As Toro kicks off a speed contest, the ladies are throwing down right beside him. It's the ultimate showdown, ice clashes with water, and the battlefield starts to freeze over for real. Across the battlefield, the assassin is getting wrecked, just getting absolutely destroyed by the tiny Fairy Fra. He couldn't believe how insanely strong she was, and then she turns around and praises him as a top-tier minion. He launches a sudden flurry of attacks. She casually levels him into the dirt with a hammer that feels like it weighs a ton. Then he's on the ground coughing up blood, stunned, trying to figure out where that kind of power even came from. He knows he's outmatched and can't win head-on. Fra gives him one shot to drop his weapons, but he slams it down, saying he's already struck down too many of her allies. The assassin vows to go down fighting for his lord, ride or die, no turning back. Fra fuels her loyalty to the max and powers up her skills, ready to smack him with a proper beatdown. He pulls off the ultimate ninja flex, dark magic, then smashes the battlefield with shadow clone jutsu. He swears every clone is the real deal, then blasts into an all-out wave attack, daring her to dodge them all. A small-time crook only smirks like he's got the whole game rigged. She snaps on a skill named asterisk perception asterisk. She's got a rare power that wipes out every disguise in an instant, exposing the real truth right away, so the assassin freezes solid because he never saw that hack coming. She surges to her feet and smashes her opponent with a brutal max swing. That strike obliterated him, and the rock wall behind him crumbled to pieces. She pauses, staring at the truth, and realizes the skill is way more useful than she ever imagined. Now that her brawl is over, she can't help wondering if Cade's still tied up, but she's not really worried, because Cade can take care of herself just fine. Meanwhile, the water general clocks that Frau has won, panics and sprints to reach her lord fast. Cade stands her ground, fires up her opponent with a warning that she's not some ordinary threat, and then declares the next strike will end it for good. So this elf dude keeps sculpting and spamming water blasts, but none of them even touch Lily's ice wall. He's like, what kind of hacks is this? While Lily's just standing there looking completely unbothered, thinking it's her turn to return the favor. Then she's like, my turn fam, and drops a damn iceberg on his head. He gets slammed instantly. He panics, yanks out a literal water spirit like a weapon, and screams for it to shield him as he uses it as a meat cover. Lily snaps off a crystal bullet and he slams up an aqua guard to stop it. Nice save, but she's only warming up. She pivots to wind magic and blasts him with a brutal air press. He yelps like he just stepped on a Lego. And now the entire battlefield is a full-on slushy. He's just standing there completely rattled. He's clicking it all together like wait, she can use wind and ice magic. And that cracked ice nerf just chopped her power in half, then he goes full psychological, staring at that slave mark like, oof, big yikes my guy. He's basically like, bro, why are you simping for trash? Your op, why treat it like it's nothing? Your humans got you messed up, I can set you free. But Lily just stares at him with this ice-cold deadpan, saying, you're my biggest mistake, bro. Then she drops the truth, she's not doing any of this out of loyalty or some random reason because yeah, he is her master. It's a bond, one this demon dude's tiny brain can't process at all. She's a glylie he bought for me, we're just vibing, and that reality straight up fries his circuits. While he's still reeling from his own confusion, he blasts a massive aqua waterfall forward, convinced he's finally got her trapped. He's losing it, yelling that he'll pulverize her by blasting her with an ultra-high-pressure water sphere. Lily stays icy calm, throws up a freeze hand, and somehow looks completely unbothered. Then psych, he flips the whole game with his trump card. And yeah, you fell for it, it's not just water. It's straight-up boiling water, like a super soaker filled with lava. He's in full villain mode, spitting out a monologue as he swears to burn and rot to death, while Lily's just like, nah. She unleashes her ultimate YGG Duracell, and the raging wave snaps into a frozen giant ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Homeboy's jaw hits the floor. Impossible, the boiling water's being cooled, my dude, you are not ready for this smoke. The spell summons a colossal ice tree, towering like pure magic and looking absolutely insane. Now this battlefield is nothing, but a monument to the brutal way he got absolutely destroyed. Even though my guy's beat up, he still carries respect, he's done well. First time I've seen this many top-tier spells chained back-to-back, it's straight up an honor. With a total Chad-level flex, Lily whips up a gorgeous bouquet of ice flowers and hands it to the demon mage like, this is for you. Absolute ultimate power move. Meanwhile, our boy Tuka goes full Naruto, sprinting straight for the main gate where the big boss is waiting. The gate stands wide open and right then, Susse F steps in. Skeleton goons are posted up on the walls, just hanging out like they own the place. They're sizing up Tuka, trying to clock his power. One of them squints and goes, looks like level 40, maybe 50. His buddy nods and says, yeah, that's the Demolite unit that wiped out Griggy's army. These guys aren't playing around. The Skelly bros are bickering, wait, is that guy the hero? But they quickly decide he's got zero heroic aura. Still, they're pumped because their comrades are supposedly dealing with Lord Shade and Lady Calistria. Tuka marches right up and blurts, where's the captain? And they just cackle in his face like, you really left them behind. Because now their deadliest assassins and mages are probably pulverizing the captain as we speak. Speak of the devil and boom, the big boss himself drops out of the heavens. He's one of 6 demon generals, Roa's the corpse controller. And trust me, this guy looks straight up nightmare fuel. He's like, hold up, who are you supposed to be, hero? And the rest of the party is spiraling with panic because his gross, clingy aura won't let up. And they're whispering that he's one of the feared 6 demon generals. But our boy Tuka, stone cold calm, just blurts wrong. While I'm standing there like some nobody adventurer on a mission, so why are you planting yourself in the middle of the road? Absolute gigachad energy. Rose is like, I'm waiting for the hero, orders from the big boss. I don't do small talk, but I need intel. Tuka snaps the pieces together. She and the others are lining up a full gank squad for the hero, even though they don't have a clue where he is yet. Classic villain move. The general asks him flat out, tell me where the hero is. Tuka's just like, don't know, if I did I'd be there already. He's done playing nice, patience snaps like a rubber band. Then that wild anime switch flips, and suddenly he realizes there's nothing left to say. The general roars for his entire undead army, shouting, die and become my puppet, at the nameless adventurer. Tuka snaps at his squad to fall back, no worries, I'm good, I'll back you up, my boy's ready. Then he says he'll 1d100 this. Yeah, an assassin hurls a whole fan of knives at him, but Tuka just flicks on his true dragon eye skill and shuts it down. And bam, he blew right through, smacking one of them like Neo from the Matrix, and the skeleton froze, fully stunned. And just when the beat drops, Tuka goes all in. She starts wrecking these bony losers, slipping through every attack like it's nothing. That he's just dancing around them, a one-man wrecking crew. He's hauling so hard he turns into a full-on blur. He fires off a skill called Dragon Dance, and the skeletons think they've finally trapped him, yelling, we've got you. Oh, so you think they actually got him locked down in chains? Meanwhile, Tuka just stares at it like she's totally unimpressed. Skeletons crowd in way too close, so he snaps his muscles, rips the chains apart, and bites one of them right into his buddy. He snatches another one, shoves him right in front as a human shield, and barrels forward like nothing can stop him. Bro's straight up toying with his food now, picking a fight with everyone at once. The beatdown's ballad keeps rolling, he just tears through the whole squad like it's nothing. And then he even whips out a brutal kick just to flex his style. And just like that, another one drops, cut clean in one sharp slice. And soon the battlefield turns into a graveyard, packed with shattered bones. The last few skeletons left are shaking in terror, stammering through every word, "This is straight up insane, and what the heck is this guy doing?" Tuka just stands there in the middle of all that carnage, casually flicking dust off his shoulder like it's nothing. No blood, no bruises, not a single scratch. He glances at the last few goons and demands, without striking again, that they explain themselves. Or just then his party finally catches up and the archer is like, "Looks like no bakas needed." The cat girl is shook, he looks over level 20 meow. The demon general is raging, realizing he's been played like a fool, and right when Utlir bursts into a battle scream, he charges straight at one of the 6 generals. Because you're not just a warrior, and trust me, he's not about to let that slide. Our boy S getting swarmed like he's the final boss, just standing there asking who's next to get clapped. Absolute Chad. But his backup is getting demolished. People are yelling for Lord Lewa, while he's over here getting seized by some shashado tentacles. Bro, what are you even doing? The main villain basically laughs, "You can't handle this," and then, "So go on, become my meat puppet." And just like that, the backup turns into creepy shadow pillars. Bam, total wipeout. Oof. That MC hisses, "Disgusting enemies," then orders his squad to fall back, straight up cold as ice, my dude. The puppeteer dude drifts up like a thundercloud, announces everything's set, and I swear, this is pure raid boss energy. He yanks together a brand new crew of puppets, and they dangle there in the air like laundry caught mid-drift. And he goes, "Hey, just so you know, these aren't those trash-tier mobs from before, this is a whole new leg." He hurls his ultimate dark magic, Necrodol, and a whole army of undead erupts into existence out of nowhere. So this Necrodol magic is some insanely rare puppeteer job skill. He can literally command corpses, and our boy bursts in right away, not even waiting for the full explanation. He slams the hit away and feels the weight. This is no normal punch. Then the villain grins and yells, "Yep, your strength is doubled, sucker." Our boy S getting jumped, getting smashed left and right, and trust me, this is starting to look seriously grim. He's darting in and out, blocking every hit, yet the sheer swarm of these buffed up zombies is straight up unbelievable. And now they're bursting up from the ground. Bro, this is straight up next level zombie apocalypse chaos. Yeah, his party members are doing everything they can to keep the pressure off with range support. But man, it's a brutal fight just to stay afloat. MC is drenched in sweat, staring at what they've unleashed and realizing it's on a whole other level. Yeah, these are not your grandma's zombies. The puppeteer smugly boasts that he's directly yanking the strings, and it's light years ahead of those flimsy remote controls, like he's playing a high APM RTS match with our heroes as his pieces. The cat girl and elf boy are shook watching the absolute chaos unfold. The elf guy snaps Paloa, "What's the move?" And she shuts him down with, "You should have confessed to me way earlier." Like, come on, read the room, dude, this is not the moment for romantic side quests. They fire a brutal AoA barrage, blasting the whole field clean. But our MC saw it coming, good call, because he just stands in the middle of the carnage, completely unshaken. "Watch this, we'll wipe them out in one sweep," he says, grin blazing like he's seconds away from popping his ultimate. The villain's jaw drops when he realizes they hit the puppet's weak spot with a pincer move, not the front. But he ain't done, he hurls in a fresh wave of low-level goons to overwhelm the support crew, and they're moving way too fast. Just when it looks like they're about to get overrun, bam. Frau the Hammer lowly arrives like a wrecking ball, talk about a clutch entrance, and Frau is the MC and she hits perfect timing, so she's like, "Can you pat my head?" And he's like, "You bet," fully down bad for head pats even while everything s going down in a deathmatch. Absolute legend. With the party finally back in sync, our MC goes full op, hitting Asterisk Dragon Knight Asterisk and Grand Thief Asterisk at the exact same time. He barks at Fra to cover him, then unleashes everything, while the villain starts sweating like crazy, calling the fairy a total nightmare. But he's still strutting around, rubbing it in that the Demon Clan's ace assassin, Usagi, is still out there, somewhere just waiting. The MC doesn't care for a second. He rockets straight through the puppets, turning the battlefield into pure blur. He's mowing them down one by one, every puppet on the server is getting wiped. The puppeteer is snapping, straight up losing his mind. I can't see him anywhere. And it's not just how fast he moves, he's disappearing right before my eyes. He finally clicks, so that's what's going on. Telotations hacks and my boy's straight up cheating now. Now he vanishes in a blink and reappears inches from the villain's face, slinging a perfectly clean strike. The villain barely gets his guard up, screams exploding out of him as the impact slams him backward and sends him flying. The MC drops in perfectly after the hit, slamming down so hard they rip open a giant crater. He barely slipped out of the counterattack, but the hit still carved a deep wound into him. Now he's already lining up the finisher because this next move is the one that ends it. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad made quick work of their targets, and the cat girl just goes, "Naya, that was way easier than we thought." Fluff is already on the move, sensing something about 4 units away from the checkpoint. And when she looks, she stumbles onto a whole pile of corpses huddled together. No way this is good. The corpses start crawling back to life, reanimated in the most disgusting way imaginable, and the MC is hit with pure bone-deep disgust. The cat girl blurts, "Wait, what is this?" And our guy snaps into it. These are the bodies of enemies they already wrecked, so yeah, this dude's just recycling his own minions. He can't believe he missed it, because the corpses are starting to merge right in front of him. From the heap, a massive explosion of nasty flesh erupts like a nightmare bursting open. It snaps into place like a giant centipede-made armor weapon, and the villain just must have hit the switch to activate it. The whole squad is panicking. Frost snaps that this is the forbidden magic Necro Union, the exact same power the last boss, Darm, unleashed, and it only fires up when someone uses a particular magic staff. Then it twists itself into this horrifying abomination, disgusting, winged, and covered in way too many limbs. Yikes, because the Lord of the Corpses just showed up. That cat girl's spiraling over the bugs and the elf's just staring like, wait, is this what we're really worried about? Bilmo priorities, people. The villain, fused into this grotesque monster, growls that there's no undoing what's been done. And now, the demon lord's fresh orders hit him hard: conquer the capital city. Welp looks like a full-blown citywide disaster is about to blow wide open. Alright, the squad pulls up, straight into the face of an absolute monster, the armored Lawaz, ready to turn the capital into his own personal playground. And our boy Toru instantly flips into big brain mode, clocking that this monster has a nasty dark spot. And the only way to crush the boss is to fire straight for the armor's core. And would you look at that, right on its main head, a huge glowing hit me sign flashes in my face. Toru, the ultimate shonen prodeg, blurts to Rimi, then launches himself headfirst, pure Chad energy. He's like, alright, this is a chunky beast, then he grins, but it's slow, so the easy dubs are coming. He slips out of the hit with a slick dodge, looking like a straight-up pro. He locks onto the core and nails a perfect hit. Got it, he screams. That attack does absolutely nothing, and then my man gets instant swarmed by a bunch of creepy goo monsters right on top of him. Man, that's a full-on skill issue. He's getting absolutely demolished. Right at the last second, the waifu squad rockets in and saves him from disaster. Turns out this demon general hits at least level 2 Vantis, like the kind of certified raid boss that wrecks you. And then the villain starts monologuing. What a classic. You really thought I'd put my weak spot out? LMAO, this is just a puppet, my real body is chilling inside. Our boy is completely rattled. His Op Dragoon skill that sniffs out weaknesses is throwing up 0 results, and this boss is built different. To make it even worse, that monster starts blasting out a whole wave of trash mobs like an army. Then the villain grins and declares he's unleashing his level 50 clone army straight into the capital. They've got just one day before the city gets totally destroyed. So yeah, the timeline is razor thin. Everyone in the party goes bet and charges straight into the swarm of clones to carve out some time. Toru cuts through them like they're paper, but the boss just sits there watching with 0 interest. Meanwhile, the rest of the party is getting absolutely crushed by these clones, and they're done trying to have fun. Toru gets yanked off guard and gets smacked by the main body's freaky tentacle arm. He gets caught in that filthy, twisted limb. Are those bodies even real? Then he hears Ida's voice from the corpse goo. Help my son, the corpses are talking. He spots a chain he recognizes from that old lady he met, then panic hits, because the field's train is about to come barreling in. Turns out everyone this thing devoured is still awake inside, screaming inside a brutal, flesh-bound nightmare. The party's getting buried under the pressure, barely holding on by a thread. They're yelling that the clones are wrecking everything. There's no stopping them now as they charge straight toward the city. Then boom, an insane ice age slams down and turns a huge chunk of the army into solid ice. And the best fox girl, Katie, just steps into the chat. The cavalry's arrived and the whole squad is finally reunited at last. Cade tosses it off like nothing. She handled every other monster on her way here, and honestly, what an absolute queen. The villain is still grinning like it's over, bragging that he can conjure endless clones as long as they never track down his real body. But Toru-S got a 500 IQ scheme in motion. He clocked that the souls inside the arm are still wide awake. Yeah, he still remembers how one of the bodies jerked when the old lady's chain snapped tight. The plan: forget battling the monster. Kalnijutsu is the key, and it's meant to unleash Taknijutsu on the souls it's trapped. If they can win over the fallen soldiers and bring them to their side, they'll tear this thing down from the inside. All the girls are locked in, and they're calling it a total master move. The team fires up the operation, and Frash swings her hammer hard, trying to steal the monster's attention, while Cade slams the whole area shut with savage ice chains. The beast is locked down tight. There's not a single move left in it. Now it's Toru's time. He cranks his dragon ice skill to full throttle, ready to reach out and talk to the dead. With his op eyes, he spots those shapeless beings, and then he realizes he can actually speak to the trapped souls. He can hear every shred of their pain and sorrow screaming in his ears. He explodes into shouting, straining to get their attention. "Soldiers, can you hear me where the hell is low?" Because the villain just cackles, dismissing him as a fool for trying to talk to puppets. But Toru refuses to back down. He hammers them with a brutal emotional speech about their families. Then his rage spills out as he roars, "Show me your will." And that's when it kicks in. Souls start snapping back to their memories, their pride, and the families they never stopped loving. They all snap into unison and start screaming, so loud I just want to run for the door and go home. Suddenly, the monster's body starts moving on its own. The souls are fighting back, seizing control from the inside. They rip the villain's real form straight into the open, no mask left to hide behind. Lo is losing it. Those vengeful spirits he enslaved are finally breaking for him, straight for his life. Toru pounces on the opening and detonates a brutal electric wave slash. The blast rips right through the monster, then slams into the castle gate behind it, shattering the whole thing to pieces. With one last jaw-dropping line, Toru orders Lois to apologize in the afterlife, and he casually drops the truth that it was a level 300 strike, period. And get this, my dude, his crew just steamrolled every single one of the 6 demon generals and their whole squads in 4 days flat. And now the main road to the capital is finally safe again. These guys do not play. So the whole crew just stands there, staring at that massive pyre, praying the fallen soldiers finally get the peace they've been denied. Turns out, even after the big bad's magic got shattered, those fused bodies were still a nightmare chimera mess. So our guy and the crew stepped in to give them a real cremation, not leave them rotting like some trash horror movie prop. Even our MC is taking it rough. He sighs, blurts out apologies to the old lady in his head, and keeps thinking he totally blew his promise to bring the bodies back. Then, out of nowhere, my man just faceplants into the inferno like it's nothing. And then his entire party starts panicking, Arianzen, and the whole moment goes straight up fire. But Homeboy bursts in clutching the lock, swearing he heard a voice, and somehow he spots the exact thing he's been hunting right inside a massive bonfire. Protagonist-level RNG, no joke. He has no clue how it even happened. Maybe his crazy strong feelings just slapped on some kind of crazy buff, right? Yeah, sure, let's roll with that. Once the job was done, they grabbed their chance, turned on their heels, and sprinted back to the capital. When you finally reach there, the queen is completely losing it. 4 days. You smashed the demon lord's army in 4 days. Our boys just stood there ice cold, and yeah. By the time the dust settled, we wiped out the 6 generals and their entire crew. The road's clear now, you're welcome. The whole court is in shock. Our entire national army just got wiped twice, but then Polo stepson shrugs and says, "Nah, it's real." He swears he saw it himself and that power level isn't a bluff. Toro, the absolute Chad, leans in and tells the queen, "Look, I get it. If you don't trust us, send a recon team." The queen snaps an order right away, "Send a squad to investigate it now." But Toro cuts in, snaps, "While you're there, grab any personal stuff from the dead soldiers, those families deserve it." What a G. They agree to wait for the queen's confirmation before they get paid. Then the whole party decides to vanish and call it a day. But just as they're about to walk out, Toru blurts, "Oh yeah, one more thing, your majesty. He's hunting someone down." Cut to that night, an old woman from earlier steps in, and a special delivery arrives just for her. She snaps the box open, and there, waiting inside, are the lockets. She collapses into tears, thanking the hero again and again. And in that moment, mission success finally feels real. Our boy kept his promise after all, and you can see the spirits of the fallen soldiers are finally at peace. The very next day, the whole crew kicks back, plotting how to turn their day off into something legendary. And just like that, their precious rest day gets yanked out from under them, straight from a messenger sent by the queen, because in Anisaka, my dude, you don't get nice things. Turns out the queen whipped up a full-blown victory parade just for them. The crowd is losing its mind. Half the party is loving every second, but Toru's cringing so hard it hurts. Back in the throne room, the queen is gushing praise over them like they just lit the whole place on fire. Then she blurts everything out, suddenly spiraling into suspicion about this King Armin and why our boys' team is so ridiculously overpowered. So Toru has to awkwardly remind her she's basically monologuing out loud. She shrugs it off like a pro and dives straight into the mission, no hesitation. "Yeah, it's reward time, baby, let's go." Toru cuts off the whole big ceremony idea right away, bluntly saying that the parade was already exhausting enough. So the queen flings that bag at him, 200 million gold, and then throws in a private mansion in the capital, and the whole squad loses it, absolutely hyped. But our boy's just a humble traveler. Like, come on, a whole house is way too much for him. The queen fires a death stare at him like, "Are you really about to say no to my gift, you Siri?" Toru instantly crumples, and yeah, this queen is straight up terrifying. So they pull up to their new crib, and it's not some measly mansion, nah, it's a full-on palace. Everyone in the party just stands there, completely blown away by how massive it is. Toru is stressing over the upkeep costs, But nah, this kingdom's got the tab covered, powered by royal clout like it's nothing. That entrance hall alone is so huge it makes their old and look tiny. The prince hands them the keys, then practically rockets out, leaving them to deal with their brand new place. The moment the party hits the floor, everyone scatters, tearing off to explore their brand new mega house. The dining hall's got like a million chairs stacked everywhere. Toru finally clicks, this isn't a bad deal at all. They've got a solid base now and it gives them the power to plot their next move. He moves and hey, if his wife is happy then he's happy too. So what's the first move with all this new privacy, huh? He starts doing push-ups in the rain like it's his own personal training montage. Bear, he's spent his whole life waiting for the one moment he can finally rip into naked weight training. What a wild weirdo. Video, he's yelling at the top of his lungs about how awesome freedom is, all while he works out in the nude for his birthday. Meanwhile, another group of adventurers is sitting around and whispering like crazy about them. No joke. They can't believe Toru's crew landed a mansion that wild just for taking down Rose. They're straight up crunching our boy's power stats, whispering that he's way past 100, while his party is packing freak-level strength. With that settled, their leader can't just stay quiet. He decides to go say hi because Toru's party just saved them. But then Cade shows up, and boom, he gets dropped fast, stammering like an absolute idiot. He tries to talk to her, but she's so lost in her own world that he stops hesitating and just strides right in. A while later, we catch that same party fighting tooth and nail through the forest. They're utterly lost, and the tension is spiraling out of control. That hero snaps, he gets so furious he straight up punches one of his teammates just for calling him out, and honestly, that's garbage-level leadership. This dude completely lost it and spiraled into a full-on meltdown. Turns out they struck out with the elves, so now they're bitter and scrambling to hunt down fairies. Anything that'll help them take on Rose. This dude reads in a book that some legendary hero got fairies to help him, and now he thinks he can just show up and copy that same magic without any real plan. He's strutting around with a huge ego, calling the fairies winged bugs like they'll line up to serve him. Then one fairy zips in and slaps him clean across the face. His party is left utterly speechless. Then a giant fairy swoops in, grills him on the spot, I can see a poop-colored aura around you, scram, and sends him packing. He puffs out his chest like, I'm the hero, nobody messes with me. And the fairy snaps back with the most legendary roast of all time, shut up you poop trash hero Elmio got em. The hero snaps into action, decides to rough them up a bit, then powers up hard to take on a whole swarm of fairies. Yeah, there's no way this guy gets invited back anywhere. He's gonna get shut down the second he shows up. So our boy saying the so-called hero is getting absolutely wrecked by some fairies he tried to bully. Gro thought he could roll in and snatch their stuff, but these aren't some fairy tale pixies. Every time he tries to strike, they zip out of range, spit insults like filthy bug, and blast him with thunder shock until he's getting speed blitzed and wrecked by a swarm of tiny nightmares. He gets slammed straight in the face and the party's like, alright, this guy won't quit, let's end him. Suddenly, Lord Jin, the big boss fairy, bursts in with his whole squad, and they're glaring like they're utterly crushed by what they see. Sane, face battered to a pulp, tries to play the I'm the hero card and demands their fairy dust, but the elder shuts him down cold, flat telling him, hero, go home, this isn't your place, and Sane gets completely cut off. The old man snaps at him like a fool, then basically gives his crew the green light to deal with this clown. And the fairies move in on him, then they start hurling rocks and shrieking, go home, at my guy. The hero's party is hauling ass in full retreat, getting blasted by her magic pebble projectiles like clockwork. And yeah, negotiations are officially dead, my dudes. They're getting gassed, sprinting for their lives as a swarm of furious winged garden gnomes bears down on them. Morale has hit rock bottom, everyone's moaning like disaster after disaster. And then one guy finally snaps, yells at them to shut up, and suddenly the whole party feels like a total train wreck. They finally hobble into Gridget, the capital, and vow to regroup first, before they go hunting that demon general Lawaz. But the moment they report to the queen, she slams down a massive nuke and wipes out their whole quest. Turns out he'd been defeated ages ago. Sane is completely shook. Turns out the Wanderers Brigadiano, the party with our real MC that Sane kicked out, already took care of business. This sends Sane into a total spiral. He's sprawled on the floor while flashback after flashback hits, replaying every one of his elves, freaking out that it all went wrong the moment he kicked Toro out of the party. Yeah, you get it. I think he's speechless, just absolutely broken. Then Denial slams in hard. No way. Something this small couldn't possibly curse me, right? Bro, kicking out your party's tank and your main damage dealer is not a small problem. A royal attendant tries to catch him, but Sane is so deep in his work molding that he doesn't even notice. Then they tell him to take it easy, because a huge roundtable meeting is coming in just a few days. But instead of chilling, Sane totally snaps, face first on the palace floor, screaming that the Wanderers Brigade is coming for them. He's pitching a full-on toddler tantrum, and I'm standing there like the hero, so why is everything going sideways while the maids huddle and whisper that he's terrifying? Nah, this is a terrible look for me. Then Lisa, his girl, slides in for some emotional backup, stroking his ego, calling him the real hero who's gonna save the world, and it's straight-up top-tier copium. He starts pumping himself up, drawing a wild comparison to a legendary hero who lived 700 years ago. A few days later, the moment finally hits. Every king gathers for the massive meeting, and the stakes feel sky-high. This is meant to be the hero's explosive first moment, his grand entrance right into the world leader's spotlight. The big-shot heavy hitters from every human nation are all there, ready to make their move. But instead of talking about Sane, they immediately hype up the Wanderers Brigade, the party that actually gets results. That king is out here singing their praises, bragging that their characters are just as fascinating and that every rumor about how unstoppable they are, yeah, it's all true. Now every other king is practically buzzing with curiosity, dying to meet them. The queen outright confirms it. The Wanderers Brigade crushed Demon General Lawaz in the blink of an eye, and now her kingdom is in their debt big time. And as if that wasn't enough, she even handed them an entire mansion to kick back in as a straight-up reward. The kings are basically duking it out over the right to hire them next, bragging that the brigade loves sightseeing and storming through ancient ruins. All this hype for his rivals finally tips Sane over the edge. He shouts, "Stop T!" and unleashes a roar of screams. He snaps completely, screaming, "I'm the hero, I'm right here." Then whining nobody even talks about him, and that pure saltiness kicks in as he starts planning a sneaky ambush on them right after the meeting. At last, one of the kings slams the conversation back on track, straight to the Demon King. He flat out tells them the truth. Beating the big bad isn't just the goal, it's the whole reason they're here in the first place. Another king steps up, calls Sane the ultimate hero, and somehow all the other rulers are still side-eyeing him hard, because my boy hasn't done a single thing yet. That awkward silence hits so hard it feels deafening. After a round of non-stop bickering, they finally agree to hand Sane a mission, because the Demon King hasn't made a big move yet. They all lock eyes and finally shout, "It's go time, this is the moment we act." They task him with retaking the fortress city of Ruana, a strategic point on the border of the demon territory. This mission is brutal. Right now the demons are owning the battleground and they won't let up. Sane's confidence snaps back in full. He thinks, at the end of the day, they've got no choice but to lean on me. I'm the only one built for the hero's job. He snaps up the mission with a massive grin and vows he'll follow it all the way through. But right before they leave, he snaps at his party to hold up, because he's got something else to handle first. The very next day, they roll up to this massive, jaw-dropping mansion that screams money. It's a full-on noble's estate, straight out of a rich man's fantasy. Turns out, this mansion is the one the queen handed to the Wanderers Brigade. So Sane slides in ready to pull off his sneak attack, but he's pissed that he can't just cut down the guards because they're royal soldiers. He tries to play it cool by introducing himself as Sane, but the guards just stare like, who? Like they've never heard that name. Wow, the disrespect hits hard. They tell him the brigade isn't even home, and then basically slap fake hero on his name. So Sane's fuming at being disrespected yet again, then his party member snaps, "This is our opening." Now that the real heroes are gone, they can storm the fortress and finally stack up achievements. No one's standing in their way. Sane is all in, swearing he'll make the Wanderers Brigade feel true terror the moment he flips into full seriousness. So where the heck were our real heroes the whole time? Because the story just jumps back a few days earlier, and we finally see it. Toru S just posted up by a fountain, trying to crack the mystery of what his brand new shark familiar can actually do. He's sitting there like, wait, is his so-called special ability just that empty stare that knocks people out cold? Seriously, he's just vibing. Suddenly, a bottle rockets toward his head, and he snags it like a total Chad. Orla, his new buddy. Orlo hauled out some top-shelf vintage liquor he snagged from a dungeon and couldn't wait to share a drink. Lately, these two have been clicking hard, sharing food and drinks like they've known each other forever, building a full-blown bromance right in front of our eyes. Orla's didn't just come for a drink, though. He came with an invitation to hang out. He ropes Toru in and drags the entire Wanderers Brigade to a nearby lake for a swim. It was half grind for his crew and half pure fun, so he figured, why not let everyone tag along? Toru thinks it's a brilliant idea because everyone's been stir-crazy and trapped inside that mansion for way too long. They lock in the trip for 2 days from now. No way it'll crash the big round table conference. And while Sane's out trying to snatch his stolen glory back, our guys are gearing up for a full-on beach episode. Totally hilarious how wildly their priorities clash.